Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Today, we're starting part 1 of an awesome What If Deku was a quirkless hero who defied all odds story. If you want to see part 2, drop a comment below and tell me what you think. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. Now let's jump into the story. Impossibly, 𝐒𝐿 is walking down a hallway in UA, wearing the school uniform. Though his is a bit customized, UA is very accommodating to different quirks, so 𝐒𝐿 could request changes to the uniform. He doesn't have a quirk or anything to give as a reason for any changes, but he did it anyway. It did pay off, and now the uniform is a bit bigger, has no tags, and he doesn't have to wear the tie. It's infinitely more comfortable than any uniform 𝐒𝐿 has ever worn. The thought that drove him to request the uniform adjustments is pretty much behind his whole attendance at UA. What's the worst that could happen? Ever since that cursed day when he was 4, 𝐒𝐿's life has consisted of hurt and unreachable dreams. That didn't stop him from dreaming though, no matter how much they tried to beat that out of him. All 𝐒𝐿 has ever wanted is to be a hero. Then 𝐒𝐿 ended up on a rooftop with All Might. As he has matured, he has stopped admiring the hero so much, seeing his many faults, but he's still the #1 hero. His approval has to mean something. Well, it's not like 𝐒𝐿 will ever find out. You can't be a hero, join the piles of, I'm sorry, baby, and stupid Deku thinks he can be a hero. Things he has heard for a decade now. When 𝐒𝐿, hopeless and lost, stumbled upon Bakugo getting attacked, he for the first time thought, what's the worst that could happen? Even though Bakugo is a bully, he doesn't deserve to die for that, and can 𝐒𝐿 even claim to be a hero if he just watches when he can do something? After getting told to F off for saving Bakugo's life, 𝐒𝐿 left the scene just as lost as he felt before it. Before he would have been ecstatic that he got to do something heroic, but what did it matter now? Even All Might said it, he'll never be a hero. Except the hero took it back. He found 𝐒𝐿 and proceeded to offer him a quirk. The nerve on that man. At first he tells 𝐒𝐿 can't be a hero, and leaves him on a rooftop. Then when 𝐒𝐿 risks his life because he feels so worthless, the hero comes to offer him an easy way out. Even All Might's claim that 𝐒𝐿's heroic actions prove that he's not useless, loses its meaning when he offers 𝐒𝐿 an easy way out. So 𝐒𝐿 told the hero no. Somehow that interaction started a chain of events that ended with 𝐒𝐿 training himself to the bone out of pure spite, and signing up for UA's entrance exam. What's the worst that could happen, after all? While 𝐒𝐿 gave the exam his all, he didn't expect to actually pass. Even if he got enough points, it seemed more likely that UA would just decide they don't need a quirkless loser in their school. Imagine his surprise when a thick envelope with the UA logo and his name drops down from the mail slot. 𝐒𝐿 passed. There were hidden point systems, rescue points, strategy points, medical points, and 𝐒𝐿 got so many of them. Enough that the letter had the word congratulations on it. So here 𝐒𝐿 is, because what's the worst that could happen? Either he becomes a hero, or he fails miserably and gets expelled. 𝐒𝐿 has nothing else. The only thing at stake is his pride, which has been burned and crushed ages ago. Finally finding the door with 1A painted on it, 𝐒𝐿 stops walking. This is it. Despite the instinct to be nervous, 𝐒𝐿 pushes past that, because he has nothing to lose. Then 𝐒𝐿 slides the big door open. He knows it's to accommodate for different quirks and stuff, but he's sure the door is massive to cause intimidation too. Surprisingly, 𝐒𝐿 is not first in the room, regardless of how early he is. When the other person notices him, they immediately stand up from their desk and walk to 𝐒𝐿, who refuses to shrink away. Hello. I am Ida Tenya, him, from Sumi Private Academy, the student says, before giving 𝐒𝐿 a respectful bow. Hi. 𝐒𝐿 replies, unsure how to proceed. How long has it been since someone has introduced themselves to him? I'm Midoriya 𝐒𝐿, him. 𝐒𝐿 finally manages to say. Because Ida is steadily holding eye contact, he doesn't notice 𝐒�l's shoes, which must be the reason for his politeness. Quirkless people have some traits that have evolved out of quirked people. Things like goosebumps, and an extra toe joint. Because of that, normal shoes are uncomfortable, and there's only one kind for them. They are bright red, made to catch attention, but 𝐒�l's are definitely faded and dirty. It's a pleasure to meet you, Midoriya-kun. If I may ask, why aren't you wearing the uniform properly? Ida asks. As Izuku looks him over, he realizes why the name Ida sounds familiar. This one looks almost identical to the hero Ingenium, who must be Ida's older brother or something. The Idas are a big hero legacy family. I got permission to wear it like this, Izuku shrugs. I understand. Ida replies, and then a new student enters through the door, taking the boy's attention. Izuku takes the chance to escape to his seat, glancing at the seating chart on the whiteboard. When Izuku's eyes catch on the name Bakugo Katsuki, written above his, for a moment he's convinced he's having a heart attack. Of fin course. Instead of running away, or bursting into tears, Izuku sits down by his desk, setting his trusty backpack on the floor. It's a yellow old thing, filled with mismatched patches messily sewn on to cover damage. It's been burned, thrown into bodies of water, torn and ripped, but it still persists with Izuku. To pass time, Izuku studies the names on the board. Seems like Ida is not the only legacy kid in the class, there's a Todoroki and a Yorozu with him. Izuku doesn't recognize any other names, but does his best to memorize them. As more and more students file in, Izuku keeps his eyes steadily forward, only glancing at the newcomers. Like expected, Yorozu immediately starts mingling with Ida, though Todoroki seems uninterested, ignoring both. With every second that passes, Izuku grows more and more tense, and 10 minutes before class is supposed to start, he is half convinced that the other students can hear his pounding heart. It's going to be hell when Bakugo arrives. Still, what kind of a hero would Izuku be if he let some pesky bully control his actions? He's going to have to fight villains and criminals, actually dangerous people. Izuku proceeds to ignore the fact that he can't imagine any person more terrifying than Bakugo. Of course Bakugo enters the classroom when almost everyone else is already there. Of course Izuku is going to have an audience for this. What's the worst that could happen? Well, Izuku's face might get blown off, and he might be publicly humiliated, and then when the teacher enters the chaos, he will be blamed. But none of that is new. Elementary and middle school have been nothing but that, and Izuku is still here. Deku, the insult said in that voice already gives Izuku goosebumps, and he hates it. Just another reminder of how unevolved he is. Even though the signs of pre-quirk traits in the Quirkless are minimal, society loves to hang on to each one, and they see those without quirks as useless animals that should have gone extinct. When discrimination towards the Quirkless grew more and more popular, a lot of people used the word primeval to describe them, and soon the Quirkless started to be referred to as primates. It became so popular that now the word has two meanings, the original one, and a slur against the Quirkless. In a way it's almost funny to Izuku, all humans are primates, but no one cares about that little fact anymore. Izuku gets violently pulled out of his thoughts when Bakugo slams a hand on his desk. Barely suppressing a flinch, Izuku turns to face the fuming boy. "The F are you doing here?" Bakugo asks, and all Izuku sees in his red eyes is a promise of pain. It all makes him want to cower and cry and apologize, but he won't. Izuku will not shed another tear because of Bakugo, he refuses. "Guess," is all Izuku says, worried the shaking in his voice would become obvious with any more words. "Plus, isn't it obvious what he's doing here? Please stop harassing your fellow students." Ida orders, clearly shocked by Bakugo's actions. "F off, 4 eyes." Deku's a primate, Bakugo reveals without hesitation, and even though Izuku isn't looking, unable to turn his gaze away from the burning eyes, he can feel everyone turning to stare at his shoes. "Maybe they decided to give us a class pet," the person sitting behind Izuku says, Mineta, if he remembers correctly. Humiliation burns in Izuku as a few people snicker at the comment. "Dude, it's still not cool," Kirishima tries, moving to stand closer to Bakugo, looking between the two with worry. "Are you stupid? Why the F would you defend it?" Mineta asks, while Bakugo fully ignores him. "I should have killed you in middle school," Bakugo snarls, before raising his hand now popping with explosions. "Is F the only swear word you know?" Izuku can't stop himself from asking. If he's going to die, at least he has finally asked the question he's been thinking about for years now. Absolutely enraged, Bakugo moves his hand towards Izuku's face, but suddenly his quirk just stops. At first Izuku wonders if some deity decided to gift him with miraculous karma and make Bakugo quirkless as a punishment, but then he sees the person standing in the doorway with red glowing eyes and floating black hair. 𝐒𝐻𝐻. Bullying and discrimination are strictly prohibited in UA. Mineta, Bakugo, one more mistake and you're both expelled, the hero says in a flat tone, stopping his quirk with a blink when Bakugo whs around to face him. Who the F are you, he demands. Your homeroom teacher, Aizawa shouter, him. Now sit down and be quiet, 𝐒𝐻𝐻 replies, his voice as exhausted as he looks. It's no wonder, the man patrols during the night, and apparently teaches during the day. Clearly Aizawa has managed to intimidate Izuku's classmates, as everyone immediately moves to their seats. While he wants to be excited that he is being taught by 𝐒𝐻𝐻, the man is still a teacher, and Izuku knows better. As his admiration towards All Might started fading, Izuku quickly focused more on other heroes. 𝐒𝐻𝐻, 13, present MIC, and many more quickly became his favorites. 𝐒𝐻𝐻 is just insanely awesome, his quirk is fascinating, and just from the shaky clips Izuku dug from the depths of the internet, he has learned that the man is a very good fighter. If life was different, Izuku would be overjoyed by the chance to learn more about the hero. Anyway, Aizawa sighs, moving to stand behind the podium. Before we start, I want to make something clear. I will be strict, heroics is not easy and I refuse to let someone who is not capable risk their life. That does not mean you can't come to me if you need something. I am your homeroom teacher, and for this to work, you have to trust me, he informs, voice serious, and for a moment his exhaustion seems to lift as he looks at each student seriously. That's not what Izuku is used to. At most his previous homeroom teachers have just introduced themselves before stopping caring about the class, unless they absolutely had to. Still, that does not mean Aizawa's words include him. While the hero is a very good one, often patrolling in areas other heroes avoid, helping those neglected by society, Izuku has first-hand experience on how even the best people might be secretly horrible. In middle school, Izuku was once beaten up by an older student, who had a scholarship to his dream high school because of good behavior. Now, take your gym uniforms, Aizawa nods at the pile of uniforms on his desk, and meet me outside in 10 minutes, he orders, before leaving the room. The hero has obviously startled Izuku's classmates, as everyone scrambles to get their uniforms. Izuku chooses to stand back and wait for the crowd to disperse, watching Bakugo shove everyone aside to get his uniform. It's clear he is still furious, but 𝐒𝐻𝐻 is scary enough for him to behave for now. When most have left towards the changing rooms, Izuku stands up and grabs his uniform. This one has been changed for his preferences too, as Izuku sees it's a size bigger with long sleeves and has no tags. Turns out UA is actually pretty considerate, who knew? Hey, dude. You okay? Someone suddenly asks when Izuku leaves the classroom. Turning his eyes towards the voice, he sees Kirishima standing near the door. Yeah. Izuku replies unsurely, continuing walking, ignoring how his heart squeezes when Kirishima starts walking next to him. Vaguely Izuku notices Todoroki walk past them, leaving only Kirishima and Izuku in the hallway, as everyone else has already left. Okay, that's good. That explosion guy is kinda scary, Kirishima says, and his tone seems friendly. Izuku wonders what the boy's motive is. I guess, he says with a shrug. Clearly Kirishima is discouraged by Izuku's quietness, and they walk the rest of the way to the changing rooms in silence. Izuku watches as Mineta half walks, half runs off, while his classmates express their shock at the boy being expelled. Aizawa did say he has one more chance before being expelled, and he has been nothing but offensive throughout the quirk assessment test from hell. It certainly didn't help that he got last place, not taking the test seriously. Your schedules and other information are in the classroom, you're dismissed, Aizawa informs, before walking off. Wanting to leave as soon as possible, Izuku heads back to the changing rooms. When he gets there, he grabs his school uniform from where he hid it on top of the lockers, before slipping into a stall to change. His whole body hurts, because he had to push it so hard during the test to compete against those with quirks. Thankfully his endless training in the past few months hasn't gone to waste, and he placed pretty much in the middle of the class. There seems to be a common theme of people only relying on their quirks and neglecting training their body, so a lot of people who couldn't use their quirk during the test placed low. After changing, Izuku leaves the stall and the changing room, slipping past his classmates that are just now entering. They all have lockers in the room, but Izuku figures it's better to carry his uniform with him. Entering the classroom, Izuku walks to his seat, noticing the stack of papers on each of the desks. After shoving his uniform in his bag, Izuku starts looking through the papers, the schedule at the top. Presumably because of how demanding UA will be, they have a 2-day weekend, unlike many other high schools. The first PRD is homeroom with Aizawa, and after that are the compulsory subjects, like math and languages. Interestingly, there's also law and ethics, taught by Aizawa. After lunch, the rest of the day is for heroics. On another paper is some information about lunch. Apparently the school offers food for many different diets, but students can email the school if they have some very specific needs. Then there is a paper with some contact information, including Aizawa's. There's also Recovery Girl as she's the school nurse, and Hound Dog, because he's the school counselor. Shouldering his bag, Izuku leaves the classroom, briefly going through the rest of the papers in his hand. It seems like UA is very thorough, because there's everything Izuku might ever need. Even the support courses schedule is there, in case he needs to talk about support items or uniform adjustments. Exiting the school building, Izuku folds the papers in half, while digging his student ID from his pocket. The front gates open when he presses the card on a sensor, and Izuku heads out towards the train station. Often UA students get a lot of attention even before they become popular in the media, even other courses than just the hero course. Being a student there is just that impressive. Because of that, Izuku soon stops walking for long enough that he can take his blazer off and put it in his backpack, the papers and his student ID following. The rest of the way home goes in relative peace. Thankfully everyone is usually in such a hurry, or so focused on their own things, that Izuku's shoes don't cause him unwanted attention too often, especially because the bright red is so faded and dirty. Still, sometimes someone notices, and that has left Izuku in many very unfortunate situations. For a long time Izuku avoided public places because of that, and absolutely refused to enter places where he can't easily get away from, like trains. Now he has no choice, UA is so far away from his home. The mindset of what's the worst that could happen has proven itself very useful. Unfortunately there is still one place, or more like one person, where Izuku can't apply that, his mom, 𝐒𝐿. Izuku loves her, he really does, but he also knows she'd break if she knew even a fraction of anything going on. Already he is able to imagine the tears if she found out about the lies. Because of that, when Izuku approaches their apartment building, at first he goes to the side of it, quickly starting to climb up the fire escape. When he reaches the top floor, Izuku pushes on the window he left cracked open in the morning. Swiftly he enters his room, and changes out of his uniform, and into some jeans and a hoodie. Making sure to be silent, Izuku shoves the rest of his uniform in his bag, takes his keys out, and climbs out of the window again. Carefully Izuku sets the backpack on the metal platform of the fire escape, pressing it against the wall so that hopefully the windowsill will offer protection from weather. Then, with quiet steps, Izuku walks down the fire escape. He is, and has always been, endlessly grateful that his room has the fire escape access. Before it has offered him a place to hide medical supplies and burned clothes, now it's useful for this. It doesn't take Izuku long to reach the front door, and he takes one deep breath, and then opens it. Because 𝐒𝐿 is a nurse, she has a very sporadic schedule, so Izuku can never know when she's home and when she isn't. Today, it seems like she has a free day, as she was home in the morning, and now her shoes are laying by the entrance. "Hi, baby," 𝐒𝐿 greets with a smile, walking from behind a corner while Izuku kicks off his shoes. "How was your shift?" she asks. "Good," Izuku replies, giving her a brief hug. "Kind of busy, but I found out that actually I have both Saturday and Sunday free," he explains. Sometimes he wonders when lying became so easy. He's so used to it that it doesn't really even feel like lying, and there's no guilt even as he meets his mom's eyes and creates lies about his workday. Even before Izuku's diagnosis, 𝐒𝐿 had been protective. Izuku only has very brief memories of his father, Hisoshi, And all of them are tainted with fear. 𝐒𝐭 never told him the details, but Izuku knows Hisoshi wasn't a good father nor a good husband. He is aware that something happened when he was 3, something that removed Hisoshi from their lives, and made 𝐒𝐭 endlessly anxious regarding Izuku's health and well-being. After his diagnosis, it just got more intense. At first it was nice, Izuku had all the attention and care he could dream of. Then he started getting hurt at school. 𝐒𝐭 always cried so much, and begged Izuku to not play so rough with the other kids. That's when Izuku learned to hide things. As he grew, the worry turned restricting, and he started to lie. In the beginning he wasn't that good at it, but the endless guilt he felt when 𝐒𝐭 got so anxious about every setback quickly taught him to be better. "I'm so glad you could find this job," 𝐒𝐭 says as she and Izuku sit by the dining table eating the katsudon she made while he was away. "You just couldn't stay out of trouble in school," she adds playfully, and Izuku makes himself respond to her smile. "Yeah," he agrees. "If she ever finds out, it's going to be a shit show." The next day, while Izuku sits on the train, he notices something between his seat and the next one, which is empty. Because he was unable to sleep, Izuku left early, so the train is thankfully very empty. Curiously, Izuku takes a closer look, soon recognizing the object as a butterfly knife. It seems to have been there for a while, covered by a thin layer of dust. Because of that, he can assume no one will miss it if he takes it. Money has always been tight, so Izuku is a very opportunistic person when he finds something lost or abandoned that could be useful. The meager hero merch he has is all from dumpsters behind stores. Izuku has seen videos of people doing tricks with a butterfly knife, and has always thought it looked so cool. The temptation is too good, so he tries to get it out from the space between the seats, but his fingers don't fit through the tight space. That explains why it has been left there. After a moment of consideration, Izuku digs into his backpack and pulls out a pencil. It fits through the gap, and he manages to slide the knife out. Wiping the dust off, Izuku studies the metallic object, carefully revealing the blade. Much to his delight, it seems to be in good condition, the steel not showing any signs of aging. For a moment he considers if he wants to really bring it to a school, he might get in trouble for it. But that won't happen if no one finds out, and it's not like he is actually planning to use it. It'll just be for his own comfort, Izuku reasons, flipping the knife closed and placing it in his pocket. Because Izuku was so ridiculously early, he decided to explore the UA campus before heading to his classroom. He found a nice secluded area with a bench, surrounded by trees to keep him hidden. Then he started looking up videos on how to actually use a butterfly knife, quickly learning a few cool tricks. In the end, Izuku lost track of time, and now he's entering the classroom only 5 minutes before the first PRD starts. Bakugo of course shoots him a withering glare, but otherwise Izuku is left in peace, not counting a few whispers here and there. Surprisingly, the seat behind Izuku's is not empty, there's a new purple person sitting there. This one looks as tired as a razorhead, and they seem uninterested in anything going on around them. Izuku doesn't know what he missed, but everyone seems to be leaving them alone. Moving to his seat, Izuku gets ignored too. Thank F for that. He's definitely curious about this new person, but knows better than to approach. It doesn't take long for Aizawa to enter the room, the chatter immediately cutting off. The man doesn't seem bothered at all by the nervous stares, just moving to stand behind the podium. Morning. As you have surely noticed, we have a new student, Shinsu Hitoshi, he, him. Usually the ones expelled don't get replaced, at least not without careful consideration, but Shinsu-kun was only 1 point short from getting to the hero course, so he's an exception, Aizawa explains, tone almost bored as he gets straight to the point. Immediately Izuku is fascinated, and he'd love to start theorizing about Shinsu's skills and quirk, but he holds back the thoughts until he's able to write them down. Izuku has gotten way too many notebooks destroyed in school to repeat the mistake of bringing them. Anyway, for today's homeroom you'll be selecting the class representative. As the classroom explodes with noise, Izuku kind of just zones out. He doesn't care at all who will be picked, as long as it's not him. When a piece of paper gets handed to him, Izuku figures he has to put something down, not that he knows his classmates very well. Based on yesterday, he figures Yorozu is a good option. She's intelligent and calm, Plus it will probably give her praise within her family if she gets picked. With that in mind, Izuku scribbles the name down. In the end, Yorozu becomes the representative, and Ida the vice representative. Only when Aizawa shuffles out of the room, does Izuku start paying attention again. On top of it being interesting to see the heroes he admires as teachers, Izuku really hopes that he might actually learn something now. In school, Izuku hasn't been able to focus on learning in ages, not that it mattered when teachers gave him barely passing grades anyway, but he has always liked learning on his own. Mostly his motivation had been the thought that to be a good hero, he has to also be smart. While analyzing quirks and heroes, Izuku also often ends up researching a lot of very niche things, so he has a lot of random knowledge. Good morning, listeners. Present MIC greets when he walks through the door, right in time for the bell to chime. Present MIC is one of Izuku's favorite heroes too. At first he didn't really pay attention to the hero, assuming that he's similar to All Might, who just enters fights without much thought, and has a very simple fighting style. That is until a few years back the man changed his hero uniform. Now he's still wearing a leather jacket and the yellow-tinted glasses, but otherwise his uniform is completely different. Most notably his hair is now down-tied into a neat bun, and the directional speaker is much more compact, only what looks like a sort of a lower face mask around his neck. After the change, Izuku saw a lot of thought having been put in the uniform. While the hero is wearing a lot of accessories, none of them are things that could be exploited or get in the way. The jacket only looks like leather, but after a closer look one will realize it's actually something that stretches way better and is breathable. Overall there's clearly a lot of thought put into every detail. All of that piqued Izuku's interest, and after a lot of time spent on studying the man's fighting style and quirk use, he became one of the boy's favorites. With such a destructive quirk, Present MIC carefully considers every time he uses it, and it seems to do a lot more than just amplify his scream. Once Izuku spent ages staring at some news footage from a hostage situation, where he could just see from the corner of the clip Present MIC knelt down near the building, clearly doing something, and only a few minutes later police and heroes were able to enter the building and safely evacuate everyone and arrest the criminals. Izuku is fairly certain that what the man was doing was using his quirk as an LTRSND to see inside the building. So all in all, Present MIC is awesome, and now he's here, in front of Izuku, writing his name down on the whiteboard. As he puts his civilian name under his hero name, for a moment Izuku thinks that he's witnessing a horrible coincidence. His father's name was Hisoshi, but miraculously, Present MIC is Hisashi. It doesn't really matter, a name is just a name, but for some reason even just thinking about his father leaves Izuku tense and uncomfortable. I'm sure you all know me. Present MIC, or apparently Yamoda, starts, turning back to face the class, while pointing the marker he used towards his writing, but in case you live under a rock, I'm Present MIC a Yamoda Hisashi. You can call me whatever you want, as long as you attach sensei to it, the hero says. Immediately Ida's hand raises to the air, Yamoda easily giving him permission to speak. Excuse me, what do you mean by we can call you what we want? Isn't that improper? Ida asks, but Yamoda doesn't seem at all fazed by his almost accusing tone. Excellent question. Well, I've been called Present MIC Sensei, or just MIC Sensei, or Yamoda Sensei. I think I even once had a student call me Yamadude Sensei. Some even went suitably international and called me Mr. Yamoda. You can all pick your favorites, or you can SWSH, keep me on my toes, be creative, the hero explains, shooting Ida finger guns, who just nods seriously. Overall I'm really not the one for formalities. I know Eraser is your teacher and I'm sure he's scared you straight, but thankfully learning English isn't dangerous, so we can have a bit of fun here. No need to raise your hands, you can just say what you want to say as long as you don't talk over others. You can SWCH places if you want to sit next to a friend, whatever floats your boat, Present MIC explains, and Izuku sees people around him slowly relax in their seats, some even smiling a little. Now, does everyone know the basics? The hero then asks in English, and agreements ring out through the class, both in English and Japanese. Izuku has often listened to the hero's bi-weekly radio show, so he knows how charming and fun he is, but this level of just pure coolness is still surprising. Usually Yamoda is a bit calmer during his show than he is here, but it makes sense as it's during the evening, stretching into the night, so a lot of people listen to it to fall asleep. Stupid thing class, Bakugo mutters, arms crossed as he leans back on his seat. Did I just hear the fun police? Yamada suddenly asks, before turning to look straight at Bakugo. I'll gladly take criticism if you have something to say, he continues, leaning his arms on the podium as he waits for Bakugo's response. Izuku feels just as shocked as Bakugo looks. No one has ever questioned Bakugo. His quirk has always given him a free pass with everything. Who'd want to get on the bad side of a great future hero? But here present MIC is clearly challenging Bakugo, not allowing him to get away with rude comments. This is a stupid thing class, Bakugo repeats firmly, after getting over his shock. From the corner of his eye, Izuku sees Ida look like he's having an aneurysm. That's not very constructive, you know. But hey, I'll gladly talk to you more after class, Yamada replies without a blink, keeping his light tone, seemingly genuine in his words. I've heard you're a bit of a bully, but I won't let that fly in my classroom, so you better keep your behavior in check, he adds. It makes sense to Izuku. Bakugo has been hostile to everyone in 1A, and from the radio show, he knows that something Yamada dislikes even more than villains is bullies. Whatever, Bakugo says with an eye roll. Holy SHT, Bakugo just relented. A part of Izuku is convinced this is all a dream. Glad we reached an understanding, Yamada replies with a smile, before focusing back on the rest of the class. Now, to warm up, we're going to play a little game, he informs, switching to English in the middle of his words. Immediately people express their excitement, and even Izuku is curious, though he knows he won't be participating. For the rest of the PRD, Bakugo stays quiet. While no one is as good as present MIC, the rest of Izuku's classes go well. A few teachers seem to be deliberately ignoring him, avoiding even looking towards him, but it's infinitely better than Izuku could have ever hoped for. At least getting ignored is not painful. Izuku had been nervous about modern art history, the only subject he has no previous knowledge on, but turns out Midnight, or Kiyama Nemurai, is a really good teacher too, and she's one of the ones that didn't ignore him. For their first class, she gave them an assignment to analyze a hero uniform of their choice, and Izuku was ecstatic. The instructions were very loose, and they could approach the assignment however they wanted to, so Izuku proceeded to make a slideshow analyzing present MIC's uniform piece by piece. Unfortunately he wasn't able to finish in time, so he'll have to stay after school to use the computers in the library. Now it's time for lunch. Izuku considers just skipping it, but damn it he wants that lunch rush food. He can die happy if he gets to eat it at least once. So here Izuku is, walking through the hallways of UA. While the threat of expulsion keeps his classmates in check, it doesn't apply to the other students. The words Quirkless and Primate get whispered all around him. It seems like the word about his quirk status has spread. Fun. Hey Primate, someone suddenly yells, and Izuku hears quick footsteps from behind. Doing his best to keep his movements calm, Izuku turns around to face two students he's fairly sure are from general education. Absent-mindedly Izuku notices Shinsu standing near a staircase, looking at the interaction, and a few other students are staring too. We've heard rumors about you, turns out they were true, one of the students says. They have yellow hair and yellow eyes, and no visible signs of a quirk. Izuku can see the malicious intent in the way they're looking at him, and without a thought he wraps his hand around the knife in his pocket. How'd you get in? The other asks. They have symbols Izuku doesn't recognize around their eyes. Both are slowly inching towards Izuku, but he doesn't step back. He won't be a weak Deku anymore. You think he got down on his knees, the yellow one says, and a few people around them laugh. Izuku bites the inside of his cheek to hide the humiliation he feels. Maybe primates are good for something, then, the symbol one decides. I'd like to have a try. The same moment they say it, they attempt to grab Izuku. Without thinking, Izuku pulls his knife out from his pocket and flips it open. In a blink, the symbol one has a blade pointed at their throat. If you say one more word, I'll make sure you never speak again, Izuku states, tone calm, factual. A part of him is having a crisis, because how did he end up here? He decides to just own it. Who knows, maybe they'll leave him alone if they're afraid of him. The person is trying to get away from the knife, but Izuku follows them until their back is pressed against a wall. Okada, Aoki, you're both expelled. Head to the principal's office for the paperwork, someone suddenly says. Immediately Izuku steps back from the person and turns to look at the speaker, dying inside when he sees it's Aizawa. Well, what? That piece of SHD almost stabbed me, I didn't do anything wrong. The symbol 1 argues. Izuku really wants to hide the knife, but he sticks to instead owning it, keeping it clutched in his fist. Similar arguments ring out from the students around Izuku, but one quirked glare from Aizawa shuts them up. Bullying and especially SXL harassment are not allowed at UA. Self-defense is, he informs with a glare that makes someone gasp. Now go, before I make you, he adds. Terrified of the hero, the two students obey, though they do drag their feet and are obviously unhappy. Without a word Aizawa leaves, but Izuku thinks he sees just the slightest nod the man gives to him, but he might just be imagining it. What the F just happened? Dude, that was awesome, someone suddenly says, and Izuku turns towards the voice to see that Shinsu has moved closer, and is now standing only a few meters from Izuku. You think so? Izuku asks cautiously. He's expecting Shinsu to just laugh, but instead the boy nods. Yeah. Also, I think Eraserhead likes you, which is crazy cool, he replies, and Izuku finds no signs of mocking in his tone nor his expression. I don't think he likes anyone, Izuku manages to say, still in disbelief. Maybe, but either way that knife thing you did was awesome, Shinsu points out. You wanna go to the cafeteria to wave that thing around more, or you wanna hang out, he asks, nodding towards the knife in Izuku's hand. Are you serious? Izuku can't help but ask. Maybe it's rude, but he has to make sure. Yeah, Shinsu replies without a blink. Look, people aren't fans of my quirk, and when I heard what people were calling you, I figured you might want an ally. Plus, I'm sure being associated with the crazy knife kid will offer me some protection too, he explains, tone turning amused towards the end. For a moment Izuku stays quiet, studying Shinsu, trying to find signs of a lie, but he can't see any. Okay, Izuku agrees. We can hang out. Nice. Let's go then, people are staring, Shinsu replies, clearly relieved that he didn't get rejected. Yeah, Izuku says with a nod, both starting to walk towards the front entrance. Shinsu is right, people are staring and whispering, so Izuku keeps his knife in his hand, visible for everyone. Wait, did you just call me crazy knife kid? He suddenly asks, brain scrambling to register anything that has happened in the past 10 minutes. I did, as a compliment, Shinsu replies, tone light, and Izuku huffs in amusement. You were insanely fast with that thing, I'm sure you have practice. Like, how many people have you stabbed? He continues. While Izuku hasn't stabbed anyone before, it's true that he has practiced. Before deciding to add some knives to his uniform as his choice of weapon, he made sure he actually knows how to use them. But because people definitely heard Shinsu's question, and are surely staring and listening, Izuku decides to not reveal that. Wouldn't you like to know? The reactions around Izuku don't disappoint. A part of him is worried that he started his year in a hero school as the kid that likes to stab people, but he decides to instead embrace it. It's not like he has anything to lose. When Izuku walks to the classroom with Shinsu, he feels light. His morning exploration came handy, as the bench was still as secluded and calm as a few hours ago. They spent the whole lunch break talking, mostly about how cool Eraserhead is, and now Izuku's cheeks hurt from smiling and laughing so much. He doesn't remember when he last had this much fun. Izuku's good mood vanishes the second heroic starts. I am coming through the door like a normal person. What the F is All Might doing here? Please don't tell me he's our teacher, Izuku hears Shinsu whisper to him, while most of the class cheers in excitement. I won't tell you he's our teacher, Izuku replies, hearing Shinsu snicker quietly. I teach hero basic training. It's a subject where you train in different ways to learn the basics of being a hero. All Might exclaims. Thank you, Sherlock Holmes. Izuku once again zones out as the hero talks on, holding a pose the whole time. So many of Izuku's classmates are basically vibrating in excitement, and even Bakugo has straightened in his chair. There's a hero that can create thing LTRSND with his quirk to see inside buildings and find people, and then there's All Might, who has a single move that he yells before he does it. Maybe Izuku is biased, but he knows which one he admires. Only when the words combat training leave the hero's mouth does Izuku focus. Who approved of this? Well, heroics will either be a massive catastrophe or an absolute disaster. After All Might leaves the room, telling them to meet him at ground beta, Izuku's classmates scramble to get their costume cases, but he hangs back, knowing that there's no reason to hurry. Still, he's very excited to finally get his hands on his costume. He gave the support course extremely specific instructions, so hopefully it's like he imagined. The only other student seemingly unimpressed with the hero is Todoroki. It makes sense with his parentage, but Izuku is still relieved that someone in the class is capable of forming independent thoughts. When the crowd finally disperses, Izuku and Shinsu go and grab their cases, heading towards the changing rooms, where Izuku slips into a stall like yesterday. As he puts the uniform on, Izuku is pleased to find it comfortable, the fabrics feeling expensive and durable. If the support course followed his request exactly, they should offer him protection against cuts and scrapes. The black cargo breaths are loose enough to feel comfortable, and the multitude of pockets are all secure. Inside them are some of the things he asked for, like a lock-picking kit, a Swiss Army knife, and some first aid supplies. Unfortunately, he didn't get his flashbangs though. He'll have to ask about that later. The camo-patterned hoodie is oversized too, the high collar offering him protection around his neck, and the hood large enough to cast a shadow over his face, though for now he leaves it down. The sleeves of the hoodie end at his elbows, revealing the separate black sleeves that he has on. Those are skin-tight so they won't get in the way, but still just as durable. On both Izuku's forearms is a knife holder, leather straps going around his arms. As he examines the tanto, Izuku is happy to see that they too are very good quality, the sharp Osuraku blade gleaming in the light. Izuku's boots are steel-toed, and fit perfectly, a small dagger hidden in each, just like he asked. The black fingerless gloves, much to his relief, don't restrict movement. It was something he was worried about, and even decided to swap steel knuckles to just enforced ones. Last is Izuku's mask, wristwatch, and earbuds. The mask fits perfectly around his lower face and the intricate design looks just as cool as he hoped. The earbuds are discreet, and their noise cancelling is perfect, but for now Izuku turns that off. They also work as comms if needed, and Izuku has a few spare pairs in his pocket. The wristwatch looks like an average digital one, but it's also a tracker. When Izuku exits the store, he sees Shinsu already waiting. The boy is wearing a turtleneck and cargo briefs. He has a tool belt, not unlike Eraserhead's, and a lower face mask. Izuku also notices an axe strapped around his back. "You call me crazy for a knife, but you have a fing axe," Izuku says, full of awe. "Fair. But to counter, how many knives?" Shinsu asks, nodding at the one strapped around Izuku's arms. Izuku actually has to count in his head while he hides his school uniform. There's the 2 in his boots and arms, 2 on his belt under his hoodie, and a tiny one he hid in the bun holding the top of his hair back, the handle hidden under the curls that's not tied. Mostly his hair is so long because he can't afford to get it cut, and the last time 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐻 cut it, Izuku was ruthlessly made fun of for weeks, but now it's turning out to be useful. 7, he replies, grateful Shinsu doesn't comment about the fact that he hid his uniform. "My point is proven," Shinsu says, grinning when Izuku rolls his eyes. "I have the axe for emergencies, and because it looks fing cool. Mostly I plan on using these," Shinsu explains, taking a pair of nunchakus from his belt. "Awesome," Izuku gasps. "I've seen videos of people using those, that's so cool," he says. His fingers itch for his notebook. "I managed to DIY a pair of these in the entrance exam, and ruin the eyes of the robots," Shinsu says, causing Izuku to endlessly praise the boy, who gains a bit of color on his cheeks. When they make it to ground beta, All Might is already waiting. Izuku honestly zones out when the man starts talking again, instead taking in the uniforms of his classmates. Immediately he realizes that what people were mostly thinking about were looks, instead of practicality. Ida's uniform fits in with what the rest of his family wears, and there are a few better ones, but largely he is a bit disappointed. The amount of capes and high heels makes him want to cry. Some things he finds intriguing, like Kirishima's jaw guard, or whatever is going on with Todoroki. Quickly his attention moves to Orozu and a pair of floating gloves that must be 𝐒𝐻𝐫. Did no one tell them that there is technology for this? One of UA's big three, Mirio, has his DNA weaved into his costume, so it works with his quirk. If any teacher here is any good, they'll definitely talk to the girls, who seem pretty uncomfortable right now. For this class, you'll be split into villains and heroes, and fight 2-on-2 indoor battles. All Might's announcement brings Izuku back to the present moment. Yeah, this will be a shit show, he decides. Without basic training. Asui brings up a great question. All Might then avoids answering. Then he brings out a script, where he reads the instructions from. This is why teachers have to, learn to teach. Izuku sighs, Shinsu nodding in agreement. All Might privileges, I guess, he mutters. The concept of the exercise is simple and pretty unrealistic. The pair that are villains will hide a nuclear weapon in a building. The heroes will have to dispose of it in time, or catch the villains. The villains will need to protect the weapon the whole time, or catch the heroes. Teams and opponents will be determined by drawing lots. All Might explains, and the last of Izuku's will to live withers away. Of course they can't always pick their teammates in real life, but that's why Izuku plans on working primarily alone. As the class moves to get their lots, All Might's eyes suddenly zero on Izuku. He was wondering if the hero decided to just ignore him, but maybe he just wasn't paying attention. Taken aback, All Might just keeps staring at Izuku until he moves to take his lot. Unfortunately, Shounen, you won't be able to participate, All Might stammers, clearly not having bothered learning any names. Why? Izuku asks. What's the worst that could happen? All Might expel him, but Izuku can't make himself care. Then he'll have no reason to live, and maybe that's better. I'm sure you understand why. All Might tries to muster some sympathy, but the way he towers over Izuku with a condescending smile ruins any illusion of caring. Actually I don't. Izuku challenges. Say it, admit you're a quirkist piece of SHT that leaves a child on a rooftop after crushing their dreams. I should have brought popcorn, Shinsu whispers, causing Izuku's lips to tilt up under his mask. With your condition, Shounen, it would be cruel of me to allow you to participate and get hurt, All Might finally says, his smile not even wavering. Stabbing the number one hero would be bad, Izuku tells himself firmly. Don't give me any of that Shounen CRP. Just admit you're a quirkist, but that doesn't even bother to learn the names of his students, he argues, ignoring Ida's scandalized gasp. Very well, All Might says, his tone distantly resigned. With your condition, and these apparent behavioral issues, I might have to bring your attendance in this school to question, he informs. You can't stab the number one hero, Izuku reminds himself, hands clenching into fists where they are hidden in his pockets. This might be it, Izuku realizes. He lasted 2 days. But as Shinsu looks at him eagerly, clearly believing in Izuku, he has an idea. How about we make a deal instead, he asks, continuing before All Might can reply. I go alone against a team of 3. If I win, you never, ever mention my condition again. If I lose, I'm expelled, he offers. If there's one thing he has learned about All Might, it's that he never backs down from a challenge. Very well, All Might says only after a brief moment, before turning away from Izuku and saying something to the other students. I was sure you were going to stab him, Shinsu informs quietly. Honestly, my decision on that is still pending, Izuku replies, smiling when Shinsu laughs a little. After some adjustments, the teams are decided. Izuku listens carefully as All Might reveals them, counting out who he won't be going against. Shinsu will be in the villain team with Ida, going against Ojiro and 𝐒𝐻𝐫. It's a fairly even matchup, and Izuku is interested to see how it will go. Team after team gets announced, and Izuku starts getting a sinking feeling in his gut. No way. But as All Might tells them that Kaminari and Ashido will be going against 𝐂𝐿 and him, his fears get confirmed. Based on the bloodthirsty look Bakugo shoots him, he has come to the same conclusion. Lastly, Midoriya will go against Asui, Orozu, and Bakugo. The hero reads from the paper the placements are written on. The worst-case scenario has turned from Izuku getting expelled to Izuku getting blown to smithereens. Standing in the corner of the observation room, 𝐒𝐿 carefully goes through all the supplies in his pockets, forming plan after plan in his mind based on what he has. The whole time, 𝐻𝐵 just stares at him, as if he can't wait to get his hands on 𝐒𝐿. He also ignores any attempts at teamwork from his teammates. Thankfully 𝐒𝐿's turn is last, so he has time to think. Distantly he pays attention to what's happening on the screens. The battles consist of a lot of fumbling and near accidents, because most of 𝐒𝐿's classmates have never trained their quirks. ♯Shinsu's battle goes really well. He stays behind to guard the weapon, while 𝐈𝐵 goes to search for their opponents. While 𝐈𝐵 engages in hand-to-hand with ♂, 𝐔𝐸𝐽 sneaks past them. It takes her a while to find the weapon, so she's in a hurry, which makes her sloppy. Because of that, Shinsu notices her immediately, and they start fighting. Shinsu only very lightly told 𝐒𝐿 about his quirk, so he doesn't know the details, but he knows that it requires a verbal answer. Because 𝐔𝐸𝐽 is trying to stay hidden, she's not answering to Shinsu, but the boy is able to see where she is, as her footprints are visible on the dust on the ground. It's clear Shinsu has some training on combat, but there's still a lot of fumbling. In the end the timer runs out, and the villains win. Right before it's 𝐒𝐿's turn, there's a brief interruption when Kaminari's battle goes to ♯. Most of the time it's obvious he was doing his best to not use it, but when things got too hectic, he lost control and managed to electrocute both himself and the 3 others. Thankfully it seems like he has some control, as he stopped the quirk as soon as possible, but it was enough to render everyone unconscious. Recovery Girl clearly disapproved of everything All Might has been doing, as she came to collect the 4 students. Still, the lesson continued, and now it's 𝐒𝐿's turn. Standing in front of the concrete building, 𝐒𝐿 pulls his hood over his head, taking some deep breaths. He knows 𝐻𝐵 will come for him first, and he will do it instantly. That means 𝐒𝐿 has to somehow incapacitate the other, so that he can focus on finding the weapon and taking down Yorozu and Asui. First 𝐒𝐿 plans on trying to sneak his way past 𝐻𝐵 from the outside of the building, but suddenly from the corner of his eye, 𝐒𝐿 notices movement. Through 2 windows on the 3rd floor, 𝐒𝐿 sees behind the corner of the building, and soon he recognizes Asui climbing outside. Front door it is, 𝐒𝐿 murmurs to himself. Thankfully this also gives him a hint on where the weapon is hidden, because he assumes Asui didn't expect to be seen. When the starting signal rings out, 𝐒𝐿 instantly starts hearing approaching explosions from inside. Despite how his heart is trying to break his ribs, 𝐒𝐿 enters the building. He has only 15 minutes. The fabric of his uniform is supposed to be somewhat fireproof, but not enough to protect him from the explosions that have marked him with 2nd and 3rd degree burns. 𝐒𝐿 can risk some contact, but not too much. Inside the building is mostly concrete and bare walls, like the outside, but soon 𝐒𝐿 notices a useful little thing. The areas where there are no windows are extremely dark, enough to hide him. With a plan formed, 𝐒𝐿 slips into the darkness, taking one of his tanto knives into his hand, willing it to stop shaking. As he waits for the boy to get closer, 𝐒� can't help but think back to his life with 𝐻𝐵. Even before his diagnosis, 𝐻𝐵 had always been mean to him, but 𝐒� hung onto an image of friendship. In his mind, it was better to have mean friends than no friends at all. Mostly 𝐒� was just an annoying crybaby that kept clinging to him, but he also gave 𝐻𝐵 a handy tool to strengthen his ego. When he got a quirk that everyone praised, he didn't need 𝐒� anymore. Only a few years back, when 𝐒� first got told to kill himself by the boy, did he let go of the nickname Kaken. While a lot of people have hurt 𝐒�, made him so scared it feels like his heart will stop, left their hate as a permanent mark on his skin, 𝐻𝐵 has always been the worst. 𝐒� is covered with burns, and it's a miracle his face and neck only have ones left by sparks that blend in with his freckles. Nowadays 𝐒� can't even look at himself without clothes. He doesn't want to see how he has been ruined. Maybe, just maybe, this might be an opportunity to get at least some semblance of fairness. For once, 𝐒� has a chance to hit back, defend himself. While he has no longing to maim 𝐻𝐵 like he has done to 𝐒�, just the opportunity to do anything in return feels like a gift. Deku! 𝐻𝐵 yells, explosions echoing on the bare walls as he runs down the last step of stairs. You can't hide forever, he calls, but it's obvious he's furious because he hasn't yet found Izuku. Staying completely silent, Izuku waits for Bakugo to turn his back, focus on something else, while taking something out of his pocket. Then he bounces. Don't move, Izuku orders the same second Bakugo notices the blade pressing against his back. Or you can say goodbye to your kidney, he informs, forcing his voice to be calm and steady. I'll kill you, Bakugo hisses. Then he spins around, aiming a giant explosion towards Izuku, but he's expecting it. Well, now he has given the boy a choice, it's time to get into the real stuff. Yeah, well, you seem to have a problem with committing to your promises, Izuku says, tone casual as he crouches to dodge the explosion, and in the same movement he jabs the pen he took out earlier on Bakugo's knee. It looks like a normal pen, and works like one too, but the casing is steel and under the cap at the back of the pen is hidden a sharp spike that won't be lethal, but will be painful. As expected, Bakugo's knee gives out, and Izuku doesn't hesitate to stand up and kick him on the chest, forcing him on his back on the floor. How many times have you said you'll kill me? 50. 100. Who knows, yet here I am, Izuku continues, while following Bakugo down, sitting on top of his chest, with his knees pinning the boy's arms on the ground. Right before he can press a blade on Bakugo's neck, he catches Izuku off guard enough that he's able to push the smaller one off. Now their positions are swayed and Izuku feels like he can't breathe for a moment. This time it's true, I'll crush you like a bug, Bakugo threatens, pressing one of his two hot hands against Izuku's chest. Before he can properly use his quirk, Izuku heaves himself up enough to hit his forehead against Bakugo's. It doesn't stun him for long, but it's enough for Izuku to sit up and finally press his blade against Bakugo's neck. You know what, Bakugo? Izuku starts, pressing his blade down just enough to draw the slightest bit of BLD when Bakugo tries to move. When he still can't stay down, Izuku takes another knife from his belt and presses the blade against his stomach hard enough to make him uncomfortable. You've ruined my life, because you hold some childish grudge against me, you keep picking fights like a 10-year-old with anger issues. Believe all you want that you're better than anyone else, that you're so high and mighty with your fancy quirk, but I know the truth, at the end of the day, you're nothing but a bully. Then Izuku slams the handle of his knife against Bakugo's temple, knocking him unconscious. With his heart pounding, Izuku stands up, placing his knives back in their places, picking up the tactical pen and pocketing it. He's half expecting Bakugo to jump up and cremate him. Right then and there, but the boy stays unconscious. Still, Izuku knows it won't last long, so he has to hurry. Glancing at his watch, Izuku realizes he still has 10 minutes, so in theory he still has time, but in practice Bakugo will wake up any moment now and Izuku wants to be very far from that. As quietly as he can, Izuku runs up the stairs up to the 3rd floor, only stopping when something catches his attention. Right by the start of the stairs is a barely noticeable red laser light. Crouching down, Izuku examines it, finding where it's coming from. On the wall is a tiny black box, and Izuku is willing to bet it's some sort of an alarm. Clever, he murmurs. Realizing how he can use the alarm for his benefit, Izuku grabs an item from his pocket, while stepping over the alarm. It doesn't take him long to find another shadowy corner, and without hesitation he picks up a stone from the floor, walking back to the alarm. The second the stone gets thrown through the laser, a piercing beeping starts. Quickly Izuku retreats to the dark corner, waiting to see who will come. In just seconds Asui jumps in through a window, carefully scanning her surroundings to see where Izuku went. Taking a proper hold of the bowlers he took out earlier, Izuku prepares to throw them. Unfortunately the movement catches Asui's attention, but it's too late, and the bowlers fly through the air and wrap around her. Before she can get out of them, Izuku is there with textile HNDCFFS, forcing her hands back so he can cuff them. The encounter lasted only a minute or so, and Izuku is pleased as he continues his way. Just Yorozu left, or alternatively he has to find and touch the weapon. Then he's free to leave the country, because he's sure Bakugo will hunt him down, and won't rest until he has Izuku's head on a spike. Listening carefully, Izuku searches for any signs of where the weapon might be. Yorozu is smart enough to not expose the location with more alarms, but Izuku hopes to find some sign. Suddenly he hears shuffling behind some of the doors, and Izuku stops in his tracks. soon the sound comes again, like someone is maybe shifting on their feet. He could try and sneak his way into the room, but because of his limited time, Izuku decides to just barge in. Maybe he can catch Yororozu off guard. With a deep breath, Izuku presses against a wall, preparing to move. He's expecting Yororozu to have some sort of a weapon, or maybe a trap, but he'll figure all that out when he gets there. Yanking the door open, Izuku quickly moves inside. Yororozu is standing pretty much in the middle of the room, but before the boy can sprint around her to the weapon, he freezes. She has a motherfucking taser. It's pointed point blank at his chest. Well, if you don't move, Yororozu orders, Izuku obeying as he studies the taser. If it's the kind that shoots out, he'll be in trouble. Izuku doesn't know much about tasers, but after a moment he can assume fairly safely that it's one that requires direct contact. Now he just has to get it away from his chest. You must be really smart to be able to create something like that, Izuku comments, heart jolting when suddenly the sound of explosions starts again. Just give up, and Yororozu says, and the second she starts speaking, Izuku grabs her wrist and points the taser away. In a fluid movement he pushes on her shoulder with his own, forcing her off balance, and when she's on the floor, Izuku twists her wrist enough that she has to let go of the taser. Thanks for this. I happen to have a firecracker problem and this will be useful for dealing with that, Izuku says, rolling his eyes when Yororozu just glares at him. Then Izuku moves to the weapon standing in the middle of the room, acting casual as he presses a palm against it. Hero team wins. The announcement is almost covered by the enraged yell that echoes from below. It's way too close for comfort. Nope, F that, Izuku decides, slightly panicked as he moves to the window, looking down from it. The ground is fairly far, but he's sure he'll be fine, he just has to land well. Then Izuku proceeds to jump out of the window and do exactly that. Giggling, Izuku and Shinsu run out of the classroom towards the entrance of the school, both out of breath. When Izuku reached the observation room, he proceeded to ignore All Might, and just grab Shinsu's arm and start pulling him towards the changing rooms. The boy had easily accepted it, and they changed in record time, making it out before the rest of the class even arrived. Go, 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 Izuku says frantically through his laughter when he sees Ida and Uraraka approaching them. I'm slowing down for you. I'd already be out of here if you weren't so dim and short. Shinsu replies, gasping for air. Just now they made a quick stop in their homeroom to return the costume cases and grab their bags, and now they just have to leave the school grounds. A distant sound of explosions reaches the boys as they burst through the front doors, a flock of birds flying away from the direction of ground beta, clearly alarmed by something. 𝐹 Izuku curses, and while he is afraid, he is also smiling. Because A, he's not alone, and B, he just managed to defeat Bakugo. Your Pomeranian problem is crazy. I'd call animal control if I were you, Shinsu comments, causing Izuku to stumble as he bursts out laughing again. Pomeranian. I just think of him as a dandelion, Izuku says through his giggles as he tries to stay upright. Dandelions don't fing bite, Shinsu argues, grabbing Izuku's arm to pull him forward faster. Or bark, Izuku adds, trying to catch his breath as the front gates are finally visible. Woof woof, my favorite hobby is being a piece of SHT, bark bark, I hate laughter and sunshine, woof woof, I love watching videos of kids crying, Shinsu says through his laughter, causing Izuku to almost double over as he's giggling so much. Deku. Izuku hears as they reach the gates, both Shinsu and him scrambling to get out their student IDs. Holy F, you're so dead, you're so fing gone, Shinsu whispers frantically, while Izuku finally gets his ID out, slamming it on the sensor. Please open, please open, please open, he repeats frantically, and it feels like it takes forever for the sensor to beep as it registers his card. The second the gates start opening, Izuku and Shinsu squeeze through them. Go, 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 go. Shinsu urges through his laughter, both boys running away from the school. Only when there's a good 3 blocks between them and Bakugo do they stop running, leaning on a wall as they gasp for air, an occasional giggle still escaping. That was crazy, Izuku says when his breathing evens out a bit. I knew I was in for a good time when I decided to be your friend, Shinsu replies. Friend. Izuku's first proper, actual friend. The thought makes his smile even wider. Say that again tomorrow when he blows my brains out. The mess will land on your desk, you know, Izuku points out. Maybe I can snort them and become as smart as you, Shinsu says. Hell, that's disgusting. Also, I'm really not smarter than you, Izuku replies, looking up at the sky, unable to stop smiling. Whatever you say, Shinsu replies, clearly not believing Izuku. By the way, you can call me Hitoshi if you want. I feel like running from the Devil Warrant's first name privileges, he continues. Even his amusement at Bakugo being referred to as the devil isn't enough to lessen Izuku's wonder. He has a friend. Then you can call me Izuku, he replies, turning to meet Hitoshi's eyes, both grinning. Izuku made a friend. Well. If it isn't the bridge I said I'd cross when I come to it, Izuku mutters, staring at the door of the classroom. Eraserhead will be here in like a minute, surely he can't kill you that fast, Hitoshi argues. They have both been hanging out on the school grounds until the very last moment, to minimize the time Izuku will be in Bakugo's presence without supervision. I love your optimism, Izuku replies, before sending Hitoshi a brief smile. Hey, I always try to look on the bright side, he says with a shrug. Even when the brightness is coming from a feral hedgehog looking to blow you up, he continues, both boys grinning. They've made it into a bit of a game to give Bakugo as many nicknames as they can. Is there a problem? Izuku barely suppresses a flinch at the voice suddenly coming from behind him, and both he and Hitoshi turn around to see Aizawa standing there, lower face buried in his capture weapon. No, Izuku immediately replies. Sorry, sensei, he adds, trying to hide his shaking hands in his pockets. Ignoring the look Hitoshi gives him, Izuku turns around and finally pushes the door open before Aizawa can react in any way. Deku! Bakugo immediately yells, he's definitely been waiting for Izuku to arrive, he's standing right near the door. The explosions popping in his hands are wild and loud. Tension builds in Izuku, his spine straightening and hands clenching into fists. That's going to hurt like a beach. Then Bakugo's quirk gets cut off and a capture weapon is wrapped tightly around his upper body. Izuku can only stare as Aizawa steps forward, quirked glare pointed at Bakugo. One chance, the man reminds, before blinking, his hair dropping back around his shoulders. If you try something, I will find out. Understood. Bakugo is gritting his teeth, trembling with rage. Izuku takes the opportunity to slip past the boy and walk to his desk, trying to act unbothered. Fine, Bakugo finally scoffs when Aizawa's glare stays unwavering. Go sit down, the man says, before removing his capture weapon. Come talk to me during lunch, he adds. Bakugo doesn't respond, but Izuku sees his fists clenching. For a moment Izuku is sure Bakugo's rage will overpower his longing keep his place at UA, but miraculously the boy only glares at him before sitting down in his seat. You are all here because you want to be heroes, Aizawa says to the entire class as he moves to stand behind the podium. This kind of behavior is unacceptable for anyone, but especially for you. If you don't get your act together soon, you will not be graduating. Aizawa doesn't specify who he is talking about, but as soon as his attention is elsewhere, it feels like everyone turns to glare at Izuku. Miraculously, Izuku actually makes it to the lunch break in one piece. If looks could kill, Izuku would of course be dead and buried, but thankfully that's not the case. Hey, I'm gonna head to the support department, you wanna join? Izuku asks, twisting on his seat to face Hitoshi. Sure. You have a reason. He replies, standing up with Izuku. I want to find out why they didn't give me my flashbangs, he explains, quietly snorting when Hitoshi shoots him an overly shocked look. I wonder why, he says sarcastically. It's not like I'm going to use them in training, I'm not crazy, Izuku argues, ignoring the stares and the whispers as he and Hitoshi head towards the support department. Debatable, Hitoshi replies, laughing when Izuku shoves him playfully. Even though the support department has their own building, it doesn't take them long to reach it. They find the first-year workshop, and Izuku decides to just burst in, wondering if there even is anyone there. Surprisingly, there are a few students, most notably a person with pink dreadlocks and soot stains on their skin. They are definitely surrounded by the most chaos, though the entire workshop is in a pretty extreme disarray, and the other students are clearly avoiding them. "You're Midoriya Izuku," the person calls out when they glance up from whatever they were doing. "I made your uniform," they exclaim while almost running to stand in front of Izuku, excitement obvious in every inch of them. "I am," Izuku replies. "Where the F are my flashbangs?" he demands, and like he expected, the person is not at all bothered by how straightforward he is. Instead they just become more excited, almost bouncing where they stand. "My Jima-sensei said that a student doesn't need bombs," the person starts with a bad imitation of the teacher's voice. "Of course what he doesn't know can't hurt him, so I've worked on them in secret. Oh, and I made some other stuff for you too," they explain, hands moving with their words. "Now there's 2 of them," Hitoshi mutters, but Izuku can see that he is amused. "Oh, who are you?" the person asks, just now noticing Hitoshi. "Shinsu Hitoshi, he him. I'm just along for the ride," he explains. "Okay," the person accepts without a blink. "Anyway, follow me," they instruct before bouncing back towards their workstation, Izuku and Hitoshi following obediently. "Oh, and I'm Hatsumi, then, you can just call me Mai," they say while pulling out a cardboard box from the underside of their workbench. Eagerly Izuku leans his arms on the table, peeking inside the box as Mai digs into it. "So, these are the flash grenades. The outside is cast steel, and the detonator is sturdy enough that these won't go off by accident, and because you asked for less bang and more flash, these babies pack only 80 decibels, but 9 megacandelas. After detonation, you have 5 seconds to throw it," Mai starts, handing Izuku one of the grenades. As they said, it feels very durable, and they clearly made them match Izuku's uniform. The top and bottom of the grenade are black, and the middle part is camo. "They're not super flammable, but I'd avoid using them around gasoline and so on," Mai informs, grinning widely as they wait for his reaction. "But if I were to do that, can you guarantee an ignition?" Izuku asks with a matching grin. They even have a similar tooth gap as he does. "No, but I can make it guaranteed," they reply. "Doomed, we're all doomed," Hitoshi mumbles, chuckling when Izuku waves him off. "I'd like that, but until then, these will do perfectly," Izuku decides, setting the flashbang back to the box. "What else do you have?" he asks. "You asked for bowlers, but have you ever heard of a bowler wrap?" Mai replies, taking out what looks somewhat like a taser, it too matching Izuku's colors. "No, I have not," Izuku says. With a laugh, Mai aims the device towards a mannequin at the corner of the room. From it comes a green laser, and when Mai simultaneously presses down on the buttons at the sides, Izuku almost misses the thin rope that shoots out. In a blink it's tightly wrapped around the mannequin. This baby has 4 of those in it. The rope is Kevlar, and the hooks are steel. "Come look," Mai walks to the mannequin, Izuku and Hitoshi following. With a widening smile Izuku looks as Mai demonstrates how tightly the 4 hooks cling to the fabric of the mannequin. "What's the firing rate?" Izuku asks when they walk back to the bench, nodding towards the device in Mai's hands. "Pretty much instant," Mai replies, setting bowler wrap back to the box. "Is that last thing what I think it is?" Hitoshi suddenly asks, and Izuku turns to look, immediately understanding what the other means. In the bottom of the box is what looks like a black version of Eraserhead's capture weapon. Unfortunately not. It's ridiculous how guarded the secret of Eraserhead's capture weapon is, but I have done some reading on some new technology, and I've been able to recreate something similar, Mai explains, taking the folded fabric into their hands. "It won't defy physics, but watch this." As they set it on the bench and take some of the fabric between their hands, both Izuku and Hitoshi watch carefully. When Mai starts pulling on the fabric, instead of stretching, or even staying in place, it expands. It's auxetic fabric. The more you stress it, the thicker and stronger it gets, Mai informs, and when they stop stretching, the fabric returns to its normal state. It's actually been around for ages, but recently they've finally been able to make the structure so small and neat that it looks like any old fabric. Also before the fabric had a breaking point, but you could tie this baby between 2 tanks, and the tanks would break before this does. "Can I please have that too?" Hitoshi almost pleads, and Izuku more than understands his excitement. While it won't be as cool as a Eraserhead scarf, the possibilities are still endless. "You can give that to Hitoshi," I might have something else I'd like, Izuku starts, thinking back to yesterday and Yorozu's taser. While he didn't end up using it, just leaving it in the changing room for her to find, it gave him an idea. Are taser knives a thing, and if not, can you make them a thing, he asks, feeling amused by Hitoshi's groan. Oh, I will make them a thing, my promises, clearly excited. I already have an idea, here. They drift off, taking a small notepad from their tool belt and starting to draw a rough sketch of a knife. After throwing some ideas around, Izuku and Mai settle on only changing the 2 knives on his belt. Mai will make the handles insulated, and each will have a button on the side that makes the blade electric. They promise to make them just as strong and effective as a real taser, and Izuku won't have to necessarily stab someone to use them, just contact is enough. To fit everything needed for a taser in the knives, they decide to make them look more like a modern military knife. The handle will be a bit thicker than normal, which will make precise fighting with it a bit more difficult, but he can just use his tanto for that purpose. Okay, one last thing, Izuku starts when they have their plan ready. I'm interested in hearing how much you know about poisons. Izuku would prefer to have a foolproof plan against really powerful enemies. Not much, but give me a few weeks and I'll know more, Mai instantly replies. Izuku is so glad to have found someone that matches his chaotic energy so effortlessly. Poison? Hitoshi asks with wide eyes. This is what I get for befriending the crazy knife kid, he sighs when Izuku just grins. Is there anything specific you'd like? Mai asks, flipping a new page on the notepad, pressing a pencil down on it, waiting for Izuku's response. Something that either puts people to sleep, or just makes them temporarily incapacitated. Preferably something that's not likely to cause any serious reactions in anyone, regardless of allergies, or medications, or quirks, or whatever, Izuku explains, Mai nodding seriously as they write his request down. Why don't you just get some fangs made? I'm sure Mai could get some venom in them. I can already see you just biting into people, Hitoshi comments. I love that. Izuku gasps, and simultaneously his and Mai's eyes meet in matching excitement. I miss when I was shocked by flashbangs, Hitoshi groans. When Izuku gets violently grabbed from the sidewalk, he honestly isn't even surprised. Hitoshi's mom picked him up today, so they couldn't walk to the train station together, and while Izuku stayed in UA for as long as possible, working on the modern art history project, he knew it wasn't going to be enough. Wow, hi to you too, Izuku says, biting his teeth together to hold back a pained sound when Bakugo slams him against a wall, his head knocking back and making impact with the bricks. I bet you thought you were safe, pulling tricks to keep me away. Probably bribed the teachers too, Bakugo mocks, causing Izuku to roll his eyes. As if anyone would accept bribes from him. Was I teasing you? Izuku replies in an equally mocking tone. He has to grit his teeth again when Bakugo presses him harder on the wall, the hands pressed on Izuku's shoulders already heating up. His uniform might get ruined. I don't know what the F happened, but you clearly forgot your place, Bakugo snarls. They'll be grateful, you know. No one actually cares about you, they're all pretending. When I'm done with you, they'll thank me for getting rid of an annoying pest, he continues. For once, he doesn't have a malicious grin on his face. Bakugo isn't doing this for his own enjoyment. Izuku might actually be screwed. Of all the ways I could die, I'm going to get blown up by a DMN untamed Pomeranian, Izuku sighs. Well, at least his last words will be an insult at Bakugo. You're going to regret that. Bakugo yells, the hands on Izuku's shoulders finally starting to pop with explosions. Squeezing his eyes shut, Izuku prepares for even more pain as one of the hands gets removed, and heat is now radiating near his face. Hopefully it'll be quick. Dude. Stop that. A familiar voice demands. Bakugo screams, the heat leaving Izuku's face, but the hand on his shoulder is still burning. Leave before I make you. He says, and when Izuku peeks his eyes open, he sees Kirishima standing near them, clearly alarmed. No. You can't hurt my Doria-kun, he says, eyes moving between the pair. When Bakugo's hand leaves Izuku's shoulder and the explosions get directed at him, Kirishima doesn't even falter, only activating his quirk. Izuku lets out a quiet sigh of relief now that the unbearable heat has left, but is also wondering what he can even do about the ruined uniform. Hopefully Hitoshi has a spare, Izuku couldn't afford one. Are you stupid? Deku's a primate, it'd be like crushing a bug, Bakugo argues. How can you even say that? Kirishima seems honestly horrified, and Izuku thinks he has to finally accept that the boy might actually be genuine in his kindness. Just leave him alone, go home, he orders. Or what? Bakugo challenges, the explosions growing in size while he shifts his stance, ready to attack. I'll call the cops, Kirishima says without hesitation, but Izuku quickly shakes his head. They won't help. It's whatever, I'll just go and we can forget about this, he tries, but Kirishima seems unconvinced. Well, Aizawa-sensei, then, he says, but Izuku just keeps shaking his head. Teachers can't be trusted. You see. No one cares about a primate, Bakugo says. Izuku would love to just leave the situation, but unfortunately Bakugo is between him and freedom. I do. I'll take you down myself, if you don't let my Doria-kun go, Kirishima decides after a moment of hesitation. Izuku is once more shaking his head, but now the boy doesn't pay attention to him. You're just a thing extra. I'll kill you too if I have to, Bakugo threatens, and Izuku can see him preparing to attack any second now. For FS sake, Izuku thinks. While Kirishima's quirk offers him protection, Bakugo is also very stubborn, and Izuku honestly can't be sure which one will give out first. But it's not like Izuku can just leave or watch. Against all odds Kirishima is actually helping him, Izuku needs to pay back. With a sigh, Izuku digs out his butterfly knife. He flicks it open while stepping forward. Living with one kidney would make your life much more annoying, Izuku states, while pressing the blade against Bakugo's back. So why don't you just let us go, he requests. Bakugo clearly tenses at this sudden development, and the explosion in his hands grows in size. Izuku presses the knife down more firmly. The second Bakugo makes any sudden moves, Izuku will press down. You know I found this thing between train seats, imagine what diseases there could be. I hope you got your tetanus shot, Izuku says, pressing down hard enough to damage Bakugo's uniform when the boy tries to turn around. Just let us go, man, Kirishima asks. This isn't over, Bakugo threatens, trembling with fury as he stops his quirk. What the actual F? This is the second time in 2 days where Bakugo Katsuki has relented. Is there something in the water at UA? I mean yeah, we'll see each other tomorrow, Izuku points out, briefly pressing his knife down a bit more, before removing it completely, though he does keep it in his hand. Surprisingly Izuku and Kirishima actually manage to leave, and even when Izuku keeps glancing back in paranoia, he sees no one following. Maybe Bakugo is actually intimidated by him. The thought is hilariously ridiculous. You should really talk to Aizawa-sensei about him, Kirishima says after a moment of walking in silence. He won't do anything, Izuku replies. While he has enough trust in the man to believe that he won't be made into the bad guy, or be made fun of, Aizawa is still a teacher. They just don't care, not about someone like him. How can you know? I mean yeah, he's a bit scary, but he seems to kinda care about us, Kirishima points out, making Izuku sigh. I believe you. I'm sure he's a really good teacher. But you're forgetting what I am. Things just don't work that way for me, Izuku explains, turning to meet Kirishima's eyes. So, you're just going to accept everything Bakugo's doing, he asks, seeming very upset over the thought. Hey, I just upgraded to actually fighting back. I used to just lay down and take it. Upgrades, Izuku says it in an attempt to make Kirishima feel better, but that seems to just make the boy more sad. Let's just give it time, maybe he'll calm down in UA, Izuku tries, and that seems to actually help Kirishima. Yeah. I won't say anything if you don't want me to, hopefully things get easier soon, Kirishima replies with a hopeful tone. Izuku just nods, no use to crush the boy's hope. Izuku is tired and stressed by the time he makes it to his neighborhood. He still has the uniform problem to solve and his burns to take care of, but all he wants to do is lay down in bed and sleep for a decade. With dragging feet Izuku makes his way up the fire escape, but the second he climbs into his room, he's hyper-focused. Something has changed. As he quickly changes out of his uniform, Izuku looks around the room. Things are still in their places, but they have clearly been moved. The dresser that Izuku never bothers to close all the way is fully closed, his bedding is not as he left it. It doesn't take Izuku long to understand what has happened. Not again, he groans in his mind. 𝐿𝐭 does this sometimes, when she's worried Izuku is hiding something. He thought he had done a good job at not being suspicious, but apparently not. After pulling on a hoodie and jeans, Izuku moves to lift his mattress from the bed frame, opening the zipper of its covering. The foam mattress has a slit in the middle, and as Izuku reaches his hand in it, he lets out a sigh of relief. His notebooks are still safe. Everything else Izuku tries to carry with him, or has gotten rid of. Even his paperwork for UA, no matter how sentimental he wanted to be. Relieved that his secrets haven't been exposed, Izuku puts his uniform in his backpack, before climbing out of the window. Going through the routine of hiding it, Izuku tries to not be angry at 𝐿𝐭 for searching his room. She's just worried, and for a good reason. Once she found Izuku's medical supplies, which let her know that he's hiding injuries. Another time she found his notebooks and realized he still wants to be a hero. 𝐿𝐭 does it because she loves Izuku. "Hi, Mom," Izuku calls as he enters their apartment, seeing her shoes in their usual place. "Izuku," she says, and even before he turns to look, Izuku knows she has cried. What did he miss? His fears get confirmed when he meets 𝐿𝐭's reddened eyes, a tissue still clutched in her hand. "Is everything okay?" Izuku asks cautiously, walking towards her with a frown. What did she find out? Subtly he wipes his sweaty palms on the inside of his hoodie sleeves. "I was cleaning your room, and I found something," she starts shakily, before digging into the pocket of her cardigan. As she pulls her hand out, she holds what Izuku instantly recognizes as his entrance exam ticket. UA entrance exam. The entrance exam to a hero school. SHT Izuku isn't even sure where she found it. Somehow he had slipped and now he will pay the price. "Why do you have this?" she asks, tears building in her eyes again. "Did you get hurt? Why didn't you tell me?" She continues with a sob. "Mom, I didn't actually go there," Izuku quickly says, almost frantically trying to make her feel better, calm her down. "I applied, but then I realized that it's too dangerous. I'm so sorry," he explains. "But you told me you don't want to be a hero anymore," 𝐿𝐭 accuses, her voice thick with tears. "It's been years since you let go of that silly idea." "I know. I did it on impulse. Some of the kids in my school made a bet with me, it was stupid. But I promise I didn't go," Izuku says, hating how his voice shakes. "You've always been such a troublemaker," 𝐿𝐭 says with something like fondness, but Izuku doesn't relax. "This might not be it. I'm glad you realized how stupid that idea was, but I got so worried when I found this," she tells him with another sob, wiping her eyes. "I'm really sorry, Mom," Izuku says, guilt clawing at the inside of his chest. He's such a horrible son. "It's okay. You're forgiven," she says, before pulling Izuku into a tight hug. The boy does his best to relax into it, but it feels impossible. "I love you so much, baby," she whispers, arms squeezed around Izuku. "I love you too, Mom," he replies. When, after what feels like forever, 𝐿𝐭 pulls back, she takes Izuku's face between her hands. "Why don't you go to your room now?" she suggests, Izuku's heart jolting in his chest. "It wasn't enough. Do some thinking. I was so scared, baby, I don't want you to make similar mistakes again." "Okay," Izuku agrees weakly, turning towards his room when 𝐿𝐭 drops her hands. With a heavy heart he enters through the door, and only a moment later he hears the lock click behind him. Slumping on his bed, Izuku leans his head into his hands. Before he knows it, tears are flowing down his face, and he's biting his cheek to hold back sobs. He's such a horrible person. It would have been better if Kirishima didn't interrupt Bakugo today. There's one thing Bakugo gets right every single time: the world would be a better place without Izuku. This is just another proof of that. 𝐿𝐭 loves him so incredibly much, yet he just keeps hurting her. She would be so much happier if he didn't exist. Curling over, Izuku yanks off his hair tie and buries his fingers into his hair. No matter how hard he tugs and pulls, the guilt clawing inside him doesn't go away. When Izuku's tears finally run out, and the world outside his window starts darkening. With his body still shaking slightly, Izuku pulls on more comfortable clothes, before moving to his window and silently opening it. Reaching for his backpack, he opens one of the pockets and pulls out a few granola bars. After carefully closing the window, Izuku starts eating one of the bars, while digging out an old radio from his drawer. He found it while scavenging, and twice a week he turns it on. Laying under his blanket, Izuku sways the radio on just in time. Only a few seconds later, Present MIC's voice comes out quietly, slightly static because of the damage on the speaker. Good evening, listeners. Welcome to Put Your Hands Up Radio, your bi-weekly company, or a lullaby. He starts, voice much calmer than in school, but just as pleasant to listen to. As always, I'll do some talking, play some tunes, talk some more, until the clock hits midnight and I have to head home and get some sleep. Unlike one of my friends, I have an appreciation for rest. Maybe he wasn't so grumpy if he slept for more than 2 seconds, Yamada says with a quiet laugh, and Izuku closes his eyes, feeling comforted by just the pure calm and kindness the hero's voice radiates. Like I'm sure you know, the school year started again, and I have a new set of little first years under my care. It's always just so much fun to get to teach those kiddos about the misery that is the English language. Did you know that the word Pacific Ocean has 3 Cs, all of them pronounced differently? Absolute misery. As Present MIC keeps talking, Izuku stays up the whole 4 hours, only drifting into calm sleep when the man wishes them sweet dreams and good tunes. Even though Izuku is so tired, and still feels like crying, he manages to smile when he sees Hitoshi waiting for him by the gates, a spare blazer thrown over his arm. Because 𝐒𝐭𝐻 let him out so late, Izuku only had time to grab a yogurt drink from the fridge. Hopefully he'll manage to find some coins from the bottom of his backpack and get something from a vending machine later today. Anything to avoid passing out in heroics. So the walking fire hazard got to you? Hitoshi asks, nodding towards the burn marks on the shoulders of Izuku's button-up. Yeah. Thankfully Kirishima-kun happened to be there to save my butt. Turns out he's actually kinda cool, Izuku replies. Thanks for this, he adds when Hitoshi hands him the gray blazer. No problem. I noticed your gym uniform doesn't have a tag, so I cut it off from that too, he explains while Izuku sets his bag down and slips the blazer on. You did? Izuku asks in disbelief. Thanks, again, he continues. Hitoshi actually paid enough attention to notice. Dude, I have to have my stabby friend in top condition, Hitoshi says, causing Izuku to huff out a laugh. When he woke up today, laughing felt like the last thing he wants to do, but it's turning out that having friends is not as overrated as he thought. Maybe today will be good. Today thing SCKS. It royally SCKS. Today is before unseen levels of SHT. That's basically what Izuku's thoughts consist of as he falls through a portal. Because there's a villain attack. Motherfucking villains have infiltrated UA. Izuku was really having such a good day too. 13 was going to teach him, before the League of Villains attacked. What a stupid name. Ouch, Izuku groans when he exits the dark abyss only to slam painfully against the ground. Agreed, someone replies from his left, and when Izuku turns to look, he sees Kaminari push himself to sit up, a small cut on his forehead leaking BLD down his temple. Izuku hasn't talked to the boy before, but he seems cool, and has an awesome quirk. Plus, Kirishima hangs out with him quite a bit, so he can't be too bad. Both of you shut the F up, comes from Izuku's left. Because of course Bakugo got dumped with him. While he likes his place in UA enough to leave Izuku mostly alone, he doesn't hesitate to insult him the second no one is listening. Bakugo also loves to take every chance he gets to threaten him and shove him around. Still, it's endlessly better than in middle school. I'm having such a bad day that I might actually stab you, Izuku says, and simultaneously Kaminari states, if you do something to my Doria-kun, I will electrocute you. Fascinated, Izuku turns to meet Kaminari's eyes. Here. There has to be something in the air in UA, because what the F is happening? Whatever, Bakugo scoffs, and Izuku turns back to see him stand up. The villains are gonna kill you anyway, saves me the effort, he mutters, before storming off. What an butt, Kaminari sighs, and he and Izuku stand up too. Thankfully he's fairly sure he didn't break anything, he'll just bruise. You know, usually people side with him, 𝐒𝐿 points out. Now might be a bad time, but he has to know why Kaminari is defending him. Though as he looks around, 𝐒𝐿 sees that they're inside some crumbling concrete building, so in a fairly secure spot. Yeah, well, they are assholes too, Kaminari says without hesitation. Like, everyone used to be quirkless, what's so different now? He continues when 𝐒𝐿 looks at him with what must be an absolutely flabbergasted expression. I think I like you, 𝐒𝐿 decides after a moment of silence. Instead of laughing at 𝐒𝐿 for falling for his trick, Kaminari just grins at him. Hey, I've been thinking you're a badass since day one. Just never got the chance to talk to you before, he informs. The way you just sat there when that deranged dandelion started barking at your face was so cool, he adds. Yep, I definitely like you, 𝐒𝐿 states with a laugh. We gotta hang out after we get out of here, Kaminari replies, beaming. Agreed. For now, let me take care of that cut on your forehead, 𝐒𝐿 instructs. For a moment Kaminari looks confused, lifting his fingers to his head, eyes widening when they come back bloody. CRP. Yeah, maybe that's a good idea, he agrees. With that, 𝐒𝐿 gestures for Kaminari to sit back down, kneeling next to the boy while digging out his first aid kit. Thankfully they're left in peace inside whatever building they're in, presumably in the ruined zone, but that might change any moment. By the way, I have a few questions about your quirk for, you know, survival purposes, 𝐒𝐿 says while zipping the kit open, grabbing some gauze and antiseptic. I don't really like to use it, it's so hard to control and I don't want to kill anyone, Kaminari explains. And I won't make you, but can I still ask a few questions? 𝐒𝐿 asks, starting to wipe the BLD off to actually see the wound. Thankfully it's not too deep. Definitely just a small cut, but head wounds bleed a lot. Yeah, you can, Kaminari allows, eyes following 𝐒�l's movements. He doesn't seem to be in much pain. Okay. First, is your quirk strong enough to travel through air? 𝐒�l starts, digging through his brain for everything he knows about electricity. Thankfully he already did some research when he created profiles for all his classmates in his notebooks. Not usually. If I completely let go, then yeah, but I have enough control to stop it from doing that, Kaminari answers. Immediately 𝐒�l has endless possibilities in mind, a few customizations to Kaminari's hero uniform that could offer a lot of help. But he knows now is not the time. Well, we're in luck, because these things have partially RBB souls, 𝐒�l informs, tilting his head towards his boots. So, if you end up using your quirk, I'll still be fine. Immediately Kaminari looks a lot more comfortable. After using your quirk, is you shorting out guaranteed. That's what you call it, right? 𝐒�l continues, this will largely dictate the rest of their conversation. At the same time he finally finishes cleaning the cut, and he quickly tapes a piece of gauze to protect it. Yeah. It's actually worse when I try to control my quirk. I don't even really know how it works, but my quirk does protect my vital organs from the electricity, but it doesn't stop me from shorting out. Also I still get muscle spasms and stuff after, so even when I come back, I might not be able to fight well, Kaminari describes, clearly feeling down as he tells 𝐒�l about the drawbacks. Interesting, is all 𝐒�l can say. Maybe Kaminari shorts out because his quirk is protecting him. His symptoms might be worse because instead of just not creating less energy when he controls it, he keeps it inside his body, giving it more to work to keep him protected. 𝐒𝐿 is compelled to just get into an analyzing spree, but he forces himself to focus. Anyway, as I said, I won't make you use it. Just know that if things get really bad, you can use it if you want, 𝐒𝐿 informs, pulling himself out of his thoughts. It might be an okay last resort, now that I know you'll be fine, Kaminari replies, moving to stand up while 𝐒�l repacks the first aid kit. Exactly. Do you have anything else to defend yourself with? 𝐒�l asks, standing up too while he pockets the kit. Their conversation didn't take too long, but he would like to get moving now. Who knows what's going on outside of their little building? No, Kaminari answers sheepishly, I didn't put as much thought into my uniform as you did. It's fine. At least you're not wearing a cape, 𝐒�l replies, glad when Kaminari replies with a quiet laugh. Do you know enough about handling knives to not stab yourself? He asks, figuring it's best if the boy has something to protect himself with. I think so. Kaminari answers, though it sounds more like a question. I sometimes make food with my parents, if that counts. That's enough, Izuku decides, briefly leaning down to grab the dagger hidden in his left boot. Treat it well, he instructs while taking a hold on the blade before handing it to Kaminari. I will, he promises. You think we'll get in trouble if we actually injure the villains, he asks. Self-defense, Izuku shrugs with a smile, a matching one appearing on Kaminari's face. Let's go stab some villains, he decides, and both boys start walking towards the opening in the wall. The second Izuku peeks out of it, he can clearly see Bakugo's path littered with unconscious villains and burn marks, but there are still more lurking around, clearly looking for them. The villains must have SHT communication skills, if the portal dude, Kurogiri, didn't let them know where he dropped the students. By the way, I have flashbangs, so if I yell bright you close your eyes. Cool. Izuku informs. When he put his uniform on today, he was delighted to notice Mai's new inventions all there. Cool, Kaminari replies without hesitation. Now that the two are actually seeing the villains specifically looking to hurt them, things feel a lot more serious. Digging into one of his many pockets, Izuku takes out small binoculars. Doing his best to stay hidden, he starts looking around, glad to notice Kaminari patiently standing on the other side of the opening, fully hidden. Quickly Izuku counts at least 10 villains. The League must have dragged a ton of people to the USJ. Though from what Izuku can see, they consist largely of more casual criminals, and not supervillains. That means taking care of them should be easy. Unfortunately the ruins zone has enough, well, ruins, that Izuku can't see to the central plaza, nor the entrance. Still, he knows that's their only way out, as the USJ has no emergency exits. He has no clue how UA has something so not up to code, but that's a thought for later. Relaying the information to Kaminari, they agree it's best to just go straight through, instead of trying to sneak their way out. Who knows what's going on outside of their zone, if there are more villains heading their way. They might be in a hurry without knowing it. Izuku is confident that they can handle the villains efficiently. Let's go, he says, before jumping down from the opening. A few seconds later he hears a thud from behind him, and the two boys stay low while moving to stand behind some rubble near a group of 5 villains. It's gonna be bright soon, he warns while taking a flashbang from his belt. Pulling the detonator off, Izuku throws it in the middle of the group, before hiding again, eyes squeezed shut. What the F is dash, the villain gets cut off the loud bang. It's not unbearably loud, but even through his closed eyelids Izuku can see the bright flash. The second it's over, he opens his eyes, and with a knife in one hand, and the bowler wrap in the other, he leaves cover to see the stunned villains staggering around, rubbing their eyes and complaining. Knowing Izuku only has a few rounds in the bowler wrap, he decides to use them smartly. Aiming the laser at 2 villains standing near each other, pointed at their legs, he shoots and in a blink their legs are tied together and they stumble to the ground, alarmed. In the same movement Izuku pockets the device and takes his other tanto into his hand. As the villains are still recovering from the flashbang, Izuku swiftly moves to stand behind one, pressing one of the blades against their neck. Don't move, he demands when they freeze. From the corner of his eye Izuku sees Kaminari copy his actions on another villain. Get on the ground, he orders. Clearly the threat of getting their throats slit is enough for the villain to obey, and slowly, with their hands raised, they drop to their knees. Holstering the tanto in his right hand, Izuku grabs a pair of textile HNDCFFs from his belt. Skillfully cuffs the villain with one hand, before leaving them on the ground and turning around. Kaminari is still focused on holding the villain on their knees with his dagger, so he doesn't notice the last villain from the group of 5 sneaking towards him from behind. In a fluid movement Izuku has the bowler wrap back in his hand, and in just a second the villain's arms are tightly wrapped around their torso. Thanks, Kaminari says when he notices what Izuku did, clearly startled. No problem, Izuku replies easily, moving towards the boy while taking a few of the textile HNDCFFs from his belt and handing them to him. While Kaminari ties his villain up, Izuku suddenly hears running footsteps, whipping around to see that their encounter attracted the attention of the rest of the villains in the ruins zone. Determined, Izuku takes another flashbang, keeping it hidden while the villains approach. Absent-mindedly, 𝐒𝐿 notices Kaminari move to stand next to him, dagger clutched in his hand. "Bright?" he asks. "Bright," 𝐒𝐿 confirms. The second the villains are close enough, 𝐒𝐿 rips the detonator off and throws it, moving his arms to cover his eyes. As soon as the flash is over, 𝐒𝐿 is repeating his earlier motions, uncovering his eyes and grabbing his bowler wrap. Quickly he notices that one of the villains doesn't seem to be affected by the grenade. They have some sort of a falcon mutation, but no wings, which must SCK. Either way, 𝐒𝐿 doesn't hesitate to use the bowler wrap on them. When they're on the ground, 𝐒𝐿 and Kaminari move to tie up the rest of the villains. "I'm so glad I ended up with you," Kaminari says while he and 𝐒𝐿 start heading towards the central plaza. "I try my best," 𝐒𝐿 replies with a grin, keeping his tanto in his hands as they make their way through the ruined buildings. Only a few minutes later, 𝐒𝐿 and Kaminari arrive by another opening on a collapsed building that shows them a clear view of the plaza, and the immediately obvious thing is Bakugo keeping Kurogiri busy. It's also high enough that they see the entrance, and most importantly Ida slipping through the doors. "That's good. Hopefully the heroes get here soon," Kaminari says, but 𝐒𝐿 doesn't reply, too focused on staring in awe. The whole plaza is littered with unconscious villains, and in the midst of them is Eraserhead in full fighting mode. The man's fighting is almost mesmerizing. His movements are ruthless and calculated to be as efficient as possible. His capture weapon is definitely not following physics, and he utilizes it so well with his every move. Just as the man pulls two villains together with the capture weapon, knocking them unconscious, 𝐒𝐿 sees the hand villain, Shigaraki, probably the leader, approaching him. Regardless of how insanely awesome Eraserhead is, it's clear that he's exhausted, chest heaving as he stops for a moment. Still, the second he notices Shigaraki, he is back at it. 𝐒𝐿 wishes he could stop time to analyze the hero's every movement millisecond by millisecond. The way he dodges the villain's hands in a flash and elbows him in the stomach so hard it makes even 𝐒𝐿 wince, is all so efficient and calculated that 𝐒𝐿 wonders how many times before he has done this. Still, as Eraserhead retreats for another attack, Shigaraki manages to grab his elbow. The hold lasts for only a second or two, but during it the hero's hair falls, probably because he has overused his quirk, and 𝐒� sees as the sleeve of his uniform turns grey before crumbling away, the skin following. Then Eraserhead manages to escape from the hold and retreat, but the elbow is bleeding sluggishly. Maybe Shigaraki's quirk is some sort of disintegration, presumably requiring a 5-point contact. As Eraserhead immediately gets attacked by villains again, 𝐒� knows he has to do something. Even though the hero is still fighting relentlessly, he's obviously exhausted and in pain from the elbow. Eraserhead needs help, someone to lighten the load of the fight, and 𝐒� knows it has to be him. The other students scattered around the plaza are too scared, they don't have the skills, and most importantly, they shouldn't take a risk like that. "Kaminari-kun," 𝐒� calls, turning to face the boy who's watching the fight with wide eyes. "Go help the other students somewhere safe, okay?" Eraserhead can't focus if he's worried about them, he instructs firmly. "What about you?" Kaminari asks with a slight frown. "I'll help him too," 𝐒� replies, and even though Kaminari opens his mouth to ask more questions, he cuts the boy off. "Go, now." With one more worried glance, Kaminari starts making his way out of the building through a safer way. 𝐒� doesn't follow, instead jumping down from the opening, grateful he made himself learn how to land well. Sprinting towards the heart of the fight, 𝐒� secures his hold on his tanto, full of determination. He won't let the villains hurt anyone else. Unfortunately, Shigaraki hears his footsteps, whipping around to face 𝐒�. Oh well, he can do it this way too. "Stupid NPC," Shigaraki snarls when 𝐒� attacks without hesitation, the villain barely managing to dodge the blades. "You won't be able to distract me from my quest," he continues, trying to reach towards 𝐒� to use his quirk, but the boy avoids it. "I'm not an NPC, I'm at least a mini-boss," 𝐒� replies, as if offended. Seems like Shigaraki likes gamer talk, and 𝐒� can give him gamer talk. Mostly because he's listened to his classmates in middle school talk about games, and slowly the terminology bled into everyday stuff. From the corner of his eye, Izuku sees Eraserhead stare at him with clear disapproval, until he has to focus on the other villains again. Izuku chooses to not think about that. "Well, I can take care of a side quest," Shigaraki says with a menacing grin, before changing the pace of the fight, catching Izuku off guard enough that he almost manages to get a hold on the boy's face, but just in time he manages to raise a knife and cut the villain's wrist, forcing him to retreat. "Keep those fin-crusty but hands away from me," Izuku says, wrinkling his nose in disgust just to irritate Shigaraki. The angrier the villain is, the more sloppy he will be. "Should get you banned for bad hygiene," he continues, while managing to again cut Shigaraki on his arm. Clearly infuriated by the fact that Izuku has the upper hand, Shigaraki lets out a snarl, but soon it twists into a grin. "I'll get you banned for griefing," he says. "Numu, kill this NPC," he orders, and in what feels like a blink Izuku notices a big shadow appearing from behind him, while Shigaraki steps back. Now that's a weird fin creature, Izuku thinks when he turns around to see this bulky black creature with a beak, exposed brain, and mindless eyes. "GG," Shigaraki laughs from behind Izuku, and in a flash the Numu reaches down to grab Izuku, but he just manages to dodge, jumping to the side. "No thanks," Izuku replies while dodging another swipe. At the same time he grabs a flashbang from his belt, not hesitating to throw it by the creature's feet. As the bang still echoes around Izuku, he pays no mind to Shigaraki's yelling, instead taking the bowler wrap and shooting it at the creature's legs. Because it's so massive, the wrap doesn't work as well, but it's enough to make the Numu trip while it tries to recover from the flashbang. Without hesitating, Izuku runs to the creature on the ground attempting to get up, jumping to sit on its back. The brain seems like a really obvious weak spot, and Izuku quickly gets an idea. As he moves towards the Numu's head, he takes one of the knives on his belt, and twists the end of the knife open, revealing the actual electrical unit. Mai explained to him that inside there is a resistor controlling the voltage. Izuku doesn't hesitate to rip it out. The Numu is already recovered enough that it's about to stand up when Izuku makes it to its head. Not allowing himself to think about what he's about to do, Izuku digs the knife into the Numu's brain, pushing it as deep as possible. The Numu's screech is so piercing it makes Izuku's ears ring, but he pushes past the pain, shifting his position so that he's crouching, before he presses the button on the side of his knife. Fing ride the lightning. Immediately the Numu starts jerking and twitching, falling back down to the ground. Fighting to stay balanced, Izuku keeps his finger on the button, not letting go even when a horrible smell of burned flesh reaches his nose. Izuku wants to Fing fry the Numu's brain. Only when he is certain the Numu won't get up again, Izuku finally lets go, pulling his knife out. The brain is visibly singed, and there is no movement anymore. Satisfied, Izuku jumps off. Well, that was special. Hopefully he'll never have to do that again. "You're cheating. You're using mods." Shigaraki screams, enraged. "It's not cheating if it's in the game," Izuku replies, jumping down from the Numu's back to face the villain. "You're so tilted," he adds with an eye roll when Shigaraki charges at him. The Numu was supposed to be the final boss. It was supposed to one-shot you. It was meant to take down All Might. Shigaraki yells. As Izuku nicks him with his tanto again and again, the villain proceeds to now ignore it all. All he is focused on is getting to Izuku, even at the expense of his own health. "Clearly you didn't account for cheesing then, because that was Fing easy," Izuku laughs, though internally he is hyper-focused. Shigaraki's quirk seems really painful, and he can't be sure how well he'll be able to fight after it. It might be game over if Shigaraki reaches him. "No matter, I'll finish you myself," the villain states. Then, in an honestly clever move, Shigaraki manages to press his fingers down on Izuku's neck. Because of how hard his heart is pounding, Izuku knows the villain is right over his artery, and just the brief moment is enough to cause blood to start gushing out of his neck. "Sure," Izuku chokes out, before jabbing his knife into Shigaraki's side. It sinks in nicely, and finally the villain's hand drops from Izuku's neck. Before Izuku can return to combat, suddenly a black fabric gets thrown around Shigaraki's neck, the weighted end wrapping around it, and on the other end is Hitoshi. "A yellow little bird told me you might need help," he says. "Glad to see you completed your traffic light collection," he continues, casually looking at Izuku while Shigaraki tries to get out of the fabric that just expands and hardens with his struggling. Traffic light collection. Izuku asks, turning his eyes away from Hitoshi just to see Shigaraki finally disintegrate the fabric. Red, yellow, green, you know. Hitoshi replies, about to reach for his nunchakus, but Izuku interrupts him. This situation needs an axe, he informs, Hitoshi nodding seriously, and instead he takes his double-edged axe from its holster. Also that's stupid, Izuku comments, while moving to swipe his knife at Shigaraki, who jumps back, but is clearly in pain from the stab wound. Izuku would feel bad about the BLD steadily spreading on his shirt, but Izuku's whole uniform feels wet from the BLD on his neck. I mean, yeah, it's starting to seem more like double red and yellow. Maybe you should do something about that. Hitoshi replies, moving to stand on Shigaraki's left, forcing the villain to focus on avoiding his axe on top of Izuku's knives. No time, Izuku argues, ignoring how weak he suddenly feels, how sweat is beading on his face. Well, let's take care of this dude quickly then, Hitoshi allows. By the way, before you became a villain, did you work as a model for the before picture on moisturizer ads, or what's going on with that skin? He asks Shigaraki, who just snarls. Let's use our words now, Izuku mocks. Yeah. It's okay to feel big feelings, but it's not nice to growl at people, Hitoshi continues, tone condescending. I'll make you regret ruining my quest. Shigaraki yells, leaping at Hitoshi, who deflects him with his axe. Inside voice, Izuku says, his knife scraping the villain's side as he just manages to dodge the stab aimed at his kidneys. And gentle hands, Hitoshi adds, rolling his eyes when Shigaraki just keeps attacking them without much rhyme or reason. He's clearly becoming more and more unstable, and soon he'll make a mistake Izuku won't hesitate to exploit. Kids these days, Hitoshi sighs. It's the DMN phone, Izuku comments, suddenly noticing Kirishima approaching from behind Shigaraki. Relieved that the fight will be over soon, Izuku makes sure to keep the villain's attention, deflecting and attacking ruthlessly even as his vision blurs. Hopefully Shigaraki will go down before the BLD loss becomes a problem. The moment he is close enough, Kirishima raises a hardened hand, hitting it down on Shigaraki's head hard enough to immediately render him unconscious. Before Izuku can even be relieved, he hears a choked sound from the side. When he WHPs around, Izuku sees a villain standing behind Hitoshi, and it feels like time slows down as the villain pulls a bloody knife away from the boy's back. Somehow a villain had been able to sneak past Eraserhead, but the why or how seem unimportant. That's his friend. Izuku's first proper friend, who pays enough attention to notice he doesn't like tags, who's hilarious, who is willing to face Bakugo's wrath with him, who has the best quirk and will be a great hero. With a blank mind, Izuku charges the villain, not paying any mind to the knife they point at him, grabbing its blade with his gloved hand and yanking it to the side. In the same movement he tackles them to the ground, not hearing the pained yelp, nor Kirishima calling for him, nor anything else around him. Ruthlessly Izuku sinks his tanto into their stomach, feeling nothing but justified as they turn pale and try to get away. Before yanking the blade out, Izuku twists it, seeing more than hearing the villain scream. Good. Calmly Izuku stands up and holsters his knives, watching the BLD leak out of the hole in the villain's stomach. Only when a hand is pressed against his shoulder, does Izuku snap back into his senses, blinking rapidly as he turns to see Kirishima. Miraculously the boy doesn't seem scared. Dude, you need to sit down, he says, and suddenly Izuku realizes how he's swaying and how weak he feels. No. Hitoshi needs me, he says, pulling away from the hand and turning to focus on Hitoshi, who is sitting on the ground, clearly in pain as he tries to reach his back. Make sure no one gets to him, he instructs, pleased when Kirishima nods, instead of arguing. With that, Izuku moves to kneel next to Hitoshi, taking his first aid kit out, while helping the boy lay on the ground on his stomach. It hurts, he groans, head laying on his arms, but Izuku can see the way his eyes are squeezed shut. I know, Izuku replies, while taking all the gauze he has out of the kit. He can't be sure if it's enough, but hopefully it will keep Hitoshi stable long enough for proper medics to arrive. Ida should have gotten the teachers already, right? You do? Hitoshi asks, peeking an eye open to look at 𝐒𝐿𝐷, only to squeeze it shut again when the boy removes one of his sleeves to wipe away the BLD. 𝐒𝐿𝐷 simply says, "Maybe bite your sleeve or something," he instructs, glancing at Hitoshi's face to see him obey. Then 𝐒𝐿𝐷 presses a pile of gauze on the wound, pushing down as hard as he can, though it's not very much in his weak state. He knows he'll pass out any second now. The nausea, the cold sweat, the darkening vision and buzzing ears are all familiar. As long as he stays conscious long enough for someone else to help Hitoshi, 𝐒𝐿𝐷 doesn't care. Through his muffled ears 𝐒𝐿𝐷 suddenly hears yelling, most notably an "I am here," but 𝐒𝐿𝐷 isn't relieved until he turns to look and sees the rest of the UA staff behind All Might. "Thank F," he sighs, shaking his head when the darkening in his vision threatens to take over. "Recovery girl. Here." Kirishima yells, and 𝐒𝐿𝐷 could laugh in relief when he sees the elder swiftly walking towards them. The second she's close enough, 𝐒𝐿𝐷 starts talking. "He got stabbed in the back, the knife got pulled out," he's responsive. "I've been applying pressure," 𝐒𝐿𝐷 explains, surprised to find how well-bred his breathing is. "Good. What about you?" Recovery girl asks, pulling on gloves as she kneels on the other side of Hitoshi. I'm just gonna lay down," 𝐒𝐿𝐷 mumbles. Then he passes out. 𝐒𝐿𝐷 stares at Aizawa, who just stares back from his chair. The man was already seated there when 𝐒𝐿𝐷 woke up in the UA infirmary, and in the past minute or so, neither have said anything. 𝐒𝐿𝐷 is alone with the teacher. Only bad things can come from this. Still, 𝐒𝐿𝐷 doesn't drop his gaze, doesn't try to disappear by making himself as small as possible. He has nothing to lose. "What you did was reckless," Aizawa finally says, his tone flat like always. 𝐒𝐿𝐷 stays silent, studying the hero, noting the pink scar tissue peeking from his damaged hero uniform. 𝐒𝐿𝐷's neck must look the same. "That'll be awful to try and cover." "It was stupid to risk yourself," Aizawa continues. 𝐒𝐿𝐷 feels a flash of annoyance. Somehow the neutral tone is much worse than screaming and accusations. The man might as well get it over with, there's no need to pretend. "Am I expelled?" 𝐒𝐿𝐷 finally asks, his voice equally as flat. For a moment Aizawa just blinks at him, before shaking his head once. "No, you're not. Regardless of how ill-advised your actions were, they ended up being helpful. It is possible you saved lives," Aizawa says, an undertone of something 𝐒𝐿𝐷 doesn't recognize appearing in his voice. "So what's the punishment, then?" 𝐒𝐿𝐷 asks. He's played these games before. "Nothing," Aizawa answers, catching 𝐒𝐿𝐷 off guard. "Do not take this as an encouragement to do it again. Next time you might get hurt even worse," he adds, black eyes looking at the boy intensely. "Is Hitoshi okay?" 𝐒𝐿𝐷 asks, when he can't think of anything else to say. The other shoe has to drop soon. "Yes. He's recovering well in a hospital, and didn't require surgery. Recovery girl will be able to heal him soon," Aizawa replies, accepting the changed subject. "And everyone else?" 𝐒𝐿𝐷's tone is just off from demanding. There has to be something. Nothing ever goes this well for him. The only ones injured were me, you, Shinsu, and 13. Not counting some scrapes and bruises. 13 is also recovering in a hospital, and will be okay soon, Aizawa explains, not calling out 𝐒𝐿𝐷's disrespectful tone. "The villains. Shigaraki and Kurogiri escaped, everyone else is in custody, a handful of them in a hospital," Aizawa says, before giving 𝐒𝐿𝐷 a pointed look. "No one passed away." Right when 𝐒𝐿𝐷 was sure he'd get in trouble, the man managed to pull the rug from under his feet again. "School will be cancelled on Friday, but will continue normally on Monday. The students' names have been kept out of the media because you're minors, but which class it was got leaked," Aizawa continues before 𝐒𝐿𝐷 can even ask for more answers. "Are you waiting for me to say something?" he questions. At first 𝐒𝐿𝐷 is about to answer honestly, but he stops himself in time. "No," he mumbles, finally breaking eye contact and crossing his arms. 𝐒𝐿𝐷 has no idea what time it is, but is sure he can make some excuse for 𝐿𝐴𝐽𝐾. It'll SCK, but it's better than the truth. His main problem is the scar he surely has. "Very well," Aizawa sighs after a moment, before standing up and leaving the room much to 𝐒𝐿𝐷's relief. When he's sure the man has left, 𝐒𝐿𝐷 pushes the blanket off, happy to notice his wearing scrubs instead of a gown. Though it also means recovery girl saw him, but he'll just trust that she follows patient confidentiality instead of telling on him. When Izuku stands up, his world tilts a bit, but he manages to steady himself. As he's about to walk to the sink in the room, and most importantly the mirror above it, Izuku notices that he's attached to something. A quick glance reveals it to be an 4 on the crook of his arm, connecting him to a BLD transfusion. It seems a bit dramatic, he's fine. With a sigh, Izuku takes the 4 pole and pulls it with him to the sink. Well, he mutters when his eyes lock onto the pink scar tissue on the side of his neck, stretching almost the entire length of it. It starts near the middle of his throat and stops at the side. How the F am I going to hide that, he whispers. Will concealer even do the trick? Maybe with some color theory it might. It'll be a pain to do when he gets out of the infirmary. A part of him wants to just rip the 4 out and leave, but he figures someone might come after him. Suddenly someone knocks on the infirmary door, and with an eye roll Izuku turns to face it. Maybe Aizawa changed his mind. Instead, present MIC is the one that enters the room, giving Izuku a smile while he pulls the door closed after him. Up and at him already, the hero asks. Admiring my cool new scar, Izuku replies with just a hint of snark. Instead of getting mad, Yamada just laughs. It's a scar all right. But I heard you gave the support course the delightful job of cleaning brain matter off your knife, so it seems like you got your revenge, he comments, moving to sit on the chair Aizawa occupied, lounging back on it like it's the most comfortable thing. Why are you here? Izuku decides to ask. Whatever games are being played, he's tired of them. Eraser told me that my charms are needed, Yamada answers with a shrug. He's secretly a softie, he adds with a stage whisper, and Izuku can't help but crack a smile. DM the hero is just so nice. So you're here to make me confess? Izuku asks, moving to sit cross-legged on the edge of the hospital bed. Do you have something to confess? Yamada counters, leaning to rest his elbows on his knees, playfully narrowing his eyes at Izuku. I don't know. Do I? Izuku replies, smiling again when the hero laughs. No, I'm not here to make you do anything. Just to see how you're holding up. What happened was rough and you got hurt pretty bad, Yamada answers, leaning back again while getting a bit more serious. It really wasn't that big of a deal, Izuku says with a sigh. Yeah, I was scared people would get hurt, but they didn't. I'm mostly worried about Hitoshi, but Aizawa-sensei said that he's fine, he explains. I know the villain, Shigaraki, looked pretty crusty, but he's still dangerous. You weren't worried you'd get hurt? Yamada asks, briefly smiling with Izuku at the comment on the villain. Nah. He's kinda like a bully, honestly. He was really childish and kept talking on and on. Nothing new there, Izuku says easily, allowing some of his guard to slip. For a moment Yamada looks thoughtful, before nodding and smiling a bit wider. Well, you're certainly a badass, he praises, causing Izuku to blush and shake his head. Seriously, you handled it all like a champ, and you have some impressive combat skills. I'd love to hear who taught you. I taught myself, I'm not that good really, just lucky, Izuku mumbles, trying to will his cheeks into cooling down. Present MIC praised him. You're self-taught. Us teachers would be out of job if everyone was as good as you, Yamada compliments, immediately ruining Izuku's attempts at calming down. Hey, we still need someone to help us through the misery that's English, Izuku argues, happy when Yamada looks delighted at the reference. You listen to my show. Have been for years, Izuku answers, feeling weirdly proud. I love that. Hisashi gasps in excitement. I don't know, it's a habit I guess. Always made me feel better as a kid, Izuku mentions, choosing to not add that it still makes him feel better. I'm so glad to hear, Yamada says, seemingly genuine. We'll have to talk more later. I think your mom will be here soon, so you probably want to change out of those, he continues casually, nodding at the scrubs, but Izuku freezes in place. My mom, he asks, only barely keeping his voice normal. Yeah. We contacted everyone's guardians so they can come pick their kiddos up, Yamada explains, but his tone seems more careful now, while his light green eyes study Izuku. She's on her way here. Izuku forces out. Oh no. No, No, no. This is bad, like, supreme levels of bad. She promised to be here as soon as she finished her shift, so around now I think, Yamada replies. All good, listener, he asks, straightening on his chair. Izuku feels at a loss, unable to make up any lies on why he's reacting the way he is. It's like everything is crumbling down around him. Maybe it would have been better if Izuku bled out. Baby! 𝐿𝐭 exclaims as she bursts through the infirmary door, still wearing her nurse's scrubs, her bag clutched in her hand. Are you okay? Oh, I was so scared when I got the call. She says, moving to stand in front of Izuku, taking a hold on his face, examining it, while tears build in her own eyes. Yeah, it wasn't anything bad, really, Izuku lies. Lie, 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 his instincts scream. How on earth is he supposed to lie his way out of this? He's the most horrible son anyone has ever had. He's an awful person. A monster. Oh baby, 𝐿𝐭 sobs, before pulling Izuku into a crushing hug. Weakly he responds to it, staring forward as she cries. Guilt feels like mud clogging his throat, suffocating him from the inside. It's nice to meet you, my Doria-san, Yamada suddenly speaks up. At some point he must have left his seat, as now he's standing next to the hugging pair. With a sniffle 𝐿𝐭 pulls back, giving the hero a wet smile. You too. Are you Izuku's homeroom teacher? She asks. Unfortunately not. I have the pleasure of teaching him English. You have a bright kid, Yamada replies easily, and his smile is as bright as ever. Yes. My baby has always been so smart, 𝐿𝐭 says, turning to smile at Izuku who responds to it tightly. He's just never been able to stay out of trouble. Always getting hurt, she continues, turning to face Yamada again. Well, today my Doria-kun saved a lot of people. He's been a real hero. Internally Izuku begs for Yamada to stop talking. How can he fix this? There's nothing he can do, other than let the guilt crush his ribs and pierce his heart. It's been his dream since he learned what heroes are, 𝐿𝐭 informs, her voice proud. I'm always delighted to have dedicated students, they're always the best ones, Yamada says. I'm sure. Thank you so much for taking care of my baby. I'm going to make sure he gets plenty of rest at home, 𝐿𝐭 replies, placing a hand on Izuku's shoulder that feels like it weighs 100 kilos. That's good. You okay to go, listener? Yamada turns to ask Izuku, who just nods wordlessly. For a moment Yamada seems to study his face. He'll be just fine. I'm sure he's tired and just wants home. 𝐿𝐭 suddenly interrupts their eye contact, and for a brief second the hand on Izuku's shoulder tightens. Yeah, is all Izuku is able to say. How could you do this to me? 𝐿𝐭 screams through her sobs, pacing in their kitchen while Izuku stands in the middle of the room, hands up in a placating gesture. I didn't mean to, Mom. I promise, he repeats what he's been saying ever since they entered the privacy of their home. He can't breathe properly. Do you understand how scared I was? I give you everything and you lie to me. How didn't I see? I'm such a bad mother. She cries, wiping her tears on a tissue, but more keep falling. You're not. It's my fault, it's all my fault, Izuku says, tears burning in his own eyes. What did I do wrong? What did I do to deserve this? She continues more quietly, defeated, ignoring his words. Nothing. I'm sorry, please don't blame yourself, Izuku pleads. Don't I love you enough? 𝐿𝐭 goes back to screaming, stopping her pacing to face Izuku. Don't I give you enough? Why do you always keep getting in trouble, keep picking fights, keep playing too rough? Why do you keep doing this to me? She yells, before breaking into sobs again. Izuku chokes, but he can't get any words out. Quickly he wipes the tear that escapes away, but he's too slow. And now I made you cry. I'm such a bad mother. 𝐿𝐭 cries, before her shoulders slump. I love you so much, baby, she sobs quietly, burying her face into her hands. I love you too, Mom, Izuku immediately replies, forcing as much emotion in his voice as he can, trying to make it believable. Do you? She asks weakly, raising her head again. Of course I do, I love you more than anything, Izuku says, begging for the words to keep 𝐿𝐭 calm. As he takes a step forward, hoping a hug would do the trick, suddenly his eyes catch on something. Behind her, one of the knives on the knife block is shaking. Immediately Izuku freezes in place, heart pounding on his chest. This is bad. Just go to your room, 𝐒𝐭 whispers. Before Izuku can even make a move to obey, she continues in the same breath, Go. Go away. I don't want to see you. She screams. With wide eyes Izuku watches the whole knife block rattle, and with his heart in his throat he backs away from the kitchen. 𝐒𝐭 follows him, pointing an accusing finger. You ruined everything. You keep hurting me. Just tell the truth. Tell me you don't love me. She yells. Izuku stays silent, fumbling to open the door behind him, slipping into his room. Before he can even reach to close the door, it's slamming closed on its own. A couple of seconds later the lock clicks. When Monday morning arrives, Izuku wakes up at 6, puts on his uniform, and waits. He ignores the hunger pains, and stares at the locked door. This isn't his first rodeo, even if it's the longest one yet. As the clock ticks closer and closer to Izuku missing the last possible train to get to UA on time, he hears 𝐒𝐭 leave the apartment. SHT. A part of him wants to just give up and stop hurting her. A part of him wants to be obedient, stay in his room and wait out the punishment. But being a hero is Izuku's only purpose. The only reason he's still breathing. Missing school would mean trouble, which might mean expulsion. He can't afford that, not when he has a choice. Pushing past the suffocating guilt, Izuku opens his window and climbs out. You're okay? Izuku gasps, full of relief when he sees Hitoshi sitting by his desk. Clenching his stomach muscles in an attempt to quiet its grumbling, Izuku speeds towards the boy, who stands up. Says you. I swear your BLD was literally everywhere else than in you, he replies, before pulling Izuku into a hug quicker than the boy can process it. It's kind of nice. Hitoshi still gives him room to breathe, and his hold is loose enough that Izuku can pull away. I'm so glad you're okay, Hitoshi whispers, his breath tickling Izuku's hair. You too, he murmurs, smiling when Hitoshi pulls back. Do you have an awesome scar like me, he asks, making the boy roll his eyes with a chuckle. Izuku barely pays attention to Bakugo's scoff and muttered insults. Nah. Just a little one, and I can't even see it, Hitoshi replies. I heard you annihilated the dude that did it, he continues, while they both sit by their desks, Izuku dropping his bag on the floor. Hey, I'm the crazy knife kid. You were right, having me as a friend has perks, Izuku says playfully. Yeah, Hitoshi laughs. You look tired as F, by the way. You good? He asks in a more serious tone. Before Izuku can reply, the door of the classroom slides open, and he turns around on his seat to face the front. Secretly he's relieved that he got out of answering. Hopefully Hitoshi will forget about it. It's kind of hard to sleep when your stomach feels like it's eating itself. You did exceptionally well last week, Aizawa starts as he moves to stand behind the podium. You should have never been in that situation, but considering the circumstances, all of you outperformed yourselves, he continues, looking through the students one by one. For a moment his eyes stop on Izuku, before moving to Bakugo. Wow, he must really look like SHT, then. Well, he hasn't showered in 5 days, hasn't eaten in 4, it's no wonder. Now, Aizawa says when he has finished letting his words sink in, the sports festival is coming near, and immediately the classroom explodes with noise. Is it safe? Someone asks. Yes. Security will be tightened, there will be heroes in every corner. The principal wants to show that UA isn't weak, it's obvious in the man's tone that he disagrees with the decision. After a few more words, Aizawa walks to his desk, leans his head in his arms, and presumably falls asleep. Well, Izuku is glad he's feeling restful. Can I just not do the festival? Hitoshi asks. Izuku turns back to face him, but before he can say anything, Kaminari bounces to them. I can't believe we're going to the sports festival, he says, full of excitement. From all around the classroom, similar sentiments ring out as people move to their friends. Kirishima and Ashido are both almost jumping from joy as they talk about it. It'll be awful. I already know it, Izuku groans. Nothing like that has ever gone well in his entire life. Every school trip, every special occasion, they all end with him hurt one way or another. Dude, You're awesome, you'll probably win. Kaminari argues. He's right. You'll beat us all with no effort, Hitoshi agrees, not even blinking as he accepts that Kaminari just is with them now. They're going to put us all in a stadium to fight against each other on live TV, like it's the Fing Gladiators, Izuku says. He can already imagine it, he'll be free pickings to anyone who might want to F him up. And we aren't allowed support items, he adds. He's doomed. You'll figure it out. I can't even really use my quirk there, Kaminari points out. You can train your body though. Make it into a weapon, like Izuku here has done. Hitoshi nods at the boy, who just shakes his head with a sigh. They have way too much trust in him. When Izuku starts feeling a bit too tense about this whole thing, he returns to his new go-to thought: what's the worst that could happen? Izuku might get killed by a mob on international TV, he might humiliate himself on international TV, Bakugo might bite his head off on international TV. But hey, only the international TV part is new. In that case, you guys up to training together? Maybe after school? Kaminari asks after thinking Hitoshi's words over, his tone hopeful. Sure, Izuku immediately replies, anything to delay going home. I'm in. I wanna prove the haters wrong and at least make it to the third round, Hitoshi decides. That's another thought for Izuku to motivate himself with. It'd be awesome if he did well in the festival just out of spite. He can already imagine people watching the Quirkless loser rocket on live TV. You know what? Hell yeah, Izuku decides. Hell yeah. Kaminari repeats in excitement. Hey, Midoriya-kun, could you hang back? Yamada asks when the bell chimes to signal lunchtime. Immediately Izuku, who was trying to figure out an excuse for why he suddenly wants to go to lunch, freezes. Izuku feels more than sees his classmates look at him curiously, and while he stays silent, Bakugo's entire existence screams of, useless Deku is in trouble, he fed up. Sure, Izuku finally manages to reply. You'll be okay, dude. Hitoshi asks as he passes Izuku's desk. Yeah, he forces a smile. I'll take care of the listener, don't worry, Yamada assures, not at all irritated. With a nod Hitoshi starts heading out of the classroom, glancing back to give Izuku a quick wave. Wanna go eat with me? Kaminari asks Hitoshi, before the door closes after them, leaving Izuku with Yamada. Don't worry, you're not in trouble, Yamada says with a kind smile, walking to Bakugo's desk. He rolls his eyes at the burn marks, before sitting down on the chair backwards, facing Izuku. I'm not, he asks dubiously. I just wanna make sure you're okay. You look kinda rough. Nightmares? Yamada asks without a hint of judgment. No, it's nothing like that, Izuku answers, suddenly unable to look in the earnest eyes. After a weekend of flinching at every sound, the pure kindness in them is too much. Is it your mom? Yamada then asks, right on the money. Of course Fing noticed Izuku's unease, he's a hero after all. I love her, Izuku bursts out almost defensively, staring at Yamada's directional speaker. Any other day he'd be delighted to get such a close look. And I don't doubt that, Yamada assures. That doesn't mean that something can't be wrong, he adds, and Izuku feels his eyes studying him. She worries about me a lot, he manages to explain. She hasn't done anything wrong, he quickly continues. Izuku is the problem, not her. Does she worry a bit too much? Yamada asks cautiously. That's just who she is. And she has a good reason. Izuku goes back to being defensive. I always get in trouble. I play too rough, I pick fights, she knows she has to worry. And before that, my father wasn't good. That makes her worry too, he explains, the words escaping him. Inko hasn't done anything wrong. Like with Bakugo-kun. It's all my fault, Izuku insists, his voice leaving no room for argument. His hands are squeezed together in his lap, knuckles white. You must have done something pretty extreme, then, Yamada replies after a moment. The boy knows what he's trying to do, he's trying to make Izuku realize he's not the one to blame. You don't understand, Izuku maintains. This conversation Fing SCKS. Can you help me understand? The man asks gently. Izuku peeks up at Yamada, finding no ill intent on his face. It's like he genuinely wants that. You know what I am. This is just how it is, Izuku settles on saying. Doesn't mean it should be, Yamada points out, causing the boy to sigh. Yeah, well. What can anyone do? He mumbles, starting to pick on his fingers, unable to help it. I could help you. If you allow me to. Yamada offers softly. How? Izuku asks. How could Yamada help him? How does Izuku allow himself to be helped? Does he even deserve it? Why don't we start with my phone number and get some food in you, Yamada suggests. Izuku is weirdly relieved. Those are such simple things, easy to accept. Fine, Izuku allows, finally turning to meet Yamada's eyes again. That's the spirit. You like onigiri? The hero asks, while pulling his phone out of his pocket, Izuku following the example. Depends on the filling, he replies, though right now he could eat dirt and it'd be the best thing he's ever tasted. Salmon or teriyaki-flavored tofu, Yamada says with a smile, while doing something on the phone. Tofu, Izuku decides. It feels like it takes Fing forever for them to SWCH numbers, and for Yamada to walk to his bag and pull out some onigiri, a few granola bars, and a juice box. It's not lunch rush food, but hopefully it's enough, Yamada says as he settles back on Bakugu's seat, handing Izuku a granola bar, 2 onigiris, and the juice box. I haven't had the chance to go, so I won't know any better, Izuku replies, forcing himself to make his movements calm as he opens the straw of the juice box, waiting for Yamada to start eating before him. You're missing out. Are the other students bothering you? Yamada asks casually. Now that the conversation from hell is over, Izuku finds it much easier to talk. The first time, yeah, but it wasn't too bad. I managed to keep them back. Then I've just wanted to hang out with Hitoshi, he answers, finally biting into the onigiri, and oh, it's heavenly. He could almost cry. Wait. Is that why I've heard kiddos whispering about a kid that likes to stab people? Yamada asks, and if his expression wasn't so delighted, Izuku would think he's in trouble. Mayhaps, he replies, grinning when Yamada laughs. I clearly didn't use my time as a student properly, he says while shaking his head, his smile wide. It was just once. People are dramatic, Izuku replies with an eye roll, but he can't stop beaming. Hey, that just means you made an impression. If you have people talking after you do it once, imagine what a few repeats could do, Yamada points out. Fair, Izuku admits. If only I could bring a knife to the sports festival, he sighs. That would make his life so much easier. Don't you have that friend in the support course? I heard my Jima-san complain something about that, Yamada asks, Izuku nodding in response. They're allowed to bring whatever they want, as long as they made it, he informs, causing Izuku's grin to widen. So if it was to, say, advertise their products, I could have a knife. Izuku asks, eyes wide with excitement. You could have a knife, Yamada confirms. Awesome, Izuku whispers, cheeks warming when Yamada chuckles. Turns out all Kaminari ever needed was an outlet, a resistor, and a pair of shoes with RBB soles to keep him insulated. Ain't no way you just solve that in like 10 minutes, Hitoshi says, rubbing his forehead as Kaminari holds a crowbar with a battery connected to it, his smile wide. Because the electricity has only the crowbar to travel to, Kaminari can let go of controlling his quirk. Through the crowbar it travels to the battery, and in between is a resistor, so just touching Kaminari would give a person a pretty bad shock, and the battery isn't immediately filled. It's not a foolproof plan, but Izuku is confident Mai can figure something out. Science, Izuku replies with a shrug. He has spent a lot of time studying electricity just for this purpose. I should have listened at school, Kaminari laughs. This is amazing, he says, full of wonder. Don't overdo it though, Izuku warns. He can't be sure how Kaminari's body will react to this, though so far there don't seem to be any problems. Kaminari has no reason to short out, as he's not forcing the electricity to stay in him. Yeah, Kaminari agrees, and soon the electricity stops dancing around him and the crowbar. Great job, dude. Hitoshi says, patting Kaminari on the shoulder, only to jump when he gets shocked. Sorry, the boy says sheepishly, while Izuku laughs. Look at his hair. Izuku says through his giggles. For some reason it's not happening to Kaminari, but the second Hitoshi touched the boy, his hair got all floaty. Holy 𝐒𝐻𝐿 Kaminari exclaims, joining in on Izuku's laughter. Hitoshi looks confused, turning to look towards the mirrors in the gym, bursting out laughing too. I'm like a bad imitation of Eraserhead, he says. Imagine if his hair got like that. Izuku snorts at the mental image. I wonder. Hitoshi suddenly says, before turning to Izuku, his intent clear. No. Izuku yells playfully, turning to run away, Hitoshi chasing him with his hands reaching out. Unfortunately, the boy has stupidly long legs, and soon Izuku is caught. Got you! Hitoshi exclaims, and then Izuku feels a tiny shock on his back. When Kaminari is almost rolling on the floor with laughter, Izuku knows it worked. No. Now my hair's all ruined. Izuku says, his dramatic act ruined by his giggles as he tries to push his hair down. It's like a bush anyway, Hitoshi comments, causing Izuku to shove him. For real, though, Kaminari agrees. F you, guys, Izuku whines, but he can't stop grinning. Izuku's smile doesn't fall even when he leaves UA, the sun already low in the horizon. He got a bit carried away with training, he was just having so much fun. Not that he minds at all. Having one friend was mind-blowing, having two is unreal. Izuku didn't even know he could laugh that much. His smile only falls when he arrives by the familiar apartment building. Maybe 𝐿 didn't notice he left. Maybe she was planning on locking him up for the whole day. Izuku can only hope. Silently praying, Izuku makes his way up the fire escape. When he reaches his window, the boy pushes on it like always. Except it doesn't budge. Immediately Izuku knows what that means, his heart jolting in his chest, but he pushes again anyway, pushes harder. Please, he begs in his mind. Nothing. Izuku knows he has only one other option. Maybe he can try to explain to her how much being a hero means. Izuku wonders if it would work as he walks down the fire escape and heads towards the entrance. If he can make her understand how important this is, maybe she'll see that this makes him happy. 𝐿 does love him, so that might work. Maybe it'll be enough and Izuku makes it out unscathed. The boy would like to start things peacefully, so he considers taking off his blazer he couldn't be bothered to remove earlier, but that would show the burns. Feeling like that would be worse, Izuku accepts that he has to face the consequences of his betrayal while wearing the signs of another. He has to be the worst son in the universe. Izuku holds his breath as he puts the key in the lock. Slowly opening the door, he looks down to immediately see that her shoes are there. Still, it's not like Izuku can sleep outside, that would just make things worse. Better to get this over with. Baby, 𝐿's thick voice calls when Izuku closes the door after himself. He doesn't even have the chance to remove his shoes when she's there, touching his cheeks. Are you okay? I was so worried when I couldn't find you. I made katsudon and everything, she says, tears building in her eyes, while Izuku gets pierced with guilt. I couldn't just skip school, he tries to explain, trying and failing to force his voice to stay steady. That was the wrong answer. 𝐿's hands drop from his face while she lets out a sob. Izuku feels helpless as he watches her take a few steps back, as if she can't bear to be so close. You could have told me. Why do you keep hiding things? What did I do? 𝐿 cries, sounding heartbroken. All because of Izuku. Nothing, I promise. I really want to be a hero and I can't miss school, he says desperately, chest aching. Why do you want it so badly? You'll just get hurt. Killed. Do you really want to abandon me so much? 𝐿's voice is almost hysterical as she weeps. No, not at all. I'll be okay, I promise. That's why I'm in UA, so that I don't get hurt. Izuku feels hopeless as he tries to make her feel better. 𝐿 is gasping for air through her sobs, but suddenly she quiets down, wiping her eyes on a tissue. Watching her carefully, Izuku tries to stop his hands from shaking so much. I can't do this anymore, baby. You're hurting me too much. 𝐿's voice is resigned. In a way that's even worse than the yelling, and Izuku gets a sinking feeling. What do you mean, he asks, dreading whatever 𝐿's answer is as she steps even farther back from him, refusing to even look towards him. You can go and get yourself killed. You can chase a stupid dream, but... She starts, her voice becoming clearer and cleared as she talks. "You won't be my son anymore. Or you can drop out of that school, prove that you love me." Izuku wants to say that it's a hard choice. He wants to claim that he's not an absolutely abominable son. But he is. Yeah, sometimes 𝐂𝐴𝐺𝐸𝐾𝐽, like when Bakugo is in his class, or when he can't walk on the hallways without people pointing and whispering, or when he can't even make it to lunch before someone starts harassing him. But still, 𝐂𝐴 is the best time he has had since he was 4. Izuku made 2 friends, he has laughed until his stomach hurt, he's being taught by heroes, he just hung out with Thing present MIC. Being a hero is Izuku's lifeline. His only longing. The only thing he has not let go of. With 𝐒𝐭, all Izuku has is constant guilt. Sometimes even fear. He knows it's his own fault, things would be better if he wasn't such an awful person. That doesn't change the facts. "Can I at least pack my things?" Izuku whispers, the shame too suffocating for his voice to be strong. "No," 𝐒𝐭 replies. "You don't deserve them," she adds. She's not even crying. Instead, 𝐒𝐭 has the same look in her eyes that she has when the knives start rattling. Izuku wants to say something, some parting words. But none of it would change anything. Nothing will fix the hurt he has caused his own mother. So with only the clothes he's wearing and his trusty backpack, Izuku turns away, briefly stopping to drop his keys on the table by the entrance. Then he opens the front door. Stupidly, Izuku waits for something. Some reaction from 𝐒𝐭. Nothing happens, and the door closes behind Izuku with a click. Izuku doesn't know how long it has been. Hours. A day. All he knows is that the sky is dark and the wind is whipping against his body. Everything felt unreal as he walked aimlessly, unable to form any coherent thoughts through the fog in his mind. He had no plan, no destination, no purpose. Somehow that had led him back on that rooftop. In a way, Izuku feels the same as he did that day, when he got told by the #1 hero that his dreams are impossible, lost and hopeless. Maybe he should jump. With slow steps, Izuku moves closer to the edge, just so he can look down. Below him is a sidewalk, a few people still around. It would be a horribly selfish thing to do, make them all witness that. Seems like a suitable way to end a horribly selfish life. If Izuku did it, would the guilt drowning him ease? Would he just cease to exist? It seems better than any afterlife. Izuku must be cursed to forever carry his guilt and shame, the awfulness that makes him want to rip his skin off. Not existing would solve that problem. There would be no Midoriya Izuku anymore. Can he even call himself Midoriya? Maybe Izuku should finally accept that he's just Deku. Deku the primate. Nothing more. No name, no purpose, no meaning. Izuku wonders how people would react. Would they be relieved? Would they miss him? Would Yamada regret not doing something today, or be grateful he doesn't have to deal with Izuku? Would Kaminari and Hitoshi wonder if things could have been different if they didn't walk separate ways today, or be glad they got rid of him? Would anyone cry for Izuku? Does anyone care enough to grieve? Unable to decide which would even be better, Izuku squeezes his eyes shut. Does he want people to care about him? Izuku isn't sure. The thought of people suffering because of his death makes him want to throw up, but the idea of his care not being reciprocal makes the edge call for him. Is it even worth it to keep going with the risk of it all being a lie? But if Izuku did it, that would mean they would win. Everyone who has brought him down, hurt him over and over again, would know they succeeded in ruining him. Bakugo could live the rest of his life knowing he won. Wouldn't it be hilarious if Izuku didn't kill himself just out of spite? Yeah, he decides, opening his eyes. It would be funny if he persisted just to be annoying. If Izuku's going to die, it's not going to be as a self-destructive loser. He'd much rather die as a hero, or be blown up by Bakugo. Anything will do, as long as it means no one knows they managed to break him. Izuku lets out a little laugh, though it's not at all happy, before stepping away from the edge. Staying alive out of spite is fun and all, but now he has a ton of problems to solve. The biggest one that comes to mind is figuring out what the F is supposed to do. If Izuku wants to avoid failing miserably at school, he needs to be able to rest and eat properly. Right on cue, his stomach cramps in hunger. While lunch was good, it wasn't something to live the whole day on. For a moment Izuku considers texting Hitoshi or Kaminari, but he decides not to. This isn't their problem. Suddenly the ground below seems more inviting again, as Izuku realizes that he doesn't really have anyone to go to. I could help you. If you allow me to. Izuku's first instinct is to discard the thought, because Yamada is a teacher, they can't be trusted. But dear minute, the man was so kind and funny during lunch, so considerate and nice. Yamada's kindness seemed genuine. Izuku has listened to his radio show for years, he knows the man is good. He might just be good even to Izuku, regardless of what he is. F it, Izuku whispers into the night, before pulling out his phone. Hey, I kind of need your help, something happened and you said that you could help. Frustrated, Izuku deletes message after message. He doesn't want to sound needy. Finally he settles on a simple, Izuku, are you busy? Only a minute or so later the man replies, Yamada, not at all. What's up? As Izuku falls into another loop of writing and deleting, unsure how to say it, or what he even needs, Yamada sends another text, Yamada, if you need something, I'd love to help. Izuku, I kinda sorta need somewhere to stay. It's totally okay if it doesn't suit you, I'll figure out something else, no problem. Yamada, it suits me just fine. Do you want me to pick you up? In disbelief Izuku agrees, before writing down his location, Yamada confirming that he'll be there in 10. Just like that. No questions, no demands. Surely he will want something in return. Realizing it would give the wrong kind of message if Yamada found him on the rooftop, Izuku starts making his way back down to ground level. He knows this won't be a permanent solution, but it'll do for a night or two. Maybe he could get a job. It would SCK on top of UA, but he might have no other option. Seated at the bottom step of the fire escape, Izuku waits, picking on the skin around his nails. Everything feels so uncertain right now and he hates it. Even though he said 10 minutes, Yamada arrives in a bit over 5. A small blue car stopping in front of Izuku by the sidewalk. As he stands up, the passenger window rolls down. What's up, listener? Yamada asks with a smile, gesturing for Izuku to enter the car. It's a long story, Izuku sighs, getting into the vehicle. As he sets his backpack down, he notes that the man is wearing civilian clothes. Because of the short sleeves of his band t-shirt, Izuku can see tattoos on both his arms, and he also has a piercing on the side of his nose and his eyebrow. He must not wear them with his hero uniform. Yamada's hair is tied half up, not unlike Izuku's own hair, and the piercings are not the only jewelry, he has a few necklaces, bracelets, and rings. He's also wearing regular black-rimmed glasses, instead of the orange-tinted ones. Did things get too difficult with your mom? Yamada asks softly, shifting on his seat to properly face Izuku. It's my fault, is all Izuku says, doing his best to not get too defensive. Yamada is doing him a huge favor, he has to be polite in return. Even if you did something, it shouldn't end with you needing a place to stay. You're her kid, it's her responsibility to take care of you, Yamada points out. Well, good thing she decided I'm not her son anymore, Izuku argues, crossing his arms, staring out the windshield. These are the questions he was expecting. Unfortunately he's also obligated to answer, he can't just ask for things without any explanation on why. Kiddo, Yamada says gently, causing Izuku to turn to meet his eyes. The endless sympathy in them almost makes him choke. That sounds awful, he whispers. I broke her trust, I lied to her, like, all the time. I left without permission this morning. It's all my fault, Izuku says, biting the inside of his cheek to push past the suffocating guilt and shame. Maybe Yamada will decide he's too much of a troublemaker and kick him out. Did she make those things necessary? What? Izuku asks, bewildered. Did she force you to lie, for your own safety? Did you leave this morning because you had no other choice? You seem like a good kid, I don't think you did all that for fun, Yamada explains softly. It's my fault, Izuku repeats weakly. That's just too much for him to process right now. 𝐒𝐭𝐞 can't have done anything wrong. She's almost a saint, caring for a quirkless kid. Izuku could have been dealt a much worse hand. We don't have to talk about this now. I'm sure you're tired, Yamada allows much to Izuku's relief. Is there anything you need from home? You have only your school stuff, Yamada asks, nodding at the backpack. I don't want to go back. Izuku admits. I can do it. Whatever you need, Yamada replies easily, but the boy just shakes his head. No, you don't have to. She just gets sad or mad, and you shouldn't have to deal with that. She's right anyway, I don't deserve anything. I'll be fine, Izuku says, making his voice as firm as he can. It doesn't work very well, he's just too tired. Midoriya Yamada starts, but Izuku cuts him off. Please call me Izuku. If it isn't weird. I shouldn't have her name. Okay, Izuku. You can call me Hisashi then, the man agrees without hesitation. Regardless of how SHT he's feeling, Izuku manages to still get excited because of the permission. He can call present MIC by his given name. Izuku, you aren't responsible for protecting her feelings, or mine. You're a child, you shouldn't worry about how adults feel. What the absolute F? That's easily the most absurd thing Izuku has ever heard. He has always worried about how 𝐭 feels, her emotions are always his responsibility. All Izuku has ever done is try and protect her feelings. That's just how it works. Just let me know what you need, and I'll go get it. I'm a hero, remember. I'm used to dealing with difficult situations, Hisashi tries. Izuku lets out a sigh, it's really tempting. Anything else he can replace, but his notebooks would be a lot of work to rewrite, and he'd surely forget some things. I have some notebooks. A lot, actually. If you're really sure, I'd like to have them, Izuku informs carefully. I'm sure. What's your address? Hisashi asks. After telling the man the address, the boy spends the entirety of the short drive for him to change his mind, decide that Izuku isn't worth the hassle. Nothing like that happens. By the way, Izuku starts when Hisashi turns the car off, parked in the familiar parking lot. The notebooks are hidden. My room is the first door on the left from the entrance. The mattress on my bed, if you take off the cover, there's a slit in the middle. That's where they are. There should be 16, Izuku explains. That's a clever hiding spot, Hisashi comments. Learned my lesson, Izuku replies with a shrug. A part of him expects Hisashi to ask for an explanation, but he doesn't. Thanks for letting me know. Are you sure you want nothing else? I am, Izuku answers. He'll just get that job and then he can replace his stuff. It's going to SCK before that, but Izuku feels like he'd steal his things from 𝐭 if he tried to take anything else with him. Okay. I'll be back soon, Hisashi promises, getting out of the car, giving Izuku a wave before walking off. The boy watches him enter the building through the main doors, disappearing inside. The entire time Hisashi is away, Izuku feels almost sick from anxiety. What if 𝐭 attacked him? SHT, Izuku didn't even warn Hisashi about her quirk. Thankfully she always disregarded his analysis, so she doesn't know the possibilities. That doesn't mean she can't do something. All Izuku sees in his mind is the DMN shaking knives on the knife block, and suddenly the small cut where his shoulder and neck meet feels wet and brand new. Hisashi is present MIC, Izuku reminds himself. He can deal with 𝐭, he can do anything. He isn't weak like Izuku. Still, Izuku lets out a breath of relief when the man exits the apartment building with a pile of notebooks in his arms. 16 notebooks coming up, Hisashi calls when Izuku gets out of the car to accept the items. He's still smiling, and seems uninjured, but there's something about him that's different, maybe a tightening of his shoulders. Maybe he realized how horrible Izuku is and now hates the boy. Thank you, Izuku says, voice full of gratefulness. He's so glad he doesn't have to redo the notebooks. No problem, Hisashi replies, handing Izuku the stack, who takes it carefully. Let's blow this joint, shall we? He asks in English. We shall, Izuku answers with a small smile. As Izuku enters Hisashi's home, he tries to stay calm, but internally he is screaming. He's in present MIC's apartment. Present MIC lives in an apartment. Present MIC has an open-concept living room and kitchen. Present MIC has a guest bedroom where Izuku will sleep in. Present MIC has 3 guitars. Present MIC has a CD and a vinyl collection. Present MIC collects physical media. Maybe he's being ridiculous. No, he's definitely being ridiculous. It's all just so fascinating to Izuku. He could spend days going through every inch of the spacious apartment and pore over all the details. He could learn so much about the man. Still, Izuku doesn't want to be weird, so he only looks around briefly, standing in the living room as Hisashi locks the front door and unlaces his shoes. The guest bedroom is the right door at the end, Hisashi informs, nodding towards the small hallway on the left of the entrance. In the car, the man had explained that Izuku can sleep in the guest bedroom, and that he'll drive the boy to school tomorrow. Thanks, Izuku replies, obediently walking to the door and opening it. The room is fairly spacious and L-shaped, the bed around the corner, which Izuku likes. The rest of the apartment is very cluttered, though not messy, but the bedroom is a bit more bare. Fully entering the room, Izuku sets his notebooks down on the desk, dropping his backpack on the floor near it. The room is nice, really nice. The walls are painted a blue-toned white, except the one the desk is against. That one has wallpaper with a vine pattern. The furniture is dark, like in the rest of the apartment, but it doesn't feel gloomy with the warm wooden floors and a big window. It's all so different from what Izuku's apartment was. He's used to plastic floors, white paint that's cracking on places, he's used to his surroundings feeling grey and cold, not much personality in anything. Hisashi's apartment is bursting with warmth and charm. Izuku gets pulled out of his thoughts when he sees Hisashi peek into the room from the reflection on the window. Is it up to your standards? He asks with a smile when Izuku turns to face him. I don't have standards, he replies with an eye roll. Whatever you say, Hisashi chuckles. Wanna grab something to eat before going to sleep? I'm okay, Izuku says, instead of the yes that his mind is screaming. He's so hungry. You sure? I have more onigiri, Hisashi entices. Izuku knows he shouldn't agree, he knows he can't stretch the man's hospitality too much. But DMN it, that onigiri was delightful. Fine, Izuku sighs. Following Hisashi out of the room and towards the kitchen, Izuku fidgets with the sleeves of his uniform. It'll SCK to sleep in it, but he'll manage. It's better than the gym uniform in his bag that he hasn't had the chance to wash. As Hisashi digs into the fridge, Izuku moves to sit down by the dining table that's between the living room and kitchen. On the table is a vase with small sunflowers, and after closer inspection they turn out to be fake. I can't keep plants alive, trust me, I've tried, Hisashi says when he notices Izuku looking. I mean you must be busy, so it makes sense, he replies, accepting the onigiri and the glass of water he's handed. Much to his relief, Hisashi sits down opposite of him with a granola bar. At least he's not eating alone while the man just watches. Not really. During the school year I pull back from hero work quite a lot, so there's only the radio show on top of teaching, Hisashi explains. I do not want to be like a razor who works until he's about to drop dead, he adds with an eye roll, but his tone is fond. Yeah, it's crazy how he's still up and going, Izuku replies in between bites of the onigiri. It's a DMN miracle, Hisashi says with a laugh, Izuku's lips tilting up into a smile too. Well, I guess we'll find out tomorrow how he feels. I didn't even realize it's this late already, he continues after glancing at his phone. Then he turns the screen towards Izuku. Sorry, Izuku says with a wince when he realizes he's kept the man up until almost 1 in the morning. Curiously, he also notes that Hisashi's lock screen is of a blue sky with big clouds. None of that, Hisashi shakes his head. I'm glad you texted me, he says seriously. I promise I'll try to find some other place soon, Izuku assures instead of acknowledging the man's words. The guilt feels like a physical mass pressing on his chest, and for a moment he wishes he had jumped instead of bothering Hisashi. You don't need to do that. I'll gladly have you here, Hisashi immediately promises. Why? Izuku can't help but demand. The empty onigiri wrapper he's playing with getting squeezed inside his fist. I said I'd help you, didn't I? Hisashi answers calmly. Yeah, with small stuff. Stupid stuff. Not with housing me, Izuku argues. I don't think I ever specified what the help would include. It's okay if you don't want to stay here, I can accept that, but you're allowed to stay as long as you want, if you want, Hisashi says softly, his eyes once again filled with that endless sympathy and kindness. Why? Izuku asks again. Does Hisashi feel obligated to take him in? Is it to make himself feel like a better person? Is it pity? Does he want Izuku to help with chores and stuff? Does he want Izuku to do something else? There has to be some reason. Because you deserve good things, Hisashi simply says. No one in the history of ever has said that before, Izuku replies dryly. So it can't be true when I say it. Hisashi guesses. Izuku just nods in response, playing with the wrapper almost aggressively. Would it be easier to accept if I say that taking care of you is the right thing to do? No one cares about the right thing when it's about me, Izuku says. He wonders why he can't just give in. Why can't he just smile and nod and move on? I do. To me, you're like any other child who needs a place to stay and someone to take care of them, Hisashi replies. His kindness and gentleness don't even waver in the face of Izuku's rudeness. So, do you want that place to be here, and that someone to be me? He asks sincerely. Yes, but Izuku knows he shouldn't say that. It would be too selfish of him to take up the man's already limited time, to intrude his home and barge into his life. But what else is Izuku supposed to say, or do? Do you? Izuku starts quietly, unsure how to even word his request. Can you promise that if you ever change your mind, you'll tell me? If you get tired of me, or just don't want me anymore, can you promise to say it? I promise, Hisashi replies without a moment of hesitation. Then, Izuku takes a deep breath, suddenly nervous. Then I can stay, he allows. Immediately a bright smile takes Hisashi's face over, and he seems happy. It's like he's overjoyed by the fact that he now has a quirkless deadweight. Invading his home, leeching on his time and resources. Now, how about we go and get some sleep? If you want, there's also a shower waiting for you. Tomorrow we'll go to school and after that we can go and buy you some stuff, Hisashi suggests. Izuku really wants to start arguing about the part where the man will waste money on him, but right now he's too tired. Tomorrow he can try to convince Hisashi to not do that. Okay, Izuku replies. Did you sleep okay? Hisashi asks when Izuku walks into the kitchen, trying to get the wrinkles off his uniform. Yeah, he replies automatically, finally giving up on his clothes and instead turning to watch Hisashi set bowls of rice, miso, and salmon on the dining table. That's good. I was wondering if you'd be able to sleep after yesterday, Hisashi says with a smile, walking back to the kitchen, pulling the fridge open. Apple or orange juice? I have water too. Apple, Izuku replies, moving to sit by the table. He wishes he had woken up earlier now that he sees Hisashi already wearing his hero uniform, only missing the directional speaker, glasses, and leather jacket. He seems fully ready to face the day, and it makes Izuku feel lazy in his half-asleep state. Right choice, Hisashi states with an approving nod, pulling out a carton of apple juice, kicking the fridge door closed while reaching into a cabinet to take out 2 glasses. Because you don't usually go to lunch at school, I was wondering if you'd like for me to pack you something, he asks while setting the juice and the glasses on the table, before sitting down too. No, I'll just go to the cafeteria if I get hungry, Izuku says, pouring some juice for himself. Well, if you decide to go, you're in luck. Today's Snipe's turn to supervise the lunch. He really likes you, Hisashi informs happily, before drinking some of his miso. He doesn't even teach me. Doesn't mean he hasn't heard about you. He's a big fan of you standing up for yourself, Hisashi explains. Lately Izuku feels like he's constantly in a state of disbelief. Snipe likes him. What the hell? It feels unreal, but as he pulls everything he knows about the man out of his mental library, he realizes it kind of makes sense. Snipe has always been loud in his opinions, not hesitating to stand up for what's right. Though people he has worked with have reported that he's still a very kind person. Midnight and 13 also like you, Hisashi adds smugly when he sees Izuku's amazement. And obviously Eraser does too. I don't think he likes anyone, the boy argues, shaking his head. He does, believe me. He has favorites, though he'll die before admitting it, Hisashi whispers like it's some massive secret. It might be. Izuku feels like he should be put in witness protection because of this information. I'm not sure I should believe you, is all he can say. Hisashi just chuckles, before turning a bit more serious, leaning forward to meet Izuku's eyes. I'm telling you all this because I want you to know that you aren't alone in school. I get it if you don't want to talk about it, but I know people might become problems. Possibly explosive problems. You don't have to deal with it alone, if you don't want to. Izuku manages to crack a smile at the jab at Bakugo, but is actively trying to strangle the emotions building inside his chest. Slowly he's allowing himself to believe that this is real, and it's all so miraculous. The fact that Hisashi is so considerate, that Izuku has people in his corner. He doesn't have to deal with everything alone. I'll try to remember, Izuku replies quietly. Guys, you won't believe what night I had, Izuku says when he makes his way towards his desk. Hitoshi is already sitting on his own seat, Kaminari perched on the desk next to the other boys. It's still early enough that there aren't many students present. Most importantly, Bakugo hasn't arrived yet. You got abducted by aliens? Kaminari asks, grinning. You found a witch who turned Bakugo into a Pomeranian? Hitoshi asks with raised eyebrows. Sorry, no. Maybe my night wasn't that special after all, Izuku replies, dropping his backpack on the floor and sitting sideways on his chair. It's okay. A mediocre night might still be interesting enough, Hitoshi teases, causing Izuku to scoff playfully. Ignore him, I wanna know, Kaminari says impatiently. Okay, so, I go home after we finish training, my mom kicks me out and decides I'm not her son anymore. I just walk around wondering what the F I'm supposed to do. I remember that Yamada-sensei gave me his phone number, I text him, he comes to pick me up, and now I live with him apparently, Izuku says all in one breath. Well, there is a witch in that story. Your mom? Hitoshi decides after a moment of just staring at Izuku, making the boy laugh. Present MIC adopted you. Kaminari thankfully has the sense to keep his voice down, but his awe is obvious. He didn't adopt me, Izuku argues with an eye roll. He's just housing me for now. Tomato, Kaminari replies with a dismissing gesture. F you, Izuku says, but is still smiling. By the way, you can call me Izuku. And not only because of the I'm not a Midoriya anymore thing, but because Hitoshi already calls me Izuku, the boy says, choosing to change the subject before the questions about his mom come up. Cool. And you can call me Denki, both of you, Denki replies. And I'm just Hitoshi, Hitoshi nods. Also my mom is super cool, so if you need a replacement, I can share, he informs, meeting Izuku's eyes. Dude, he already has present MIC. That's enough coolness to drown in, Denki points out. Fair, Hitoshi allows. It's so relieving for Izuku to see his friends take the news so well, to see them act like normal. It makes everything that happened feel a lot less bad. Less serious and life-changing. Wanna go to lunch with us? We went yesterday, and that food is straight up heavenly, Hitoshi asks when they get dismissed for lunch. I'll electrocute anyone who tries to mess with you, Denki promises before Izuku even has the chance to hesitate. Yeah, sure, he decides after a moment. With the presence of his friends, and with Hisashi's words from the morning, he feels confident enough. The second the trio exits the classroom, the whispers start. Peace is a conspiracy theory, Izuku mutters, pleased when his friends laugh. I'm sure there's footage of the USJ, we should leak that SHT, at least the part where you stab brains. That should scare them into behaving, Hitoshi says, making Izuku's lips tilt into a small smile. Dude, that would be awesome. Maybe you can start carrying the taser knife with you, it's basically a portable electric chair, Denki gasps, basically bouncing as he walks next to them. That's starting to sound more and more appealing, Izuku says, his smile falling when people just keep staring, the student crowd separating in front of him like his Moses. Just tell us beforehand so we can look away. Plausible deniability, Denki replies without hesitation. Izuku is just about to make some remark about how supportive he is, but then a student doesn't step out of their way, instead standing firmly in place, staring right at Izuku. DMN it. They're even taller than Hitoshi, so they tower over Izuku, who lets out an annoyed sigh. Meeting the student's eyes, Izuku pulls his knife out of his pocket, flipping it open. Your move, he thinks. The student looks genuinely shocked, they must have not heard the rumors, or just didn't take them seriously. As Izuku keeps steadily walking, his friends by his side, he sees the student visibly hesitate. When he just keeps approaching, meeting their eyes steadily, they step out of the way. It's clear they are angry, but their eyes are locked on the knife the entire time it takes for Izuku to walk past. Thing loser, Hitoshi whispers, Izuku huffing out a quiet laugh. During the attempted interruption, people had fallen silent, but as soon as Izuku is farther away, the whispers start again, more intense than before. So Thing annoying. Thankfully no one else tries anything, and they make it to the cafeteria. Izuku is sure it's mostly because of the knife in his hand. He's been practicing some tricks with it, so he does a whole series of them while walking. People are going to stare anyway, might as well give them a show. The moment Izuku steps inside the cafeteria, basically everyone quiets down, turning to look. Did he miss the part where a huge sign appeared over his head, telling everyone to ogle? Don't these people have anything better to do? Before Izuku even makes it to the food line, someone else is stepping in his way, this time not even glancing at his knife. Soon he realizes it's because the person's quirk apparently makes their nails into metallic spikes. Izuku has one blade, they have 10. Welly, you have a lot of nerve just walking in here, they sneer, tone venomous. Has no one shown you your place? They don't allow dogs into the cafeteria. Before Izuku or his friends can say anything, a new voice is speaking out, detention for a week, Inoue-kun, and you have one more chance before expulsion, Snipe says firmly, his hands resting on his belt as he walks towards Izuku and the others. I didn't do anything wrong. Inoue immediately argues. Even though Snipe's mask is covering his face, Izuku is sure he's rolling his eyes. Bullying is not allowed in UA, the man reminds, stopping near the group. Internally Izuku is nerding out over all the details in his uniform, but he tries to stay focused in the moment. Who cares? It's just a primate, they don't count, Inoue scoffs. Why are so many bullies so bad at reading the room? Congratulations. You just got expelled, Snipe says, voice casual, causing a few people in the cafeteria to gasp. What the F? Inoue exclaims, looking ready to start throwing hands. Take yourself and that language out of here, and to the principal's office, Snipe orders, and while his voice is hard, his body language stays relaxed. This is bullshit. Inoue yells, but he does also storm out of the cafeteria. When he's gone, Snipe turns to face the rest of the students. If I hear you even breathe the wrong thing, you'll be next. I will not stand anyone bullying anyone, he announces. He's not yelling or anything, but his voice is strong enough that everyone hears. When his words have sunk in, he turns back to Izuku and his friends. You all right? He asks from Izuku. Yeah. Thanks for that. He forces his voice to stay casual, not letting any of his internal fanboying leak out. Anytime, Snipe replies. I heard you might come by the teacher's lounge after school, I'd love to learn more about you, he adds, causing Izuku to nod quickly. See you then, he says, feeling ready to combust when Snipe tips his hat at him, before walking away. Dude. What is your life? Hitoshi whispers almost frantically. I have no thing clue, Izuku mutters. After school has ended, Izuku heads towards the teacher's lounge, like he agreed with Hisashi in the morning. Plus he really wants to take Snipe up on the chance to talk to him. Izuku's backpack is thrown over his shoulder as he makes his way through the hallways, flicking his knife around in his hand. People just can't seem to leave him alone, so he figured it's best to keep it visible to avoid any scenes. Before Izuku can reach his destination, he gets interrupted. Not by a student trying to be not by a teacher telling him to get rid of the knife. No. By a white-furred creature wearing a fancy suit. Motherfucking Nezu is in front of him. Midoriya-kun. I was just looking for you, the creature says in a friendly tone. Izuku is sure he didn't actually have to look, he probably has this whole interaction planned already, but the boy decides to not point it out. Nezu-sama. Izuku greets with a brief bow. He knows he should probably be significantly more respectful, but he has a reputation to uphold. People are staring after all. How do you feel about a cup of tea? I already told everyone who needs to know that you'll be late, Nezu says, his hands behind his back, and while his face doesn't move much, Izuku gets the feeling that he's smiling. Lead the way, Izuku replies. Even if he had a choice, which he obviously doesn't. He'd say yes. He adores Nezu. He's read everything the creature has ever published, thankfully all of it accessible on the internet. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 has basically memorized his research papers and public statements. He is also aware that 𝐒𝐬𝐽 has been working for ages to make the world less corrupt. As 𝐒𝐬𝐽 enters the principal's office, he tries to not stare too much, but he does briefly look around. The right wall is all window, and the left is all bookshelves. In the middle of the room is a dramatically large desk, in front of it two fairly comfortable-looking chairs. Near the desk, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 notices a fancy tray cart carrying 2 cups, an assortment of tea bags, and a kettle. "Take a seat," 𝐒𝐬𝐽 instructs, moving to sit on the decorative office chair behind the desk. Obediently, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 sits down on one of the free seats, and as he expected, it's fairly comfortable. "What kind of tea do you prefer?" 𝐒𝐬𝐽 asks, while 𝐒𝐬𝐽 leans back on the chair, trying to look relaxed. "Any black tea is fine," 𝐒𝐬𝐽 replies. A part of him wants to ask why 𝐒𝐬𝐽 brought him here, but that would ruin his nonchalant act. The creature will get to it when he decides to. "Sugar or honey?" 𝐒𝐬𝐽 offers, pouring water into the 2 cups, setting a tea bag on both. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 notes him dropping 3 sugar cubes into one of them. "Interesting." "No thanks," 𝐒𝐬𝐽 replies, leaning forward to accept a cup when 𝐒𝐬𝐽 hands it to him. "I am sure you are curious about why I asked you here," 𝐒𝐬𝐽 says after taking a sip of his drink. As 𝐒𝐬𝐽 moves to copy the movement, he gets the absurd idea that the rat could have easily poisoned his tea. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 knows 𝐒𝐬𝐽 is actually not a rat, but it makes the casual act easier to think of him as such. "Hopefully not to poison me," 𝐒𝐽𝐽 decides to reply, looking at the creature carefully, cup raised halfway to his lips. Much to his relief, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 laughs. "Well, you will be relieved to hear that I am much too invested in seeing what will come of you to do that," 𝐒𝐬𝐽 informs, but 𝐒𝐬𝐽 still doesn't drink. In the back of his mind he has a borderline hysterical thought of, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 is invested in him. "But if you weren't, would you have a motive to do that?" 𝐒𝐬𝐽 asks. Seems like 𝐒𝐬𝐽 enjoys the direction their conversation is taking, based on the way 𝐒𝐬𝐽's feeling that his smiling gets stronger. "No. I have little care for quirks, or for lack of them. I have been very intrigued as I have watched you," 𝐒𝐬𝐽 says. "Yeah, and that's not creepy at all," 𝐒𝐬𝐽 mutters, before finally sipping his tea, his own smile hidden behind the cup as 𝐒𝐬𝐽 laughs again. "I have always put very little thought in human comfort, much the same as they do with anyone who they do not like," 𝐒𝐬𝐽 explains. "Real. I don't even care that much, you do what you want." "Well, you do it anyway even without my approval." 𝐒𝐬𝐽 then forces himself to shut his mouth, before he starts rambling more. "That is true, but I still appreciate the thought," 𝐒𝐬𝐽 says, not at all bothered. "So does your stalking habit go outside the school? Should I worry about cameras in my room?" 𝐒𝐬𝐽 asks, proceeding to ignore the fact that he doesn't really have his own room right now. "For now I have made do with your school day. Though I did hear about the events last night. That is one of the reasons I asked you here." "Well, 𝐒𝐽𝐽 sighs in his mind. "This is going to be hilariously fun. I know the legal system is not fair to you, but I am willing to stand behind you if you wish to take legal action against your mother," 𝐒𝐬𝐽 reveals, looking at 𝐒𝐽𝐽 carefully as he sets his cup on the desk. "She hasn't done anything wrong," 𝐒𝐽𝐽 immediately says. "Has she not? Just what happened yesterday is enough to count as child abandonment," 𝐒𝐬𝐽 points out, but 𝐒𝐽𝐽 just shakes his head. "I don't want to sue her, or get her in any trouble," he says as firmly as he can. "Very well," 𝐒𝐬𝐽 accepts, and 𝐒𝐽𝐽 waits for the but it never comes. Instead, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 moves on. "Then, another topic I would like to discuss is the expulsion of a specific student. Many have been sent my way in your name, but one has managed to avoid getting caught." "You're talking about Bakugo," 𝐒𝐽𝐽 realizes. "Indeed. Due to the USJ incident, I am not able to expel him from the school, but general education has an open spot. It would be ensured that you two will not cross paths." "Why are you offering all this?" 𝐒𝐽𝐽 asks suspiciously. "It sounds way too good to get rid of Bakugo just like that. I feel we will work together in the future, and for that I need you in good condition. It also does not hurt to earn your trust," 𝐒𝐽𝐽 answers without blinking. "Here." 𝐒𝐽𝐽's brain feels empty, because what the actual work with 𝐒𝐽𝐽? Nope, brain not computing. I can't just brush Bakugo under the rug, Izuku manages to say, moving back to the topic that suddenly feels very easy to handle. What do you suggest? Nezu asks. Anger management, therapy. Both mandatory because he'll never go voluntarily. Maybe check on his home life too, he's been in, but since he learned to talk, there has to be something going on. Also, how can you ensure he won't find me and send me straight to the next life? Izuku asks, forcing his body language to become more relaxed, not even realizing how much tension he gained. I agree to your terms. To answer your question, I will increase teacher supervision and make sure the staff knows they have to do what's right, regardless of their personal opinions. General education and the support course will swap the timing of their lunch break. I will also talk to him personally and make sure he knows there will be consequences if he misbehaves. Ain't no thing way he's offering to do all that just because Izuku has a firecracker problem. Whatever this work is that Izuku will apparently do with Nezu, it must be something big. Suddenly Izuku feels like he has bitten more than he can chew. Well, F it. What's the worst that could happen? You have a deal, Izuku says, trying to sound confident. I will get to it right away, then. You should head to the teacher's lounge, I am sure you are already expected, Nezu replies, seeming very pleased. I assume I'll be hearing from you again. Izuku asks, while setting his cup down on Nezu's desk and standing up. Indeed. I am eagerly waiting for your performance in the sports festival, Nezu reveals. Izuku hopes his heart attack isn't visible as he's reminded of what's awaiting him. I'll do my best to put on a good show, Izuku says casually. And I will be watching, Nezu replies. Creepy. You will not believe what just happened, Izuku announces while bursting through the door of the teacher's lounge. He'd been nervous about going there, especially knowing not all the teachers like him, but he decided to just own it. A little rat mentioned having a meeting with you. Hisashi replies, unbothered by Izuku's sudden appearance. The teacher's lounge is actually really nice. In the middle of the room are desks for all the teachers pushed opposite of each other, and by the walls are some couches and other seating. One wall is a small kitchenette with 3 coffee makers. Yeah. And the little rat expects to work with me in the future. He said he's watching me. On the bright side, the feral dandelion problem is taken care of, Izuku explains, while moving to the desk next to Hisashi's, collapsing on the chair. Absent-mindedly he notes it's Eraserhead's desk. Awesome. The end is near, Midnight whispers, Izuku turning to look towards her curiously. My end. Or just the general end. Literally everyone else's than yours, she replies. Nezu has been dreaming of taking over the world. He just needs the right moment and the right allies. I feel like the whole world is kind of big in scale, Izuku points out. Of course, that will take years. He'll start small, Snipe says, and much to Izuku's delight he's not wearing his mask. His face isn't public information, but now Izuku has free range in looking at it. He has brown, really kind eyes, dark skin, a cut over his lips, and stretched ears. So cool. So cool. He's already taking down corrupt organizations left and right. He has his paws all over politics. Soon it'll be a government here, a government there, Hisashi informs. Much to Izuku's amusement, none of the teachers seem especially upset by the idea. And you're his little minion. You'll be his right hand, his successor, Midnight adds. He'll probably send you to assassinate his enemies with that knife of yours, Snipe says, smirking when Izuku rolls his eyes. You guys are kinda dramatic, the boy decides. It seems like all the other teachers have left already, so thankfully things are going well. You'll see, Hisashi says confidently. Ready to go, he asks, closing his laptop. Yeah, Izuku replies. For once the idea of leaving UA doesn't make him feel dread. In the past few weeks, Izuku has come to the conclusion that he kind of loves living with Hisashi. Of course he feels immensely guilty about it, but it's still true. He never has to hide anything, someone is actually listening to his rambles and analysis, he doesn't have to overthink his every move and how it will make someone else feel. Even money isn't a subject of worry, Izuku has an allowance. Crazy stuff. So when Izuku wakes up in the morning, he wakes up peacefully. He takes his time getting up, and when he's ready, he puts on his new uniform. because Hisashi didn't want him to have to wear the one damaged by Bakugo. Then Izuku takes care of his curls, because apparently there's products for that. Now that his hair isn't a tangled mess, he actually finds that he likes having it long. The one thing that hasn't changed is Izuku's backpack. Hisashi offered to buy him a new one, but he refused. He and the backpack have been through so much together, Izuku can't just get rid of it. When Izuku leaves his room, there's warm food waiting, and he gets greeted with a smile. Izuku doesn't have to worry if he looks too tired, or like he's having a bad day, or like he's in too much of a hurry. Miraculously, Hisashi doesn't break, no matter what Izuku does. Ready for the day? Hisashi asks, and Izuku can reply honestly, no. Instead of fretting or questioning Izuku, Hisashi chuckles. It'll be fun, he teases, while Izuku slumps on the chair, reaching to pour himself a glass of apple juice. No, Izuku repeats, but then his lips tilt into a smile as Hisashi laughs again. You'll do great. You have the knife with you, after all, the man points out. Izuku, in a slide of genius, proceeded to utilize whatever attachment Nezu apparently has for him, and requested a change for the rules of the sports festival. It's just a little fine print that allows everyone to bring one support item with them, with some restrictions. Izuku would rather no one bring a Fing gun to the event. Nezu was pleased by his cunning, and agreed. Yeah, well, Yorozu can create a nuke and delete us all, Izuku quickly points out. By the way, I was actually wondering about that. Does the government care that she can do that? Like, once Bakugo went on a holiday with his family, and they legit allowed him into the plane. It's the same as bringing a Fing bomb. Though maybe he was forced on quirk suppressants for it. There's just so many quirks that could be used as weapons of mass destruction. Is there like a secret government service that controls that? Imagine if Denki just decided being an upstanding citizen is overrated, he could do so much Fing damage in such a short time. What if he just FS up a nuclear power plant, or a hospital? Now that I'm thinking about it, there's actually a significant lack of catastrophes. Izuku realizes his rambling, but in the past days he has learned that it's okay. The entire time Hisashi pays attention, not seeming at all bored or annoyed. Yes, quirk suppressants are required on anyone with a destructive quirk when entering a plane, including me the few times I've flown somewhere. Regarding everyday life, there's a lot of variation between countries, and Japan has actually gotten criticism about their way of controlling destructive quirks, because it kind of dances in the line of human rights violations. Hisashi starts explaining, Izuku barely remembering to eat as he's so focused. It's pretty much a thing everywhere that people with a severe enough criminal record are mandated to wear quirk-suppressing cuffs. They're similar to the ankle monitors people in house arrests wear, so if they somehow manage to remove them, authorities get alerted. After enough violations, they'll go to trial and possibly face imprisonment. In Japan, though, even a very minor crime is enough to warrant the cuffs. Often people with a history of mental health issues, but no criminal record, also get them, which is a reason behind the criticism. Also, people with destructive quirks usually go through a psychiatric evaluation before they are allowed to work in places like hospitals, for example. It's not a perfect system, and there's actually a lot more quirk-based catastrophes than the media tells you, but it's what we have. Fascinating, Izuku says. It's kind of hilarious to think that Bakugo, who has gotten praised left and right his whole life for his flashy quirk, probably couldn't get a job at a hospital. But you, or anyone else with a quirk that has destructive potential, don't have a secret service agent following you or something. You weren't made to sign a contract that you won't use your quirk for bad stuff or you'll get sniped. Or are you under an NDA? No, Hisashi chuckles. At least not to my knowledge, he adds, before side-eyeing the window, Izuku's lips twitching. Aizawa-sensei mentioned that the security for the festival will be tighter this year, so will Nezu like inject everyone with a quirk suppressant, he suddenly wonders. Unfortunately, that would require too much paperwork, Hisashi answers, clearly amused. There's just going to be a lot of heroes all over the place as security. Shouter and I are obviously narrating, and Midnight and Cementos are supervising the students, but pretty much everyone else, and some heroes outside the staff, are either located in the stands or outside the stadium. It'll be safe, I promise, Hisashi assures. Hey, I'll still be thrown in an arena to fight to the death, Izuku points out, making Hisashi roll his eyes with a smile. There are rules, you know. Of course I'll make it sound like there aren't to make it more exciting, but Nemirai will be there to stop things if they go too far, he explains. I'm sure it'll do so much when Todoroki creates an iceberg in a blink. That guy is ridiculously overpowered. Izuku scoffs when Hisashi just chuckles in response. Laugh all you want until you have to carve me out like a demon mammoth, Izuku says, pointing an accusing finger, before joining in on Hisashi's laughter. Izuku watches as Denki rambles with Kirishima and Ashido in excitement. The three don't seem nervous at all, just hyping each up with wide smiles. In a way he wishes Bakugo was still in their class, because he's sure the boy would put on a show, which would offer Izuku distraction. Instead Bakugo is firmly in general education, and forbidden from participating in the festival, while Izuku is sitting on a bench in the locker room, feeling like a nervous wreck. Bakugo also won't be coming to school for the next 3 weeks as he's suspended. Apparently he proceeded to attack Aizawa when the man told him the news. The suspension might be a good thing, maybe it'll give Bakugo time to calm down, or it might be a supremely bad thing, because Bakugo might just build up his anger until he returns to school, ready to make Izuku into a charred human 𝐂𝐻𝐿. I wish they would share some of that confidence with those in need, Hitoshi mutters, sitting next to Izuku. Hey, your quirk is still kind of a secret, the first round will be easy for you, whatever it is, Izuku reminds. Hitoshi can just make people help him through everything. Denki got his new support item approved after the rule change. They'll both be fine, unlike Izuku who only has his little knife. He should have brought a machete or something. Denki's support item, made by Mai, is actually really cool. It's a bow staff with an aluminum coating so that it's not heavy like a steel one would be. Inside it is a compact battery that stores insane amounts of energy, and a resistor so that the battery doesn't fill up too quickly. Mai is still working on some use for the energy in the battery, and Denki has a lot to learn about using the staff for combat, but after tireless training, he has gotten pretty good. His shoes also have RBB soles. Mai made all his shoes like that to avoid accidents. Now, when Denki uses his quirk, he doesn't short out, everyone around him is protected, and both the staff and his body are pretty much untouchable. Izuku, Mai, and Denki are still in the brainstorming phase of figuring out how to lessen the voltage when he uses his quirk. With that logic you're fine too, because no one knows about the million tricks you have up your sleeve, Hitoshi points out. They won't know what hit them. Weirdly, that's the exact same thing Hisashi said when he and Izuku parted ways in the morning. I don't know why everyone is so insistent in claiming that I'm some crazy mastermind, Izuku says with a sigh. Because you are, Denki replies, having drifted away from Ashido and Kirishima, now taking a seat on the other side of Hitoshi. Somehow Izuku's and Hitoshi's slouched postures and obvious displeasure don't make him any less excited. You're buddies with Fing Nedzu. That requires a world-changing level of craziness, Hitoshi adds. I'm not buddies with him, Izuku argues, huffing when both just roll their eyes. Everyone. It's time to head out. Ida calls, causing Izuku's heart to feel like someone is trying to twist it out of his chest. Let's roll, Hitoshi says, standing up and turning to grab Izuku's wrists, tugging him up. Imagine Bakugo at home, watching you beat everyone's butt, while he's stuck at home, Denki encourages, and in a way that does make Izuku feel better. So you better stand proud. Can't let him see you nervous, Hitoshi instructs. Yeah, Izuku agrees with a firm nod. He will be brave and proud, he will stand in the middle of the audience with dignity. Purely out of spite. Let's kick some butt, he decides, grinning when Denki cheers and Hitoshi bumps their shoulders together. As the class makes their way towards the entrance of the arena, Izuku does his best to remember how much confidence so many people have for him. Hisashi trusts in his abilities, Snipe, Koyama, Kuro's, and Aizawa believe in him, even Nedzu expressed his trust. Izuku won't allow any of them to be disappointed. When they step out into the sunlight, the crowd starts cheering so much the ground literally shakes, but Izuku keeps his head held high, and his hands in his pockets, body language casual, uninterested. That's all they see. They don't know about the sweaty hand clutched around the butterfly knife, they don't know about the heart trying to break ribs, they don't know about the shaking breath. Bakugo, All of Izuku's tormentors are watching right now. He imagines some of them might be shocked, before turning angry, probably enraged. The good-for-nothing Deku, the quirkless loser, is here, his UA heroic student, in international TV. All Izuku has for them is a big middle finger. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲, probably Hisoshi too wherever he is, might be watching. Maybe, just maybe, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 will finally understand Izuku isn't fragile, that he's not her little baby anymore, hasn't been in years. Izuku wonders what Hisoshi is thinking. Maybe he's like the rest of Izuku's tormentors, wishing he was successful in whatever it was he tried to do to the boy. Everybody put your hands together, because it's time to start UA's annual rodeo of adolescence you all love, the sports festival. Hisashi announces, his voice echoing around the stadium, but it's still barely audible with how much the audience is screaming. The big screens scattered around show the man spinning in his chair, before moving to show aerial footage of the students. Some turn to wave at the drone flying around them, but Izuku doesn't, instead turning to look at the announcer's booth. It's hard to see from that far, but he's sure Hisashi winked at him. As Hisashi starts introducing the classes, giving all of them a little comment, Izuku actually manages to find some semblance of relaxation. What's the worst that could happen? Whatever the day brings, Izuku will handle it. Now! Kiyoma starts when Hisashi is finished, her heightened voice clear as the audience has calmed down. It's time for the top scorer of the entrance exam to give a speech, she says, gesturing towards the microphone next to her. Izuku actually never considered how the other students did in the exam. Though he hates to admit it, the logical assumption would be Bakugo, but obviously he isn't here. It has to be someone with a really useful quirk against the robots, maybe Ashido. Based on what Izuku saw in the exam, people were largely only thinking about the villain points, so it would make sense for it to be someone who was able to gather a lot of them. Midoriya Izuku, the stage is yours. Kiyoma announces. What the F? What the absolute shitting F? What in motherfucking hell is happening? Own it, Izuku tells himself firmly as everyone looks at him, waiting for him to walk to the microphone. He keeps his head held high and posture casual as he strides towards it, but internally his thoughts consist of, don't trip, don't even stumble, if he does that, he's going to commit seppuku right here and now. Why the F is his life like this? Is he cursed? Was he a mass murderer in his past life and now he's paying for it? SHT like this only ever happens to him. What if his voice cracks? What if he stutters? Yeah, that will definitely mean seppuku time. Standing in front of the microphone, Izuku keeps his hands deep in his pockets to hide their shaking. Send it, he orders himself. Everyone is listening, this is a chance he'll never get again. My whole life people have tried to bring me down. I have been told again and again that I'll never be anything. Izuku starts, endlessly grateful that his voice doesn't shake. Fun fact, none of those people are here with me. The only reason I'm here is because I wanted to PSS them off, he finishes, and it seems like the word of his quirk status hasn't spread to the audience, as people immediately start cheering. When the crowd quiets again, Izuku says one last thing, thanks. You just applauded for a quirkless person. As the yelling starts, Izuku looks straight at a camera filming him, pulls one hand out of his pocket, and shows his middle finger. The camera cuts away quickly, but Izuku still gets a few glorious seconds of his middle finger being plastered on international TV. With a satisfied grin, Izuku walks back to his friends, while the audience is still losing their minds. Hitoshi is almost rolling with laughter, and when he gets close enough, Denki jumps in to hug him. Izuku accepts it easily, having learned that he actually likes hugs when they aren't suffocating. That was badass. Denki yells over the crowd. When he lets go of Izuku, Hitoshi is there, and he puts his hands on Izuku's shoulders, shaking him. Dear deranged knife kid, he starts, I adore you, he states with a grin matching Izuku's. Also, you didn't tell us that you got first place in the exam. Denki says when Hitoshi stops shaking Izuku, but his tone isn't accusing at all, just excited. I didn't know I did, Izuku replies, his heart still pounding in his chest. So you pulled that out of your butt? Hitoshi asks, awed. You're a legend, he states when Izuku nods, causing the boy to laugh. As he looks around, 𝐒𝐿 realizes that his friends showing him support just railed the audience up even more. In the student crowd he sees Kirishima and Ashido smile at him, clearly approving, while others are mostly glaring, Ida looking ready to pop a vein. All right. Kiyoma has to yell over the crowd. It's time for the first round, she announces, and finally the audience manages to quiet down, clearly still invested in the festival enough to forget how sessed off they are. On the large screens in the stadium, the words obstacle course appear at the same time Kiyoma reveals it. Carefully 𝐒𝐿 studies the animation of the course, though it doesn't reveal what the actual obstacles are. He assumes they will be something everyone can get past regardless of their quirk, but he knows he will still have to work really hard to keep up. It's a 4-kilometer course going around the stadium. You should give it your all, because only the top 42 will make it to the next round. Anything is allowed as long as you stay on course. Kiyoma explains. Now 𝐒𝐿 understands what Hisashi meant by the school pretending there aren't rules to make things more exciting. As the students start moving to where the race will start, 𝐒𝐿 very quickly realizes that the tight space will be a problem. It might even be the first obstacle. Let's kick butt, okay? Denki says, full of excitement. Yeah. See you at the finish line, Hitoshi agrees with a grin. Have fun, guys, 𝐒𝐿 replies, before slipping into the student crowd. He needs a plan, and he needs it now. Of course he could choose to not pull any tricks in the beginning, all he really wants is to be in the top 42. But he knows people will be infuriated if he's in the top 3, and the thought is amusing enough that he decides to go big from the beginning. Due to his short height, it's somewhat difficult for 𝐒𝐿 to see past the other students, but he manages to get some peeks in. The walls of the hallway are smooth, and the ceiling is high, but 𝐒𝐿 notices that the starting lights are attached to something. It's hard to see, but soon he realizes that the darkness above is hiding some scaffolding, which the lights are attached to, and they reach all the way to the beginning of the hallway. Maybe they are there to help anyone who pays enough attention to notice, maybe so it's easier to fix any damages from the festival. 𝐒𝐿 doesn't really care about the details. Now he just has to reach up there. Looking around, he searches for someone who has a quirk he could exploit. Soon 𝐒𝐿's eyes find 𝐤𝐸. They will surely use their tape to swing over the crowd, and from what 𝐒𝐿 has seen during training, they usually leave the tape behind. Seems like he has a plan. The chatter around 𝐒𝐿 quiets the second the first starting light goes off. Slowly he inches his way to stand behind 𝐤𝐸, watching as the 4 lights go off one by one. Start! Midnight yells and the last one turns off. Immediately people start squeezing into the hallway, but as 𝐒𝐿 expected, 𝐤𝐸 immediately shoots a tape at the ceiling. While Todoroki puts on a show at the front, 𝐤𝐸 climbs up a bit, before shooting another tape and starting to swing forward. The second they are cut off from the first tape, 𝐒𝐿 realizes that he's too short to reach it. Not letting that stop him, 𝐒𝐿 proceeds to climb on the person's back standing in front of him, and use their shoulders as a stool to reach the tape. Before they can even react, 𝐒𝐿 is off, quickly climbing the tape. While most students are still trying to get through, 𝐒𝐿 is running across the scaffolding. He notices a lot of cameras attached to it too, filming the students below. When one turns towards him, 𝐒𝐿 decides to throw a peace sign, just to F with people. It's not even been 30 seconds when 𝐒� makes it out of the hallway. As he sees people slipping on Todoroki's ice, pushing and shoving each other to try and get ahead, he realizes it might not be the smartest move to jump down in the middle of that. Do the walls count as a part of the course? Well, 𝐒� will soon find out. With that, he jumps from the scaffolding, landing on one of the walls of the course. Thankfully they are wide enough that he doesn't fall off to the other side, and for a breath he waits for someone to tell him that he's out. Then 𝐒� is off, running along the wall. He tries to preserve energy by not going as fast as he can, but the idea of people's rage if he places at the top is just too enticing, so he's definitely pushing his limits. It doesn't take 𝐒� too long to reach the next obstacle, a group of the 0-pointers from the entrance exam. As Yorozu proceeds to shoot a cannon at them, creating chaos all around, 𝐒� just continues running on the wall. Things are going weirdly well. Very soon 𝐒� is at the next obstacle, where his wall tactic won't work anymore. Hisashi, in his narration, calls it the fall. 𝐒𝐿 is sure that the seemingly bottomless drop below is just an illusion, but the primal part of his brain is still alarmed. It's a good thing 𝐒𝐿 is used to his mind screaming danger. Without hesitation, 𝐒𝐿 jumps down from the wall and sprints to the first rope. Not slowing down, he spreads his arms to make balancing easier and starts running across it. He passes the fall suspiciously easily too. The final obstacle is a minefield. 𝐒𝐿 hears Hisashi explain that the mines aren't actually dangerous, just loud, but most of his attention is taken by Todoroki running through the field. His pace is fairly slow, but he's also avoiding all the mines. If 𝐒𝐿 wants to get past him, and the few others already crossing the field, he has to be fast. As one of the students accidentally steps on a mine and gets thrown in the air, 𝐒𝐿 gets an idea. Around the minefield are large signs with a dramatic image of an explosion, and the text danger. Minefield. In English. 𝐒𝐿 doesn't really care about that part though, he just cares about what the signs are made of. Yeah, 𝐒𝐿 whispers when closer inspection reveals them to be styrofoam. Without hesitation he pulls his knife out, and gets to cutting. While the thickness of the sign slows him down, it's also exactly what he needs for his plan to work. Not too much later, 𝐒𝐿 has a messily cut styrofoam square in his hand. Turning back to the minefield, he kneels down and gets to digging. The mines aren't buried very deep, there's just enough dirt over them that they aren't visible unless someone is paying attention. As 𝐒𝐿 piles himself some mines, he suddenly notices a SWCH at the bottom of one. It has a simple ON and OFF text, the SWCH turned to ON. Next to it is tiny writing, controlled explosions. I'm not a wimp, he scoffs, and sways the mine to OFF. After repeating the action with all the mines, which he just knows is a SHT. Idea, 𝐒𝐿 piles some dirt and leans the mines against it, so that he'll hopefully fly to the right direction. A quick glance lets him know that Todoroki is soon out of the minefield, so 𝐒𝐿 really hopes that this works. He might not even make it to the top 42 if he f's this up. Taking a secure hold on his styrofoam, 𝐒𝐿 stands up. Finding the closest camera, he gives it a salute. Then he jumps styrofoam first on the mines. Yep. There was a reason for the controlled explosions. The blast that sends 𝐒� flying is loud and bright enough to make even the uncaring Todoroki turn around to see what the F is going on. 𝐒� gets thrown in the air so fast that it feels like his organs were left on ground level, his breath bursting out of his lungs. He flies so high up that he sees way past even the UA campus. For a moment, 𝐒�'s side by side with a motherfucking bird. That is until the poor animal sees him and freaks out. The landing is going to SCK, 𝐒� realizes when he finally stops flying up, and instead starts falling. Soon he also comes to the conclusion that he's going to land right on Todoroki, who is still staring up at him with the rest of the students. 𝐒� wonders if the boy is just going to allow him to land on his face with how he's not moving out of the way. Don't ruin that pretty face for me. 𝐒� yells, barely hearing his own voice through the wind rushing past his ears, but thankfully the words reach Todoroki. Startled, the boy creates a slope of ice to cover himself. The way it starts from outside the minefield is a smart move. The ice would just break if it landed on mines, but it also helps 𝐒� quite a bit. Miraculously, the ice is thick enough that it doesn't break when 𝐒� makes an impact, and his landing is also fairly smooth as he starts sliding down the slope. Clinging on the styrofoam, that's also still intact for some reason, 𝐒� can't help but start laughing as he glides on the ice. Only when the ground starts approaching, 𝐒� becomes more focused again, though he's still grinning. Deciding that the idea is fun enough to be worth the risk, 𝐒� carefully moves to stand up on the styrofoam, and for a moment it's like he's surfing. Then the rough ground slows the movement abruptly enough that 𝐒� almost falls face first, barely able to stop his fall with his hands. Not stopping to breathe or think, 𝐒� is immediately running again, stumbling for a moment as he tries to find his balance. Damn it, he wants that first place. He knows it's greedy, but he's so close. Sprinting as fast as he can, 𝐒� makes his way towards the finish line, towards the stadium. The crowd is booing loud enough to shake the ground, but Hisashi is screaming even louder. No one could have predicted this. UA's first Quirkless student is about to beat his classmates. Maybe it's time to wonder if quirks are overrated, am I right? 𝐒𝐬𝐽 runs into the stadium, past the finish line. 𝐼𝐻 wins. Take that! 𝐒𝐬𝐽's yell is barely audible, but his shore people were able to read his lips. His grinning face is plastered everywhere, and the winner of this round is Midoriya 𝐒𝐬𝐽. With pure intellect and skill, he wins the first round of this year's sports festival. Hisashi screams, and 𝐒𝐬𝐽 can hear his smile in his voice. Only a few seconds later, he is glad to see the cameras move on to Todoroki entering the stadium, taking the second place. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 allows himself to relax a bit, and without care, he proceeds to sit down on the grass, trying to fill his lungs with enough air. Now that his veins aren't filled with pure adrenaline, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 realizes that he definitely got some bruises from his landing, but he can live with that. After a short while, he notices Kirishima run into the stadium, and quickly make his way to 𝐒𝐬𝐽. That was insane, he exclaims with a wide smile, sitting on the grass too. It felt insane. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 laughs, returning to the fist bump Kirishima offers. Now he feels much more confident. The first round really wasn't that difficult, and 𝐒𝐬𝐽 wonders if there's a seed of truth in the endless praise his friends give him. Denki and Ashido arrive almost at the same time, and both 𝐒𝐽𝐽 and Kirishima stand up to greet them. What do they feed you, and where can I get it? Denki asks with a serious voice, taking a hold on 𝐒𝐽𝐽's upper arms. Apple juice, he replies with raised eyebrows. Man. Maybe my parents were right and I shouldn't live purely on soda, Denki sighs, causing 𝐒𝐽𝐽 to laugh. Nah. I recommend trying to run on spite. Works wonders, he says. Right then Hitoshi arrives too, pulling 𝐒𝐽𝐽 out of Denki's hold and into his own. When I heard that DMN explosion, I just knew it was you. Then I see you fly in the air like an unhinged chicken. Hitoshi's expression is filled with awe, regardless of his words. Chickens don't fly, 𝐒𝐽𝐽 points out. They do a little bit sometimes. Your flight was definitely as graceful as theirs, Hitoshi disagrees, before breaking into a smile. I am so glad I have the honor of knowing you, he declares, before finally letting go of 𝐒𝐽𝐽, who's trying to will his cheeks into losing the color they gained. When everyone has finished the race, they move to stand in front of Midnight to see what the next round will be. Interestingly, 𝐒𝐽𝐽 notices Cementos starting to create what looks like an urban setting. Congratulations to the top 42. You will now move to the second round. Kayoma starts, pointing towards the screen next to her. Capture the flag, she announces. With a twist, of course, she adds with a menacing grin. The screen near Kayoma shows a simple animation while she explains the rules. You will be divided into 7 teams of 6. Lovely Cementos is already building you an arena spanning the entirety of this pitch, and each team will have their own area. You will, of course, hide your flag inside that area. But instead of just one flag, your team will have 6, each worth the amount of points the teammate has, but all the points are shared between the team. If your flag is found, the team that finds and touches it gets the points, and they can't be stolen back, so you better figure out clever hiding spots. We will talk more about the points later. Now, if you are in another team's area, and get caught, aka someone from the team whose area you're in touches you with their body, even a poke is enough, you will get sent back to your area, all the way to a marked circle in there, with no other punishment. You will of course be observed to make sure there's no cheating happening. Between the areas is no man's land, where you can't get caught. So far it all sounds like fairly basic capture the flag, only with extra flags, and fairly low stakes, but 𝐒𝐽𝐽 knows the twist Kayoma mentioned will immediately make the stakes higher. Before the game you will have 10 minutes for hiding your flags and planning, and the game itself will last 15 minutes. When the timer runs out, the teams with the most points will make it to the third round. Sounds simple, right? Well, throughout the game, music will be playing. When the music cuts off, capture the flag will turn into red light, green light. The moment the music stops you cannot move. Only blinking allowed. You lose your balance. Too bad. You'll be completely out of the game, and your points will go with you unless another team has stolen them. Also, sabotaging the other participants is not allowed even when you're out. Only when the music starts again, you're allowed to start moving, Midnight says, just smiling as the students express their distress at the information. 𝐒𝐿 likes that anyone can play the game however they want, weighing the risks, deciding if something is worth it. He's confident this will be interesting. I encourage you to be creative. But now, it's time for the points. 𝐂𝐬𝐽𝐫 decides. The 4 to second place will have 5 points, and the amount will rise by 5 with each ranking. The first place, though. She pauses for a moment, looking straight at 𝐒𝐿. You will have 1,000,000 points. Because of course I think will, 𝐒𝐿 mutters, but based on the quick laugh, 𝐂𝐬𝐽𝐫 heard him. Soon 𝐒𝐿 is clutching a fairly small white flag with a red 1,000,000 written on it, and a bracelet with an LED light. Apparently it will light up yellow if they get caught, and will turn off when they enter the marked circle in their area. If they are out of the game, it will be red. While everyone got their flags, 𝐒𝐿 finished with creating the setting for the game, and 𝐒𝐿 is very happy to see the concrete buildings scattered all around, with all sorts of details in between. There's a lot of hiding places there. Still, the arena is small enough that encounters will be unavoidable. On the ground are bright yellow painted lines, impossible to not notice, that mark 7 square areas scattered around, each with a number on every corner. The so-called no man's land is only a few meters between each line. Inside every area is also a marked circle, as far from the other areas as possible. Now they have 5 minutes to build teams, before their 10-minute timer starts for hiding the flags. 𝐒𝐿 was expecting Hitoshi and Denki to stick with him, and my bouncing to them isn't a big surprise either. He was more unsure about Kirishima and especially Ashido, but after they exchange a few words, they start walking towards 𝐒𝐿's group. You have room for 2 more. Kirishima asks happily. We want to show solidarity, Ashido explains, equally as happy. It doesn't hurt that working with 𝐒𝐿 is basically a guaranteed win, Hitoshi points out. That too, Kirishima laughs. With that, 𝐒𝐿 has a team. That was really easy. What the hell is going on today? Your 10 minutes for scheming starts now. 𝐂𝐬𝐫 calls after the teams have been confirmed, and they have been given a number for their area. I recommend you to be clever, she adds with a wink. That makes 𝐒𝐿 wonder how much is allowed to bend the rules. Now that he thinks about it, 𝐂𝐬𝐫's words left a lot of room for interpretation. 𝐒𝐿 is willing to bet everything she said was intentional. You have a MSTR plan. Denki asks when their team, Team 6, heads to their area. Of course, 𝐒𝐿 says, like it's the most obvious thing. Maybe if he pretends to be confident for long enough, he will actually become confident at some point. Could you go to the 2nd floor there, and use that lovely quirk of yours to spy on the other teams? You can hide your flag while you're at it, 𝐒𝐿 turns to say to them. Yes, sir. But before I go, I have comms for us all. They reply, pulling a handful of earbuds from one of their pockets. You're the best, 𝐒𝐿 replies gratefully, happy when the earbud fits well. Glad to be of service. Tap once to open mic, tap again to close it, My informs, before running off inside the building in their area. Let's go inside too, 𝐒𝐿 decides, twisting his flag in his hands as they walk. Denki, Ashido-kun, you'll be the ones to go into others' areas. You can try and look for their flags, but your main task is to create chaos. He starts when they enter, before kneeling down. Gladly, Ashido agrees with a nod. They're not gonna know what hit them, Denki adds with an excited smile. I won't be able to leave this area, 𝐒𝐿 informs, while raising the leg of the sports uniform, tying his flag tightly around his ankle. When he lowers the uniform, there's no visible lump or anything. Yeah. I love it when you take rules as suggestions, Hitoshi laughs. 𝐂𝐬𝐫-sensei only said that we need to hide our flags inside our area. As long as I'm here, I'm fine, 𝐒𝐿 explains while standing up. Anyway, Hitoshi, Kirishima-kun, you'll stay here with me as defense. Mostly what I want to do is keep the other teams busy. If you're all okay with it, I want you to hide your flags in places as annoying as possible. Let's make their lives hard, 𝐒𝐿 suggests. I already have an idea where I'll hide my flag, Hitoshi announces with a grin. Whatever it takes to win, Kirishima adds, smiling too. Good. Also Kirishima-kun, I've noticed in training that you have a habit of going the obvious route. It makes sense with your quirk, but if you manage to surprise your opponent, you'll be even stronger. Cool. Izuku instructs. Cool. Kirishima takes the critique without a blink, seeming even more determined than before. While you guys hide your flags, I'll go talk to Mai. They brought a ton of stuff to advertise, and I'm sure we'll get a lot of use out of them, Izuku finishes. Well, what are you waiting for? He asks when everyone just smiles at him. That gets the team moving, and quickly Izuku climbs upstairs. Team 2 hid all their flags under a boulder on the left bottom corner of their area. Team 1 seems to be planning something big, so I'd avoid that, Mai immediately reports. Quickly Izuku relays the information through their comms, snickering when from one of the windows he sees Hitoshi climb up what looks like a flagpole, except it's concrete. When he reaches the top, Hitoshi proceeds to rip off the thread on the seam of his left sleeve, and tie it around the flag so thoroughly it looks almost impossible to get off without a significant amount of time and effort. So, what babies do you have? Izuku turns back to Mai. With a grin Mai digs into the tool belt around their waist. What they first pull out looks like 2 basic tin cans. Inside these is a rapidly expanding sticky substance, completely harmless to humans. I won't go into the details because we're in a hurry, but it's really cool actually. Anyway, when it makes contact with air, it'll start expanding, and it'll get big enough to trap anyone's lower body, unless they have like an insane strength-enhancing quirk, and it will harden quickly. So, if you poke one open with that knife of yours, and throw it at someone, in a few seconds they're stuck, and only heat or the solvent I made can release them, Mai says, pulling out a tiny spray bottle, handing it and the cans to Izuku. Just a drop is enough to make it dissolve, because it causes kind of a chain reaction in the substance, they explain. This is amazing, Izuku compliments, filled with amazement, pocketing the items. I know, right? Mai replies with a grin. The rest isn't as exciting. I brought a few smoke bongs, they are harmless though. I also have bowlers, except the weights in these are little robots that will grab onto whatever they can, but they aren't the most reliable yet. Then, I have 2 of these babies, Mai says, pulling out what looks like 2 medium-sized buttons, just without the holes. What do they do? Izuku asks, absolutely delighted by Mai's inventions. They are tiny speakers. If you remove the cover on the back, they'll stick to clothes, and will play walking sounds. It's simple, but it will make people really confused, Mai explains. You're evil, Izuku laughs. Thank you. I also have a grappling gun for myself, and a modified taser. Basically it doesn't hurt at all, it just disrupts muscle functions for a few seconds, Mai says, before quieting, smiling widely. Guys, Izuku says after tapping on his earbud. When you're ready, come to the 2nd floor. Your birthday came early, he says, hearing quick agreements. When their 10-minute timer runs out, Izuku's team is more than ready. Denki and his bow staff are already sparking with electricity, Hitoshi has the bowlers in his hands and the speakers in his pocket, Ashido holding onto the smoke bombs. Because of what Mai saw Team 2 do, Kirishima and Ashido will head there to get them out of the game, before Kirishima will head back to their area. The second the timer starts with fairly general action music, everyone is off. Izuku hides behind the main doorway of the building in their area, knife in hand. All he needs to do is make the other teams run around for 15 minutes. As sounds of chaos start reaching him, Izuku's lips spread into a big smile. He knew his team was perfect for this. 𝐒𝐻𝐿, I know it's you. I can't get these things off. Get that away from me, get that 𝐻𝐿, stop messing with me. Not too much later, Kirishima's voice comes from the comm in his ear. We got Team 2. I'll head back now, he informs. Izuku is glad. He's not sure who exactly even is in Team 2 and how many points they have, but hopefully if he f's up with the 1,000,000 points, their team will still pass this round. Why is it all the way up there? Izuku hears from nearby. Get to climbing, then. How about you do it instead? I'm gonna go check inside. It's your fault if we lose. That conversation snaps Izuku back into focus, and he widens his stance, ready to bounce. The second a student from 1B walks through the doorway, Izuku is on them, his knife pressed against their neck. Before he can say or do anything else, something catches his attention. Did the music get just a tiny bit quieter? In a risky move, Izuku shoves the student away from himself, and only a second later the music cuts off. The 1B kid is still stumbling when that happens, meaning they're out, the lead on their wrist turning bright red. Staying perfectly still, 𝐒𝐿 holds back a smile as they curse at him, before leaving the building. When the music starts again, 𝐒𝐿 returns to his hiding spot. It seems to work well for him, and he wants to play it safe because of the 1,000,000 points. 𝐒𝐿 fights off a few more students, keeping them away with his knife, as if he's protecting something inside the building. Wanting to keep up the illusion, he pretends to not notice when people enter the second floor through windows. At one point someone finds a flag from there, excited, but soon they realize it's only 20 points. Occasionally 𝐒𝐿 hears his teammates talk through the comms, Denki and 𝐈𝐴 teaming up to find out what 𝐔𝐬𝐽 is hiding, Kirishima checking in to ask if anyone needs his help, and so on. The entire time 𝐒𝐿 has a smile on his face, amused as he listens to the chaos around him. Their plan works perfectly. The other teams are either unable to focus because of Denki, Mai, and 𝐈𝐴, or wasting their time on trying to get the flags they think are worth more than they are, while Kirishima and Hitoshi make their lives as hard as possible. When only a bit under 5 minutes is left, things get more tense. Everyone is after the 1,000,000 points, desperate for the undeniably easy ticket to the third round. Denki, 𝐈𝐴, everyone and their Fing mother is here, so backup might be needed, Hitoshi says in the comms, quickly getting an affirmative. At one point the music cuts off again, getting a few players out, but their area is still very busy. 𝐒𝐿 wonders if he should take the risk and go help, but he decides not to, instead tapping on his earbud. Mai, if it'll be useful, I still have both of the cans, he offers. I'll be there in 5, 4, 3. 𝐒𝐿 wonders what Mai is up to, but he gets his answer the same time the person says 1, a hook anchoring on the windowsill, Mai flying in after it. Here. Is it cool if I keep the other one for emergencies? 𝐒𝐿 asks, handing the can over. Yeah. It's a bit strained out there, but we got it, Mai assures. You just stay here and protect the main price, they add. I will. Have fun. 𝐒𝐿 wishes, amused when Mai flies out the window the same way they arrived. Suddenly 𝐒�l's attention is caught by approaching footsteps, but they're quieter and more cautious than the ones 𝐒�l is used to hearing. If he had to guess, this is someone who has figured out his the key to success. I know you have it on you, Todoroki says as he steps in, face uninterested, but 𝐒�l can see that he's prepared, his body language cautious. What? 𝐒�l asks innocently. He needs to waste as much time as possible. Don't play dumb with me. You aren't the only one who can be unconventional. I know you have the 1,000,000 points on you, Todoroki replies, eyes searching 𝐒�l. Why? Don't you have enough points already? You have 205, and everyone in your team has like over 100. Or did you lose them? 𝐒�l inquires, leaning back on the wall with his hands in his pockets, one clutched around his knife, the other around the can. While Mai did say that heat is the one other thing that can dissolve the substance, Todoroki never uses the fire side of his quirk. It's a risk 𝐒�l is willing to take. Maybe I just want to have the most points by the end. Call it greed, if you want, Todoroki says, and his voice is weirdly severe. For some reason this is really important to him. Now hand over the flag. I can and will make you otherwise. You know I'm always in for a good time. 𝐒�l starts with a smirk, subtly opening his knife, but I'm greedy too, he finishes, and at the same time he pulls out both the can and the knife, stabbing the blade in the metal. Then he takes a few quick steps forward and drops the can between himself and Todoroki. Immediately the off-white foam starts expanding, and in just a few seconds their ankles are covered. 𝐒�l's points are safe. He's improvising the rest. What did you do? Todoroki asks, trying to get away, but he can't. Mai knows their stuff. Secured my team for the first place, 𝐒�l replies with a shrug. For a while he has watched Todoroki, studied him. Of course 𝐒�l is a massive Endeavor hater, the collateral damage that man causes is comparable to a Fing tsunami, but he has started to understand that the man might be just as cruel at home. Todoroki's burn scar is a fairly obvious indicator, though it can be brushed off as an accident, but 𝐒�l is familiar with the kind of accidents parents have. Considering all that, 𝐒�l is certain that Todoroki doesn't use half of his quirk because to him it represents Endeavor. It might even be that he wants Izuku's points, because he has some sort of a mission to prove that he only needs his ice, either to himself or to someone else. Now Izuku has always been good at keeping his head down and mouth shut. When he was younger, his every attempt at helping others got dismissed, and at worst it led to him getting humiliated. So Izuku learned to mind his own business. The thing is, ever since he started at UA, he has broken basically all the learned habits. Why not continue? Things might go horribly wrong, but what's new? Why did you trap us both? Todoroki demands. Because I wanted to be in, but, Izuku replies. There is a way to get out, you know. This stuff isn't very heat resistant, though Mai is working on it, he informs, voice nonchalant. I don't understand what games you're playing, Todoroki says, and while his tone stays neutral and face blank, Izuku sees the fingers on his right hand twitch. Hey, you're the strongest player in your team. By keeping you here, I might just F your game over. Imagine if you don't get to the third round at all, that would be hilarious. Izuku keeps his mouth running. He has no clue what he's doing. Hopefully this works out anyway. I know you have another way to get out, Todoroki suddenly says, cutting off Izuku's words. Wanna bet? Izuku bluffs. It won't be necessary, and with that Todoroki activates his quirk, proceeding to try and freeze Izuku's hands in place, but he manages to get away. Is this because I called your face pretty earlier? Izuku asks. He has to admit, it's hard to dodge Todoroki's quirk, but using his knife, he manages to fight back, forcing Todoroki to lean away. Their fight is full of fumbling, neither of them are used to fighting with their legs stuck almost up to their thighs. 1 minute left. Oh. Hopefully your team managed without you. You sorta abandoned them, Izuku says, while stabbing his knife towards Todoroki's right side. It catches the boy off guard, and that combined with Izuku's biting words, makes Todoroki lose control. For a split second a burst of fire escapes from his left hand that he uses to instinctively try and keep Izuku and his knife away. Todoroki looks honestly shocked as he stares at his left hand, and for once Izuku keeps his mouth shut. That is until a drop of horror mixes in with the shock. No way this is the direction Todoroki is taking this new development. He was meant to be like, oh, I used my left side and didn't spontaneously combust, maybe I can start using it more. This is what Izuku gets for doing SHT just because he feels like it. I'm flattered, Izuku says with a casual voice, pocketing his knife. I, a quirkless person, am good enough that you needed to use your full power. Bakugu's head would probably explode. And my homeroom teacher from middle school would have a slide. Take that, Takeda-sensei, useless, clumsy Midoriya who can't even read, and who should stop pretending he can do anything, just cracked possibly the toughest nut in UA. Yeah, Izuku rambles on and on. The mention of his teacher seems to catch Todoroki's attention. You're possibly the weirdest person I've ever met, the boy says, and he doesn't seem that mad, but also the neutral mask is firmly back, so who knows. Thanks, Izuku replies with a grin, before digging into his pocket for the solvent, spraying a bit of it on the substance. Are you sure you want to do that? I could still take the points. Izuku doesn't reply, raising a finger to signal Todoroki to wait, while his eyes are on the substance, enthralled by watching it dissolve. Mai might secretly be a sorcerer, because holy SHT. Just as Todoroki is about to talk again, an announcement rings out, time's up. As Izuku grins, Todoroki just sighs. Hi, Izuku. Denki greets, walking side by side with Hitoshi into the building. Are you in a bit of a sticky situation? Hitoshi asks with a smirk. That was awful, Izuku groans, but he still giggles. Hey, I'm improvising here. Tell me a better one, if you're so good at this, Hitoshi argues. I'd tell you a better joke, but I'm stuck on what to say, Izuku says with a grin. That was awful too. Denki chuckles. This moment will stick with me, he adds, causing both Izuku and Hitoshi to laugh. I feel like I'm in a zoo watching monkeys interact, Todoroki mutters, finally able to move away from the foam. Would you say that you're stuck watching? Izuku asks, beaming when Todoroki lets out a little breath. As Izuku gets freed too, they start making their way towards midnight. There are already a lot of people waiting, but they still aren't the last ones. As Izuku looks around, he feels proud as he sees the chaos his team has caused everywhere. Hope you had fun this round, Quirkless says with a smirk that just widens at the displeasure some students express, because your smiles might turn upside down as we get into the points breakdown. This will dictate who makes it to the next round, she continues. When the placements appear on the screens, the booing starts immediately. Even without the 1,000,000 points, Izuku's team would have crushed the other teams. In second place is Todoroki's team, but they are somewhat close with the third place. Now it's time for lunch. You have an hour to rest and recover before we continue. Kyoma announces over the booing. I'm so glad I was in your team, Ashido says, walking to Izuku with Kirishima in tow. Hey, you did the work. I just hid, Izuku argues as they start heading inside. It was your plan, though, Hitoshi points out. Before Izuku can argue, he notices Todoroki standing by a secluded hallway, tilting his head, signaling Izuku to go with him. Yeah, okay, I'm the best, Izuku says with an eye roll. I'm gonna go have a chat, you guys go ahead, he adds, starting to back away from the group. Be safe, Denki calls. I'll just stab him if needed, Izuku says with a grin that just widens as his friends laugh. He gets more serious as he turns to face Todoroki, who is leaning against a wall. He looks mega theatrical, like enough so that Izuku wonders if the boy will start a poetic monologue about the difficulties of life. Holding back a comment, Izuku walks towards Todoroki, leaning against the opposite wall with his hands in his pockets. Are you stuck in what happened? Izuku asks when Todoroki just stares at him in silence that's starting to feel seriously uncomfortable. You managed to overpower me, Todoroki finally says. I broke my promise. That's why, when the next round starts, I have to beat you without breaking it again. I need to fix my mistake, he starts, looking down at his left hand. Before Izuku can say anything, Todoroki is continuing. My old man, Endeavor, has always wanted to be number one. No matter what it took. But he never managed to beat All Might, so he moved to his next plan, creating a successor powerful enough to do what he couldn't. He bought my mother, who had the perfect quirk to match with his. Child after child were failures, until I was born. There was no escape, no help, because he is the number 2 hero after all. Even if they believed me, there was nothing anyone could do, he says, lowering his left hand, but he keeps his eyes tilted down. In my memories, my mother is always crying. It broke her, he broke her. Todoroki raises a hand to cover his scar. Your left side is hideous. That's what she said before she poured boiling water on me. Izuku honestly feels a bit nauseous. Everything Todoroki is saying is hitting him way too close to home. Only his following words keep Izuku from freaking the F out. I swore I would rise to the top without using his quirk. Now I have to defeat you without it, to prove that I don't need it. That's f***ing stupid, Izuku blurts out. Well, he could have worded that a bit better. When Todoroki turns to look at him with the slightest frown, Izuku continues, it's literally your quirk. It's in you, you control it. But I got it from him, Todoroki argues. Dude, Izuku sighs. Okay. Hello, my name is Bladerick Knifeson, and I just invented a knife. A really useful tool, it's scared to try and cut carrots with a DMN spoon. Well, now my invention is out in the world, spreading into almost everyone's kitchen. I changed cooking forever. Don't imagine how meat was cut before, you'll sleep better if you just don't think about it. Anyway, one day I woke up and opened the news. SHT, someone was just stabbed. With a knife. Which I invented. Well, it was my invention that just took a life. I guess I'm evil and horrible and evil, Izuku says, trying to keep his frustration out of his tone, but is only somewhat successful. You don't understand, Todoroki starts, but Izuku cuts him off. Yeah. I don't have a quirk. A few months back. I would have killed to have even a fraction of what you have. Also, what about the people you will save? Are they not worth your entire power? What if someone dies because you were stubborn? Having a quirk and using it doesn't make you a shithead, but that sure does, Izuku says, becoming more and more animated as he talks. What I do know of is getting heart palpitations from the word father. If I let him, and whatever he did, control me, I feel like that would be me letting him win. Basically you're letting Endeavor control you right in this moment. Izuku knows his rambling, but he has to admit that this conversation is definitely causing emotions in him. Emotions that he is actively trying to strangle. I would betray my mother, Todoroki insists, causing Izuku to sigh. Is this how it feels to Hisashi when he tries to talk about 𝐭𝐽 with him? Well, I happen to also have a mother that past events have affected and changed, and who ended up hurting me because of it. Distantly Izuku realizes this might be the first time he's actually admitting it. Nope, begone emotions. She loves me, or loved me, I don't think no. She actually did, so much. She also did this. Izuku briefly pulls down the collar of the sports uniform, revealing the cut. Don't PSS off a person with a telekinesis quirk near knives, he says, forcing his tone to be light. Anyway, she didn't want me to be a hero, she couldn't handle me being even in a slightly above average level of danger. Still, she sent me to school every day, and told me to stop playing so rough. Well, I started UA in secret. I didn't let her control me. Then USJ happened and she found out, and then I had to climb out of the window to get to school on Monday, and when I got home, she decided I'm not her son anymore. But that's besides the point. The point is that I didn't let them control me. Basically every day in school someone would tell me to kill myself, that I will never become anything. I didn't listen, I didn't let their bullshittery affect my life. Look where I am now. I'd either be dead and buried, or stuck at home being babied for the rest of my life, if I allowed them to dictate my life. Izuku forces himself to take a deep breath when he finishes his speech. Suddenly this little conversation became a trauma-dumping session. Izuku might actually need to stab someone to cool down before the third round. He so doesn't want to be on international TV while his mind repeats bits and pieces of Todoroki's words, head filled with images reflecting similar experiences of his own. Look, I'm not trying to fix you right here and now. Izuku sighs when his heart isn't pounding so hard anymore, and Todoroki just keeps staring at him. Just think about it. Maybe do some thinking at some point, try some logic for a change. But for now, come and eat lunch, let's pretend life is all rainbows and butterflies, Izuku offers, straightening from the wall. Okay, Todoroki finally says, also standing up properly. Izuku feels relieved, not hesitating to let that cover the need to curl up in a ball and cry. He can do that later, preferably in the privacy of his own room in the middle of the night, face buried in a pillow to avoid alerting anyone. As the two slowly walk towards the cafeteria, Izuku glances at Todoroki, who is already looking at him. Before Izuku can ask, the boy is talking, is Yamada-sensei your stepfather? The question makes Izuku choke on his own saliva. The F, he asks, coughing. If your biological parents are out of the picture, someone has to be taking care of you. In the past week you have seemed much closer with Yamada-sensei, and I've heard you refer to him by his given name to your friends, Todoroki explains like it makes total sense. Did you consider mentor? Uncle? Other distant relative? Maybe he just picked me off the street and decided I'm his now. Why stepfather? Izuku demands. Todoroki just did a full 180 on him, and is still trying to catch up. It just made the most sense, Todoroki says with a shrug. So is he? No, Izuku groans, rubbing his face tiredly. Long story, but basically he did pick me off the street and decided to keep me, he clarifies. So he might become an adoptive father? Todoroki asks. No. Izuku exclaims, refusing to even consider the possibility. Nah, no emotions allowed here. Absolutely not. Izuku is around 2 seconds away from stabbing someone, preferably the blonde idiot in front of him. What do you want? He asks. After eating with his friends, the group realized they still have time to spare, so Izuku decided to go to the changing rooms to grab his notebook so he could talk about his theories. He is only a few hallways away, but now All Might is blocking his way. Izuku would really like to bury a knife in him. Midoriya Shounen, the man starts. Wow, he actually remembers Izuku's name. On the behalf of the principal, I have come to tell you that you're not allowed to attend the festival anymore, All Might says, tone distantly resigned, but he also reeks of being pleased with himself. Why? Izuku asks with a blank face. We are worried you will get hurt, and due to your behavioral issues we have to consider the possibility that you will make rash decisions. Children are watching the festival, they shouldn't have to see that. So am I a weak useless F that will get hurt, or a maniac that will hurt others? I see detention might be in order too. You should learn how to treat authority figures, and be more obedient. Obedient. The word makes Izuku's heart jolt. Squeezing his knife in his fist, the boy makes himself stay nonchalant. You're full of SHT, he states. You aren't here on Nezu's behalf. Wanna know how I know? Because he personally told me that he's eager to see me act rash today, he informs, using his free hand to make air quotes. In a suitably rash decision, Izuku proceeds to take his knife out and flip the blade open. Now F off, before you get first-hand experience. With that, Izuku turns around and walks off, ignoring All Might's sputtering. Alright. Now that we're rested, it's time to see who goes against who for the third round. Kyoma announces. Izuku has managed to lift his mood a bit. Mostly it's thanks to Denki and Hitoshi, they managed to find a secluded hallway where they hung out the rest of the lunch break, first making fun of All Might, and then giggling about whatever. Izuku thinks having good friends might be the best thing that has ever happened in his life, right next to Hisashi taking him in. As the placements appear on the screens, Izuku drinks in the information. First Hitoshi will be against Mai, the fourth fight will be Denki against Todoroki, and the last fight is Izuku against Ojiro. He is definitely in the team. I don't want to be near a quirkless loser, at least based on the glares he keeps shooting. That'll be fun. Will you guys come to my funeral? Denki asks. Hey, if you lose and I win, it'll be a double funeral. Wanna get buried side by side? Hitoshi replies. Sure. At least then Izuku can avenge us, Denki says, nudging Izuku. What am I gonna do against him that you guys can't? You'll figure it out. I'm gonna go talk with Mai, Hitoshi replies, not at all worried for Izuku's health and safety. Have fun, the two boys call. So, is ice as conductive as water? Denki asks Izuku as they start heading back inside to find a place to watch Hitoshi's match in peace. Good question. The simple answer is no, Izuku starts. Again and again the piles of random information he has collected turn out to be useful. Water, like pure water, is actually not conductive. It's the impurities in water that make it conductive. Presumably Todoroki's quirk is not pure water, because that basically doesn't freeze. So if you can get the ice to melt, you might be able to work with that, Izuku explains, Denki nodding along. And Todoroki likes to keep his fights quick and clean, so I'm fed, he sighs. Pretty much, Izuku agrees. He has no clue what to do if he ends up going against the boy. Well, first he has to deal with Ojiro. There are thankfully screens scattered all over the inside of the stadium, so Izuku and Denki find a good little hallway to sit on. As they wait for Hitoshi's fight to start, Denki asks Izuku some questions that could help him with Todoroki, and he does have some good ideas. Izuku honestly is hopeful that Denki might win, the boy is creative enough. It's all depending on his execution of those ideas. Hitoshi's and Mai's fight goes quickly. Seems like their conversation was successful, as Hitoshi just stands aside, while Mai advertises their products. Then they walk out of bounds and Hitoshi wins. They told me they don't care about winning, they just wanted to have a chance to show around how genius they are, Hitoshi explains with a shrug as he walks to them. Welp. Have fun with Todoroki, Denki says, looking mildly hopeless. Or maybe you can win, and then I'll get to beat your butt, Hitoshi replies as he sits on the floor on the other side of Izuku. You might have a chance if you take some risks, Izuku points out. How's the copium? Denki asks sarcastically. I don't know what you're talking about, Izuku replies innocently. You just don't want to accept that you'll have to fight him, Denki accuses with a smirk. Honestly, let him continue. I could use some copium too, Hitoshi says, placing an arm over Izuku's shoulders, causing the boy to roll his eyes with a smile. Soon it's Tokoyami versus Ida. It's actually a really even fight, but because the sunny day weakens Dark Shadow, Ida manages to gain the upper hand and push Tokoyami out of bounds. Ayama's and Ashido's match is very quick. Ashido is just too agile and quick for Ayama to keep up. In just a few minutes AMR is out of bounds. We'll walk you there, Izuku offers when it's Denki's turn. He has grown increasingly more nervous, his carefree attitude cracking to reveal how much this is actually stressing him out. Thanks, Denki replies while standing up, Izuku and Hitoshi following. There's this pre-Quirk movie, Titanic, about the Titanic, and in it this dude freezes to death, and everyone loves him, so everyone is always mega sad about it, Hitoshi suddenly says as they walk. So, I'm going to die and you're going to be sad? Denki asks with raised eyebrows, his knuckles white as he holds his bow staff. No, Hitoshi groans. I'm saying that you'll be like him, without the dying part, and everyone is going to love you. What means is that you'll be fine, Izuku informs, giving Denki a brief side hug as they approach the entrance to the arena. Just, what's the worst that could happen? Thinking that always helps me. I might electrocute Todoroki and make him lose control of his quirk, and that might kill me. Or he just humiliates me on international TV, by making me lose miserably. I might just make a fool of myself if I manage to short out. I also imagine that being engulfed in ice is sorta uncomfortable, Denki replies, his face becoming a bit paler. Yeah, so like Izuku, I don't think the whole what's the worst that could happen thing works so well on someone with normal life experiences, Hitoshi points out. Fair, Izuku says with a sigh, watching Denki press his face into his hands. I'm fed, he groans. Dude. Everyone knows that Todoroki is like mega overpowered, so they know losing doesn't say anything about you, Hitoshi comforts, ruffling Denki's hair. Don't go there to win. Go there to do your best. Make yourself proud, Izuku tries, and Denki raises his face to look at him. That's what you do, he asks. Pretty much, Izuku replies. He doesn't think it would be helpful to tell the boy he mostly runs on spite, or that he does what he does because he just doesn't care about his own safety. Making himself proud by doing his best is maybe a fraction of it. So go out there, give it your everything. Thing plus ultra, Hitoshi encourages. Yeah. What happens, happens. All you need to do is your best, Izuku agrees. Thing plus ultra, Denki repeats, before stepping out into the sunlight. Now it's time for the fourth match of the sport festival's third round. Everybody put your hands together for Kaminari Denki from 1A, and Todoroki Shoto also from 1A. Hisashi screams, the audience obeying, cheering for the two boys. Which one is more powerful? Electricity, or ice and fire? Hisashi continues. When the man calls for the match to start, Izuku keeps his eyes locked on the arena, his arms crossed as he hyperfocuses on every move, every detail. Right before Hisashi called for the fight to start, Denki kicked off his shoes, and the second he got the permission, he released a massive wave of electricity, forcing Todoroki to make himself an icy platform to avoid it. While electricity was still releasing, Denki started running towards the other boy. His staff won't be as powerful when he isn't insulated, but Izuku is willing to bet it's still enough to bring someone to their knees. Todoroki tries to trap him into ice, but Denki manages to jump over it, quickly reaching Todoroki. Because he can't allow Denki to make contact, Todoroki has to retreat, but his control over his quirk is precise enough that he can create ice wherever he goes, while still being focused on Denki. Still, he can't try to trap the boy anymore. It's obvious using his electricity so much for so long is tiring, but Denki doesn't slow down. He keeps attacking again and again, and he actually manages to make contact for a split second, his bow staff brushing against Todoroki's arm. It's enough to make him falter, his knees almost giving out before he rights himself. Clearly realizing Denki is a real threat, Todoroki becomes much more determined. Then he proceeds to cover his right arm with a layer of ice, making it protected. Izuku can see why he didn't do it earlier, the boy is now violently shivering. With the iced arm, Todoroki deflects Denki's staff, and now that he doesn't have to retreat anymore, he traps Denki's legs. Kaminari-kun, can you move? Kiyama asks. Nope, Denki replies easily, not seeming upset at all. Kaminari is incapacitated, Todoroki wins. Kiyama announces. As thunderous applause starts, Todoroki quickly melts himself and Denki. Izuku has never seen him do it before, and it's clear that he's careful to not actually show any fire, only steam appearing as he makes contact with his left hand. If nothing else, that boy sure as hell is dedicated. Todoroki and Denki exchange a few words, before walking separate ways. Denki is smiling the whole time, and Todoroki doesn't seem upset either. That was incredible. Izuku exclaims as Denki walks to them. Tried my best, he replies happily, accepting the hug Izuku offers. How the F am I gonna top that? Hitoshi asks, also giving Denki a brief hug. Do your best, I guess, Denki shrugs, still beaming. I can't believe I lasted that long. You made Todoroki struggle, Izuku emphasizes. There should be a medal just for that, he says as they start walking back to their hangout spot. Kirishima's fight against Tetsutetsu is a long one. They are both basically indestructible, the arena breaking before they do. Still, it seems like Kirishima took Izuku's words during the second round to heart, as suddenly he sways fighting styles. Instead of continuing to charge head-on, Kirishima backs away. Confused, Tetsutetsu follows, and his concentration manages to slip. The second he stops focusing so much on his quirk, Kirishima attacks, managing to knock him out. Izuku will have to make sure to praise him later. He honestly didn't expect Kirishima to take his words so seriously, but is glad the boy did. Not everyone has to be like All Might, sometimes, basically always, strategies and planning are a way to go. Then it's time for Zero and Uraraka. The fight starts with Zero having the upper hand, using their tape to attack and thus managing to avoid Uraraka's quirk. It seems like Uraraka knows some martial arts, as she is very efficient with the little combat she gets to do. In a smart move, Uraraka manages to use Zero's tape against them, tugging them closer by it before they can cut it off. The rest of the fight is over neatly and quickly, Uraraka using her quirk on Zero, making them incapacitated. Yorozu and Shiozaki get their fight over quickly. Shiozaki seems to be really into the idea of honor and such, so she's a very clean and honest fighter. On the other hand, while she doesn't usually play dirty, Yorozu isn't afraid to pull some tricks. All that leads to an easy victory for Yorozu. Sorry, Izuku whispers as he starts getting up, causing Denki, who had fallen asleep leaning on him, to wake up. "It's okay," he says sleepily, blinking his eyes open. "Your fight is now." "Yeah," Izuku replies. "But you can keep sleeping," he adds. Denki was exhausted after his match. Izuku doesn't want to force him to stay awake. "No, I want to go with you," Denki argues, standing up, Hitoshi having to support him as he stumbles. "You have to be awake to watch Izuku kick butt, you know." Hitoshi teases, chuckling when Denki elbows him. "I want to see you energetic after almost 5 minutes of producing." Denki drifts off, before turning to look at Izuku. "How many volts does my quirk create?" he asks. "Why are you asking me like I'm a Fing search engine?" Izuku counters as they walk towards the entrance. "You know stuff," Denki replies like that explains everything. "He's right. You do know a lot of SE." Hitoshi agrees with a smirk, both boys laughing when Izuku rolls his eyes. "A lot more testing is needed to know how many volts your quirk is." "I have a list," he informs with a sigh. Introducing Izuku SE, a new generation search engine that has all the answers, Hitoshi says, Izuku giving him a shove in response. Then he starts approaching the pitch. "Have fun." Denki laughs, leaning on the hallway wall as Izuku steps into the sunlight, accompanied by booing. "Kick butt." Hitoshi adds, making Izuku smile a little, before he focuses on what's in front of him. "For our 8th fight, we have Ojiro Mashirao against Midoriya Izuku." Hisashi announces. "Let's see if cunning can outmatch pure strength." The man has to be especially loud to be heard over the yelling crowd. Ojiro is already glaring at Izuku when they step on the concrete platform, facing each other. Izuku sighs, widening his stance as he prepares to move the second he can. In his understanding, Ojiro knows combat, but he has learned in a dojo. That likely means that he has patterns he is used to, things that make him predictable. He will likely stick to what he has learned in a controlled environment where everyone has the same rules. Izuku is not above exploiting that. "Are you ready?" "Start." Hisashi screams. As the two move closer to each other, 𝐂𝐸𝐷 carefully keeps a good few meters of distance, waiting for Izuku to make the first move. Well, that suits him just fine. In a flash, Izuku sends a kick towards 𝐂𝐸𝐷's head, but like he expected, the boy deflects it. Using the momentum, Izuku spins around and elbows 𝐂𝐸𝐷 in on the side, but before he can continue his attack, 𝐂𝐸𝐷 uses his tail to force Izuku away. Holy SHT! That tail is like pure muscle, Izuku says, keeping his eyes carefully on 𝐂𝐸𝐷 to see what he will do next. Just give up so I don't have to hurt you, he replies, still glaring. With an eye roll, Izuku attacks again, kicking 𝐂𝐸𝐷 on the leg, and while the boy does kneel, he also grabs Izuku's leg, pulling him to the ground. Izuku manages to quickly twist away and he gets up almost simultaneously with 𝐂𝐸𝐷. Jumping, Izuku avoids the tail, trying to sweep his legs from under himself. It was stupid of 𝐂𝐸𝐷 to leave his back vulnerable for even a second. Izuku leaps at him, forcing him to bend down slightly. Throwing his leg over 𝐂𝐸𝐷's shoulder, Izuku curls his knee around the boy's neck, hanging on when he straightens up. With Izuku sitting on his shoulders, 𝐂𝐸𝐷's balance is off, and some twisting from Izuku is enough to make him stumble, soon falling on his hands and knees. Ignoring the tail whacking him, Izuku moves back enough to take 𝐂𝐸𝐷 on a chokehold. Keep that tail still or I'll snap your neck, Izuku threatens. Obviously he won't do that, he's not going to kill anyone. Izuku has learned that just fear is usually enough, and 𝐂𝐸𝐷 doesn't break the pattern. Now give up, Izuku demands when 𝐂𝐸𝐷 stops fighting, tightening his hold just slightly around the boy's neck. No. I won't let a primate win, he hisses. Fine. Before 𝐂𝐸𝐷 can even try to do anything, Izuku slams his elbow on the boy's temple. 𝐂𝐸𝐷 is unconscious, Midoriya wins. Kiyoma announces, smiling at Izuku when he gets off the unconscious boy. Turning to face the nearest stands where the audience is booing, Izuku grins and gives a big dramatic bow. We love performers in UA. Hisashi laughs, barely audible. Deciding he has sessed off enough people, Izuku heads back to his friends, just in time for Recovery Girl to come and collect 𝐂𝐸𝐷. They're going to riot soon, Hitoshi says when Izuku enters the hallway. He doesn't seem at all displeased with the idea. What did you say to him to make him stop? Denki asks curiously. Told him I'd snap his neck, Izuku explains with a shrug, grinning when Denki's eyes widen. Well, it was effective, Hitoshi points out. Izuku is about to reply, when suddenly he notices someone approaching him. Midoriya-kun, can I talk to you for a moment? Yoirozu asks. She doesn't seem hostile, but maybe she's just too polite to show it. Sure, Izuku shrugs. What's the worst that could happen? I'll be back soon, he turns to say to Hitoshi and Denki, who nod, clearly suspicious of Yoirozu. Yes, this will only take a minute or two, she informs, before walking off around a corner, Izuku following with his hands in his pockets. What on earth does she want to say to him? Getting a feeling of déjà vu, Izuku really hopes that this won't turn into another trauma dumping session. He's not sure he could handle it. We will face each other soon, Yoirozu states after a moment, turning to face Izuku. Yeah, he nods, waiting for her to get to the point. I didn't like you at first, Yoirozu suddenly says, her presence lacking the air of importance she always carries. I thought you were stupid for trying to be a hero without a quirk, and when I realized that in some ways you're better than me, I was angry. Now, instead of seeing it as stupidity, I see it as you challenging everyone, as you trying to change things. Am I correct? Izuku isn't sure what to say. He's here because of spite. But maybe, in a way, he is trying to create change. As he breaks expectations left and right, challenging anyone and everyone who gets in his way, isn't he paving the way for change? It might not be his intention, but it's still happening. Sure, Izuku finally replies. It's obvious his answer pleases Yoirozu. Good. Because I'm tired of how things are. A lot of us legacy kids feel that way, she explains. The way the hero system works, everything HPSC does, is corrupt and wrong. No one has ever been brave enough to challenge it though, there's too much at play. I would get disowned if my family knew of this conversation. Why I'm saying this is because I want you to know that if you ever need anything, money, contacts, information, you can ask me, she says, and her frustration is suddenly palpable, her polite mask falling. Yorozu is angry. Honestly, FHPSE, Izuku agrees, making Yorozu smile a bit. I'll do anything to make things better, even if it's the last thing I do, he promises. Oops, Izuku thinks, he just made a big thing promise. If someone overheard that, he might have a sudden accident tomorrow. He is knees deep in SHT. Well, it's not like he has anything to lose. I believe in you, Yorozu says, much to Izuku's horror, but he makes sure to keep it off his face. When he face each other, no hard feelings, regardless of what happens, she offers. No hard feelings, Izuku accepts. Hopefully she can't hear his heart pounding. Thankfully Hitoshi's match is enough to distract Izuku and calm him down. The boy easily antagonizes Ida into responding to him, and that's that. Then Ashido fights valiantly against Todoroki, using her acid to melt his ice, but unfortunately he can create ice much faster than she can create acid. As Todoroki takes the victory, Hitoshi starts making funeral plans. By the way, Izuku says to him, don't mention his fire or family or his scar to him. I know you're better about it, but just in case, he warns. Hitoshi once talked to him about the fact that he usually says things he regrets in order to make people talk so he can use his quirk. Even though he trusts Hitoshi, Izuku doesn't want to risk it, not with what he knows. Got it, Hitoshi accepts it easily. Kirishima's and Uraraka's fight is a long one. Both are fairly good at hand-to-hand, and Kirishima is just quick enough to avoid her quirk. He tries to catch her off guard, but Uraraka is good enough to not fall for any of it. In the end, one of those attempts seals Kirishima's fate, and Uraraka manages to make contact. The moment her quirk is activated, Kirishima has lost. Izuku knows he will have to work hard if he has to face her. He knows nausea is a drawback, maybe he can exploit that. But how? He'll think about it more later. Now he has to fight Yorozu. Accompanied by never-ending booing, Izuku enters the pitch. As he walks to the concrete platform, he notices that some pieces of concrete are left behind by the second-round arena, hidden in the grass. That might just be useful. Storing that thought for later, Izuku focuses on Yorozu. Now it's time for a fight of the minds. Yorozu Momo vs Midoriya Izuku. Both are clever, so things might get interesting. Hisashi narrates. Izuku looks at Yorozu, who meets his gaze calmly. She can create anything as long as she knows how to. Izuku only has himself and his knife. This might become a shitshow. Ready. Start. Figuring it's best to try and attack before she can create anything, Izuku charges forward. He is able to interrupt her before she can pull whatever she created fully from her arm, forcing her to back away. A few moments of evading later, Yorozu manages to finish a simple knife, the handle a bit wonky because of the interruption. With an excited grin, Izuku pulls his own knife out, flipping it open with a fancy trick. Yeah. It's almost like a dance, the way they both attack with their knives and block with their arms. Yorozu seems to know the basics, managing to keep up with Izuku's quick pace and not leave herself vulnerable, but soon he notices she's starting to copy his movements. Still smiling widely, Izuku starts to add in some kicks, and quickly Yorozu starts only dodging, not trying to attack back. She doesn't seem very focused on the fight anymore. OSHT. Just as Yorozu pulls something from the back of her neck, Izuku drops down and sweeps her legs from under herself with a kick. In her hand are 3 darts, their tips gleaming in the sunlight as if they are wet. A projectile weapon in a knife fight. Izuku asks, jumping up. That's just rude, he complains, starting to attack before Yorozu manages to properly stand up. Izuku cannot let her use those darts. He's willing to bet that whatever they are coated with means game over for him. You thought we were playing clean? Yorozu asks, walking backwards as Izuku attacks again and again, using his free hand to hold her weapons back. His lower arm feels bruised from how much he's hitting it against hers. Not we, just you, Izuku replies, barely focusing on their chatter. I figured I'd need to do that to beat you, she says, managing to get an opening to throw one of the darts, but Izuku turns sideways just in time. Because that leaves him briefly vulnerable, Yorozu manages to cut his arm with her knife, but it's only a scrape. I'm flattered. Izuku has to yell over the cheering. These people are almost as big haters as Bakugo. Back in the swing of the fight, Izuku suddenly realizes something extremely important, because Yorozu is so focused on him, trying so hard to find an opening to use her darts, she has forgotten one major thing. The bounds. Izuku makes sure to keep his movements and expressions exactly the same to avoid cluing her in. He's found an advantage and refuses to let it go to waste. Mixing in an elaborate spin to his movements, Izuku uses it as an opening to see how close the bounds are. If he gets Yorozu a few meters to the left and a couple steps back, she'll be out. By the way, what's in those darts? Izuku asks. I'm just curious, and it's not like that'll make me resistant to it, he adds when Yorozu hesitates. Basically animal tranquilizer, she finally explains. Is this a primate thing? Izuku asks with narrowed eyes. No. Did you forget our earlier conversation? Yorozu replies, defensive. Don't worry. I don't actually care, Izuku assures with a smirk, before swiping his knife once, twice, 3 times in a pattern she is used to. She always responds to it with a step back. I just needed you distracted, he informs, before completely taking her off guard by stepping back and sending a kick towards her stomach, causing her to take the final step back. Yorozu is out of bounds. Midoriya wins. Kiyoma says, Yorozu's eyes widening. I completely forgot, she admits, Izuku having to strain his hearing to make her words out over the audience. I was counting on that, Izuku replies. Good fight. Good fight, Yorozu nods. Hitoshi is of course a nervous wreck as he prepares for the next fight. What can I even do? He's smart enough to keep his mouth shut, Hitoshi groans, looking up at the ceiling like it has all the answers. A sound counts as a response, right? Izuku asks, nodding when Hitoshi confirms it. Make him laugh, he suggests, knowing full well how ridiculous the idea is. Todoroki. I don't think he laughed even as a child. I'm not sure he knows how to laugh. Well, you can make him Denki suggests with a shrug. From pain, you morons, he adds when Hitoshi looks horrified, and Izuku mildly disgusted. Oh thank F, Hitoshi sighs. I'm gonna have nightmares from that. What if you tickle him? Izuku says, trying to look innocent when Hitoshi just glares at him. You really think this is funny, he asks with narrowed eyes. I'm gonna tickle you, he decides when Izuku purses his lips to hold back a smile. No. He yells dramatically, but it's too late, and fingers start poking at his ribs. A weird mixture of a gasp, a cough, and a laugh escapes him. Hitoshi pauses, staring at him in amazement. I just struck gold, he states, and then the poking continues. Tenfold, making Izuku let out even more of the weird laughing sounds. The knife boy has a weird laugh. This is amazing, Denki giggles, delighted. I'll stab you, Izuku threatens, but it doesn't sound at all intimidating with his red face and continuous choking sounds. You're like a cat vomiting a hairball, Hitoshi says, after finally stopping the torture. I hate you both, Izuku decides, trying to catch his breath as he straightens the top of his uniform. Don't care. I will treasure this knowledge, Hitoshi replies. Go be an iceberg, Izuku sighs, shoving the boy towards the arena. Maybe he has a weird laugh too. Denki says with a shrug, causing Hitoshi to chuckle as he walks backwards. Now I'll be the one laughing. Great job, guys, he replies, before turning around and stepping into the sunlight. Hitoshi does his best. It's clear Todoroki has overused his quirk, and hasn't been able to fully recover in between. That gives Hitoshi the opportunity to actually dodge his ice, and he uses every second to run his mouth, saying anything to try and make Todoroki react. Did you know I have 2 cats? Assassin and Arsonist. My mom picked the names, she's awesome. Anyway, Arsonist is an orange cat, I think his brain might be smooth. Oh, and I just found out that when you tickle Izuku, he sounds like Assassin does when he vomits a hairball. I'm pretty sure Arsonist just thinks they're a delicacy. You know, they keep talking about all these trips to space being fake, that moon landings were fake. I didn't know we still believed the moon was real. Fun fact, I once set a trash can in my middle school's bathroom on fire. It was an accident, honest. Don't ask how. Mom thought it was hilarious. Izuku called your face pretty, right? I'm starting to see what he sees. Like DMN, drop the skincare routine. Did you know that you breathe out more from one nostril than the other, and your body automatically sways between them every few hours? Come on, try it, I know you want to. At points Todoroki even looks somewhat amused, but in the end it's not enough and he traps Hitoshi. Why did you tell him that? Izuku demands the second Hitoshi is close enough. How did you set the trash can on fire? Denki asks at the same time. Also, that conspiracy theory was sarcastic, right? Izuku adds. He's not sure if he could cope with Hitoshi not believing in science. Of course it was, he immediately replies. Tell me about the trash can, Denki demands playfully. Izuku is glad he got over having a crisis about his breathing. I was hiding in the bathroom, you know, as one does, and I saw a video about what happens if you spray deodorant over fire. I didn't believe it, and happened to have matches and a deodorant can. When it actually worked, I freaked. The match dropped in the trash can with paper towels. I ran away, there was a fire alarm, I never got caught, Hitoshi explains, pretending to be annoyed by having to explain, but Izuku sees his lips twitching. Why did you bring matches to school, he asks. Deodorant he can let pass, but matches seem weird. It was stupid. I figured if people were going to go through my SHT, maybe they'd get distracted by the matches or something. Mom could help with the worst of it all, but nothing stopped them from doing small stuff. Desperate times, desperate measures, Hitoshi replies with a sigh. I get it, Izuku assures. Who knows how many times he has jumped in a dumpster to hide, or ran between traffic to get away. When he started middle school, he copied all his books twice by hand, just in case they got destroyed. They did. I wish I could just electrocute everyone you went to school with, Denki says with a frown. Then you'd go to prison and we wouldn't have you here, Izuku points out, placing a hand on Denki's shoulder. He knows it's difficult for the boy to hear Izuku and Hitoshi talk so casually about their past experiences at school, acting like it's no big deal. Imagine if you weren't with us to brighten things up, Hitoshi adds. Oh yeah, not worth it, Denki decides, smiling a little. Now I'm going to try and figure something out against Uraraka, Izuku sighs, stepping away. Later alligator, Denki replies, making Izuku chuckle while rolling his eyes. As he walks back into the sunlight, Izuku stops right before the concrete platform. Making sure Uraraka can't see it, he scoops up as much dust and rubble as he can, filling his pockets. He feels stupid as everyone watches, but he knows it'll be worth it. There's some scheming going on. Let's see if it'll pay off. Hisashi narrates, continuing when Izuku stands up. Now it's time to see who will share third place with Shinsu. Midoriya Izuku, or Uraraka Ochako. Uraraka has also made her opinions very clear, and takes every chance to whisper under her breath, as if Izuku doesn't notice or hear. She's definitely more careful about it than others, but Izuku is well aware she despises him. Start! Uraraka immediately approaches, Izuku also moving forward, keeping his body language casual as he keeps his hands in his pockets. After dodging a few attempts at contact, Izuku takes a small handful of dust and debris in his fist. Pocket dust, he yells before throwing it at Uraraka's eyes, and instinctively she blocks it, attempting to use her quirk until she realizes it's nothing bad. What are you trying, she demands. It wouldn't be any fun at all if I told you, Izuku replies with a smile, going back to dodging. He has to be very focused, Uraraka's attacks are vicious, but he manages. That won't work twice, though. I'm not stupid, she points out. I know you're not. I had to really think of a strategy, Izuku replies honestly. But can you be sure I won't try and throw something worse at you, he asks, causing Uraraka to falter for a second. That second is enough, and Izuku throws a bigger piece of rubble at her. His words were enough to make her so cautious that she uses her quirk on it. As they continue fighting, Izuku takes his knife out of his pocket while moving away from her, making her more cautious again. Perfect. In the hand holding his knife, inside. His fist is hidden more rubble. Raising that hand, Izuku lets tension build up, before doing a quick spin to disorient her, and immediately after he throws the rubble. Once again she is nervous enough to use her quirk just to be safe. While she's still recovering, Izuku takes a few steps forward, making her move back, and then he throws some dust at her eyes. Izuku honestly feels like a petty 5-year-old throwing sand from the sandbox at the other kids. But hey, everyone hates him either way, and it does work. Bit by bit Uraraka becomes paler, her jaw clenching as nausea builds up. He has a feeling Uraraka isn't willing to throw up on international TV, so when she seems right at the edge, Izuku moves to offensive fighting. He has somewhat of a backup plan if she uses her quirk, but it isn't very refined. He has no idea how being under her quirk feels. Thankfully he doesn't have to find out. Uraraka is a good fighter, and manages to give Izuku a few nice bruises, but in the end he is able to throw her over his shoulder and out of bounds. We have our third place, Shinsu Hitoshi and Uraraka Ochako. Kiyoma announces, her smile wide. Midoriya Izuku moves to the final round. Izuku just knows she's proud. He is also willing to bet Snipe found his tactic hilarious. Glancing at the screaming and booing audience, Izuku notices some people manage to do some signs for themselves. Primates should be put down. Quirkless people should die. Midoriya should be shot. Someone shoot Midoriya. And there's a sign with a crude drawing of Izuku's head and shoulders, the scar from Shigaraki on his neck bursting with BLD, his eyes replaced with X symbols. Delightful. It seems like he isn't the only one who noticed, as 13 is quickly going around the stands, taking the signs down one by one, Snipe following until he has to essay someone out when they start picking a fight. Izuku he suddenly hears from the student stands, and curiously he turns to look around. Sitting side by side, Mai and Ashido are holding their own sign, Kirishima writing on some cardboard, the cap of a marker between his teeth. When he's ready he puts the sign up too, humans are all primates. Did you all mix up basic biology with bigotry? Stay in school, kids. Yo great-great-great-great, grandmama was quirkless. Laughing, Izuku makes a heart with his hands towards them. Despite the knowledge that there must be a massive smear campaign against him going on outside the stadium, Izuku feels light as he walks back to his friends. That was the most Izuku fight I have ever witnessed, Hitoshi tells him, full of admiration. Dude, this means at least second place to you, Denki informs with wide eyes, placing his hands on Izuku's upper arms. Holy thing SHT, he whispers. It didn't even cross his mind. That's insane. Now go beat Todoroki up, and take the first place. Hitoshi encourages, patting him on the back. Ooh, they're going to be so cessed if you come first, Denki gasps, full of excitement. I need to think of something to say if that happens. You know what, maybe I should give Todoroki the first place, Izuku ponders, his heart skipping a beat over the thought of another public speech. Absolutely not, Hitoshi immediately argues. Yeah, it'll be hard to top your earlier speech, but don't let that lead you. You'll just improvise. Go and conquer the first place, don't settle for less without trying, Denki almost demands when it's Izuku's time to go, dropping his hold on the boy. F him up, bring home that gold medal, Hitoshi adds, ruffling his hair. See you soon, Izuku replies. It's not likely he will win, but damn it he will try. The day has led to this. The final battle of this year's sports festival. Hisashi screams, seeming even more energetic than he has during the entire day. Full of determination, Izuku steps out again. He doesn't pay any attention to the booing and yelling crowd, but he sends a smile towards the students where those two signs are still proudly held up. We have Todoroki Shoto, with his immensely powerful quirk. Facing him is Midoriya Izuku, who has shown cunning never before seen in all my years of narrating. Hisashi introduces them for the final time. As Todoroki steps opposite of him on the platform, Izuku immediately catches the way he's trembling just a bit. Even though Izuku knows he can just try and take the win without extra steps, to him it's more important to attempt to help Todoroki. There is a nagging feeling at the back of his head that's just begging for him to try. If Izuku succeeds, that's enough of a win for him. Are you ready everyone? Hisashi screams. Start! Because Izuku has been so hyper-focused on a lot of the fights, including Todoroki's, he has gained a lot of useful information all day. One of the things he noticed is that Todoroki has a barely noticeable tell when he's about to use his quirk. His right foot always twists a centimeter or so to the direction he is about to use his ice. So when the first attack comes, Izuku dodges. As he continues dodging more and more ice, he starts talking, "Can I even call it a win if I beat you and you aren't giving it your all?" Izuku asks loud enough for Todoroki to hear him over the audience. "You know everyone is going to say that I didn't actually win." Now Todoroki's breath is visible, he's so cold. Izuku assumes he has some protection from his quirk against it, but he can't imagine it being comfortable. "We can continue this as long as you want. By the way, what happens when you get too cold? Do you hibernate?" "I guess we'll see," Izuku taunts. From Hitoshi's fight, Izuku knows that Todoroki is very good at keeping it together, but he also feels confident enough to poke the sensitive stuff. When mocking doesn't seem to do SHT, Izuku sways to a more aggressive approach. "Don't let him control you," he demands. "Is winning so unimportant to you that you'll continue letting him keep you on a leash? Even if it means second place. No one thinks of your fire as his. If you use it, all everyone will think is, wow, he used his full quirk, and if you don't, they will think, he didn't give it his all and lost because of it. Yeah, maybe he'll think he won you over, but since when have we cared about an abuser's opinions? If my butt of a teacher showed up here, would you believe her when she told you that I'm a useless F that can't read, because she was my teacher, so she knows best, right? I won't become like him," Todoroki finally replies. He's barely even trying anymore. Izuku honestly wonders if he's about to pass out. "Then don't. Use your quirk for good. Be better than him. Don't let him control the kind of a person you are, nor how you use your quirk. Show him a massive middle finger by fing up his MSTR plan. Become a good person, a good hero, using all the tools you have." Izuku screams, frustrated. "But how do I do it without giving in?" Todoroki asks, equally as frustrated. "By not giving in. Do your own thing. It matters all what he thinks," Izuku replies, now standing still as Todoroki stops attacking, staring at Izuku with intense emotions flashing in his eyes. "It's your quirk. Not his." Izuku yells. He's so close, he knows it. "It's your quirk, Todoroki," he screams, and he suddenly sees something change in the other boy, shifting behind his eyes. "You're the most bizarre person I have ever met," Todoroki murmurs. Then his left side explodes with flames. One moment Izuku is beaming, full of awe at the massive show of power, and the next moment is getting thrown back, a loud boom echoing around him. A small yelp bursts out of Izuku as he slams against the concrete floor, his ears ringing from the loud sound. "Yep, should have expected that one," Izuku mutters to himself, staring up at the sky. The sun is already starting to lower. Today feels like it has lasted ages. Turning to look to the side, Izuku sees that he's still inside the bounds. He was far enough from Todoroki to be spared from the worst of it. Seems like the day won't end yet. As Izuku stands up, wincing when his back feels like one big bruise, Aizawa explains what even happened. It's physics. Heat expands things, including air. The air in the arena was near freezing. The sudden heat was drastic enough that the expanding air created an explosion. And it hurt. With a sigh, Izuku slowly walks forward, seeing Todoroki laying near where he stood. For a moment Izuku wonders if he's even conscious, but as he gets closer, Todoroki raises his head to look at him. "You alive?" Izuku asks, staying back in case Todoroki will pull something. They are still in the middle of a match. "I am," comes the response. "I think I broke some ribs," he explains. "Yeah, those SCK," Izuku replies. "So you wanna continue? We can see how quickly we can get a rib through your lung, keep things exciting," he asks lightly. "I think I had enough." He will be angrier if I use the quirk only to still get second place, Todoroki decides. Izuku is weirdly proud of him. "Well, it was an honor," Izuku says, and in a way he's being genuine. No one will ever accept his victory, but at least he can sleep his night peacefully. Turning towards Midnight, who is watching them carefully, Izuku raises his voice. "Hey Kiyama-sensei, I think Todoroki-kun has something to tell you." After the explosion, the audience has stayed largely quiet, So Todoroki's words are clear, I give up. No one seems to be able to process that, and Izuku holds back a smile as Koyama blinks a few times, before shrugging. That means that Midoriya Izuku is the winner of this year's sports festival, she announces, beaming at Izuku. The protesting and booing that start are almost as loud as the earlier explosion. Izuku grins. You didn't just PSS off him, you sessed everyone off internationally. Izuku turns to say to Todoroki, his words barely audible. Todoroki just looks amused, but he returns to the fist bump Izuku offers. Accompanied by booing, yelling, and the roaring of an but, Izuku leaves the arena, his smile never fading. What the F is his life anymore? How did he end up from signing up to the entrance exam because he has nothing to lose, to winning the Fing Sports Festival? Standing proudly on the highest platform, Izuku has bandaged Todoroki on one side, and Hitoshi on the other. Uraraka is next to Hitoshi, and Izuku proceeds to ignore her glaring. He feels weirdly calm. It's a drastic difference to the morning, and Izuku is glad he didn't commit to his seppuku plans, he wouldn't be here otherwise. As the platform starts rising, Izuku makes his body language as uninterested as he can, but a small smirk is playing on his lips at the mixture of booing and cheering that starts the second the four students become visible. All the events today have led to this, it's time to award our winners. Koyama announces, gesturing towards the rising platform. Izuku chuckles quietly when he sees Denki has joined in on holding up a sign in the audience. His has a stick figure with an arrow pointing at it, and messy handwriting. This is Izuku. Izuku is, awesome funny mega smart a bad sleek slightly insane awesome notin but be more like Izuku. The medals will be presented by no one other than. Koyama drifts off, turning to look up. A few seconds later, grinning All Might drops down. Must Fing sting to give it to you, Hitoshi whispers to Izuku, making him huff in amusement. Karma, he replies quietly, before focusing back on the hero holding 4 medals. I have brought the medals here, he yells, the audience screaming in excitement and admiration. Izuku removes any traces of amusement from his face. F this guy. With booming laughter All Might moves to Uraraka, placing the bronze medal over her head. Then he pulls her into a hug. Of course Uraraka looks like she will pass out from awe. Izuku will bite All Might before letting him make any contact. You fought very well today, Uraraka Shounen, All Might says, before moving to Hitoshi. You were very clever, Shinsu Shounen, the hero says while placing another bronze medal over Hitoshi's head. The boy steps away from the hug attempt, causing All Might to move towards Todoroki with a brief frown. Yeah, not everyone is starstruck when seeing you. You have a very powerful quirk. Todoroki Shounen, All Might says, placing a silver medal over the boy's head, before pulling him into the most awkward hug Izuku has ever seen. Todoroki just stands there and stares forward with a blank face. After a few immensely uncomfortable seconds, All Might steps back and turns to Izuku. Holding back a smile, the boy prepares himself. It's time for one last show. Congratulations, All Might says shortly as he raises the golden medal, only for Izuku to grab it out of his hand. The hero doesn't even offer a hug, only taking the microphone Koyama hands him. She's so obviously trying to not look excited. Would you like to say something as the winner? All Might asks, and his voice is clearly telling Izuku to not do it. Grabbing the microphone in his free hand, Izuku turns to face a camera. I just won this thing. Izuku raises his medal up briefly. I was against all these UA students with their powerful quirks, and I came out on top. Me, a quirkless person, Izuku says with a mocking laugh. Then he takes a deep breath. I have only 2 words for everyone who wanted me to fail, 𝐒𝐿.